Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 51, Rebellion and the Approaching End of the Titan World. Successfully contained anomaly, Power of the Titans, Colossal Titan. Successfully contained anomaly, Power of the Titans, Armored Titan. Containment level, Category 3 hazard, containment status, stable. Reward, 2 level, 3 draws. The system's notification sounded in his mind. Haruto nodded in satisfaction. Nice. Reiner and Berthold were taken away by the Survey Corps for interrogation and imprisonment. By the time they left, they were wrapped up like mummies. Annie looked a little concerned. However, after some words from Haruto, she quickly let go of that concern. After all, the worst that could happen to Reiner and Berthold was captivity. Killing them was not an option, as the power of the Titans would randomly transfer. Even torturing them was out of the question. If they were wounded and pushed to desperation, they might transform on the spot, perhaps even triggering a colossal Titan explosion. The Survey Corps had captured them only to detain them and conduct verbal interrogations. And in any case, Haruto had already spoiled all the critical information. With that matter settled, the recruits of the 104th Training Corps were sent back. This containment mission had resulted in no deaths, though a few Survey Corps soldiers suffered burns. None of them were severe, however. In other words, this was humanity's first major victory. Unfortunately, the Survey Corps couldn't bring themselves to celebrate. Because of Haruto's existence, although Annie's identity as a Titan was exposed, she was still free to move around. Additionally, based on how Haruto's had warned off Emer and the others, Erwin deduced that there were more Titans among them. However, he did not pursue the matter. He merely sighed. The 104th Training Corps truly was full of hidden talents. As far as Erwin knew, there were at least 5 Titan shifters among the 104th, counting Haruto. There were only 9 intelligent Titans in total. And yet, Erwin had underestimated. Excluding Haruto, there were actually 6 Titan shifters in the 104th, 2/3 of all intelligent Titans. Eren held the Attack Titan and the Founding Titan, Annie had the Female Titan, Emer had the Jaw Titan, Berthold had the Colossal Titan, and Reiner had the Armored Titan. Truly a gathering of legends. But back to the main story. After returning to the Training Corps, the 104th recruits were all restless. The sudden appearance of the Colossal Titan left them deeply shaken. 4 of their comrades had not returned. Reiner and Berthold, along with Haruto and Annie. This made the recruits uneasy, unable to sleep or eat well. Emer and Historia, after returning, were particularly worried about Haruto. Although they had seen him briefly after the mission, where he informed them that he would be leaving for a while. Worry was worry. The entire 104th was silent, with one exception. Eren was running around, demanding to know what had happened. However, the instructors refused to give him any answers. Mikasa, watching Eren's frustration, only grew more anxious. Under this heavy atmosphere, training life continued for more than a week. Then, one morning, an astonishing piece of news spread. So widespread and shocking was this news that even the recruits confined in the Training Corps caught wind of it. That morning, Keith gathered all the recruits in one place. Sweeping his gaze over them, he announced in a loud voice. "I assume you've heard rumors about the royal family in recent days." The recruits of the 104th exchanged glances, their expressions growing excited. They had indeed heard bits and pieces, and the rumors were so shocking that they were dying to know the truth. Now, it seemed the instructor was about to reveal everything. The rumors are mostly true. The royal government was corrupt. The nobles buried the true royal family and installed a puppet on the throne. For years, the royal government and nobles suppressed technological advancements, preventing the Survey Corps from upgrading their equipment. The fall of Wall Maria, the senseless deaths of 250,000 civilians, and countless other disasters, all of these bear the responsibility of the royal government. Now, under the leadership of the president, the involved nobles have been brought to trial, the false king has been imprisoned, and the decision-making power has temporarily fallen to the military. Before Keith even finished speaking, an uproar broke out. What a joke! The nobles really put a fake king on the throne. Suppressing technology. Even with the Titan threat, they still fought for power. Damn those nobles. Damn the royal government. My family was wiped out because of them. What would have once been considered treasonous words now echoed loudly and repeatedly. Of course, the fall of Wall Maria wasn't entirely the royal government's fault. But suppressing technological advancement was undeniably damaging. The nobles of the royal government had collapsed under their own weight, there was no question of wrongful accusations here. Amid the crowd, Emer and Historia exchanged glances. Both saw the shock in each other's eyes. What did he say the steps to saving humanity were again? Emer muttered under her breath. Historia thought for a moment before replying. Haru said something like, first eliminate the Titans, then overthrow the government to make everyone equal. I don't remember the rest. Was this his doing? Emer asked in disbelief. Historia did not answer. But deep down, she vaguely felt that this was exactly what Haruto had done. He was truly saving humanity. However, this has nothing to do with you all, Keith said coldly. Train properly. Although he said this, it was clear that everyone's training was somewhat absent-minded. Meanwhile, outside the regiment, after causing a great uproar among the people inside the walls, everything soon calmed down. A change in regime actually had little to do with most people. It was policy changes that mattered. So, the people's excitement came quickly and disappeared just as fast. At this moment, Haruto was wandering around inside the regiment with Annie. On the eve of the incident, Haruto had given the regiment the supply crates he had brought. As a result, the operation to eradicate the noble's private soldiers went smoothly. It was hard for it not to. After all, bulletproof vests plus bulletproof helmets plus fully automatic weapons versus muskets. How could it not go smoothly? Could 7.62mm caliber rounds possibly lose to low-quality gunpowder mixed with iron balls? The government of the world within the walls had been overthrown. 6 of the intelligent Titans were already under control. By the looks of it, the Beast Titan and Cart Titan would soon arrive on the island, only to get themselves killed. Once they were captured, only the Warhammer Titan in mainland Marley would remain. Afterward, a trip to Marley to capture the Warhammer Titan and take Annie's father away. And the purpose of coming to the world of Titans would be nearly complete. Chapter 52, Recruiting Erwin, the Future Direction. T/N, well, deal is deal. 1/3. Commander, where are you going? Seeing Erwin preparing to leave, Haruto asked curiously. Although Erwin's expression did not change, he was actually somewhat exhausted inside. This man had been hanging around in his office for days, chatting and drinking tea, with an unknown purpose. Considering the other party's strength, he had no choice but to put up with it. Even someone like Erwin was close to putting on a mask of suffering. We have found the true royal family. I'm going to meet the successor. Erwin stated the truth. This matter could not be concealed. Moreover, it was somewhat related to Haruto. Hearing this, Haruto's expression changed slightly, then he smiled and said, I'll come along and watch the fun. Erwin nodded. The two left the office and arrived at a meeting hall. Inside, faint voices of conversation could be heard. Erwin pushed the door open and walked in. The conversation stopped abruptly. Haruto followed behind and entered. At the conference table, Historia was sitting. Oh, and Emer as well. Why are you here, poison-tongued girl? What are you sticking your nose into? Haruto taunted bluntly. Emer had initially been quite happy to see Haruto suddenly appear. But upon hearing this, her brows furrowed. Dark and gloomy guy. I thought you were dead, but as expected, troublemakers live long. I'm here with Historia, any problem with that? Historia had been pleasantly surprised to see Haruto and wanted to say something. But at this moment, she had to step in and mediate. Stop arguing, both of you. Haru, Emer, this is the regiment's conference hall. Historia said helplessly. Amidst the quarrel, everyone gradually took their seats. Erwin watched Haruto bicker with the two and felt somewhat dazed. This man could actually act like this. Unbelievable. Ahem. Erwin cleared his throat to draw everyone's attention. Commander Erwin. Historia was a little nervous. This was the leader of the Wings of Freedom. Erwin looked at Krista and said. Krista. No, you should be called Historia Rize, the last descendant of the royal family. Upon hearing this, Historia instantly tensed up, her fingers gripping the chair tightly. Emer's expression darkened, and she looked at Erwin with hostility, questioning. What do you want? Erwin spoke in a deep voice. Would you be willing to inherit the throne as queen? As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell into a brief silence. Haruto shook his head helplessly. Was this the choice of Stein's gate? The convergence of world lines? Even though he had hidden Krista's royal bloodline, things still ended up like this. Krista lowered her head, her breathing slightly rapid. A queen, perhaps a dream position for many. But to Historia, it was nothing more than a curse. She had been hated by her mother since childhood and had barely even seen her father. If she could choose her birth, Historia would probably rather have been born in the slums, dressed in rags and struggling for food every day. That would have been better than being in the royal family. But at this moment, Krista couldn't bring herself to outright refuse. This was a request from the regiment. It was possibly the hope of the people inside the walls. This request might carry the expectations of countless individuals. Historia fell into a long silence. Emer grew anxious beside her. She knew Historia didn't want to be queen. But why was Historia hesitating? Hadn't she made up her mind in the snowy mountains to live for herself? Her fingers turned slightly white, indicating just how much strength she was using and how torn she was. On one side was the expectation of others, on the other was herself. At that moment, Historia felt a weight on her shoulders. A warmth spread through her. Historia looked up. At some point, Haruto had walked behind her, placing both hands on her fragile shoulders. Haru. Historia wanted to say something. But Haruto gently shook his head. The choice itself doesn't matter. What matters is who you're making the choice for. You once said you wanted to live for yourself. Historia's eyes lit up, but she still hesitated. But, the regiment and the government. The girl was still full of concerns. After all, childhood teachings couldn't be overturned overnight. Haruto patted her head. The king forces you to kneel with worldly authority and empty titles. The Foundation asks you to stand up. Don't worry about others. Just follow your heart. Leave the rest to me. Historia was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled and nodded. All right. She then looked at Erwin. Sorry, Commander Erwin. I must refuse. I am not suited to be a queen, nor do I want to be one. Erwin's expression remained unchanged as he nodded. I understand. Then, may I ask you two to step out for a moment? I have some matters to discuss with Haruto. Historia became uneasy upon hearing this. She was afraid that because of her, Haruto would get into trouble. Haruto, however, simply smiled and ruffled her golden hair. It's fine. Wait for me in the next room. I'll be done soon. Krista nodded and stood up to leave. Emer also stood up, her gaze toward Haruto complicated. But you always act cool at crucial moments and steal my spotlight. Emer said this, but a smile played at her lips. The two walked out of the room. Erwin looked at Haruto with some helplessness. Haruto, the regiment only temporarily holds power. Without a royal family, the people will have objections. Haruto waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. They'll be too busy in the future to rebel. Hearing this, Erwin's forehead twitched. Haruto continued, more importantly, Commander Erwin, the SCP Foundation wants to make a deal with the regiment, or rather, a cooperation. Erwin immediately became serious. Please speak, Haruto. Haruto walked to the window, opened it, and pointed to the vast blue sky outside. Commander, what do you think this country should rely on to stand in the future in this vast world? Or rather, what is the future? Without hesitation, Erwin gave his answer, technology. Titans were certainly not the future of this country. Even controlling the 9 intelligent Titans was merely a temporary advantage. Marley had already proven this. Titans were just temporary weapons, technology was the future. Commander Erwin's judgment is as accurate as ever, Haruto remarked. The SCP Foundation wants to establish a cooperation with the regiment, or rather, with the world within the walls. The Foundation can provide advanced technological blueprints for the world inside the walls, blueprints covering weapons, production, and daily life. In exchange, the world inside the walls must agree to trade with the Foundation, allow the extraction of iceberg stone, and engage in commercial exchanges. At the same time, an SCP containment site will be established underground on Parody Island to secure anomalies. What do you think of this proposal, Commander Erwin? Chapter 53, Establishing an SCP Foundation site in the world of Titans. 2/3. Haruto finished speaking and gave Erwin time to consider. Erwin's gaze lingered on the open window, looking at the distant, vast blue sky. Humanity needed a future. Once the crisis was overcome, they couldn't just focus on the present. Erwin carefully contemplated the proposal. After a long while, he nodded. I believe this is the best choice for the world within the walls. I will inform the president and persuade him. Although Erwin knew little about the SCP Foundation, Haruto, as the Foundation's representative, had already demonstrated absolute overwhelming power and advanced technology. Those 2 points alone were enough. Haruto nodded with a smile. Oh, by the way, soon, the power of the Titans will completely disappear from this world. Erwin's mouth twitched. Then why did you even ask me to consider this? If the Titans disappear, wouldn't your proposal be the only option for the world within the walls? The reason Erwin had hesitated was because of the Titans. Although they were not the future, they could buy time to reach that future. Using Titans to deter outside nations, Parody Island could at least develop for a while. But if the Titans were to disappear, then Parody Island had no other choice. Haruto smirked mischievously. I just wanted to know your judgment, Commander Erwin. Do you have any interest in joining the SCP Foundation? Hearing this, Erwin was momentarily stunned, then prepared to shake his head. But before he could answer, Haruto spoke again. In the future, the world inside the walls will remain stable during technological advancement, probably for as long as you and the regiment members are alive. During this time, the regiment may no longer desperately need you, and beyond that, you won't be there to see it. Perhaps your duties as commander have already reached their conclusion. But by joining the SCP Foundation, you can see a much vaster world. Erwin, when one's duty ends, most people go on to pursue their dreams. Hearing this, Erwin couldn't help but smile bitterly. Haruto, this is the first time I've heard someone make poaching sound so noble. Haruto spread his hands and smiled. So, what is your answer, Commander? Once again, Erwin looked at the sky outside the window. A vaster world, huh? Erwin murmured to himself before responding, once things have settled, I will give you my answer. Haruto nodded with a smile. Although it wasn't a definite yes, since Erwin hadn't outright refused, it was as good as settled. And if Erwin joined the Foundation, it was highly likely that Captain Levi would come along too. Perfect. Leaving the meeting room, Haruto went to the adjacent room. The moment he opened the door, he saw two young girls leaning against the wall, ears pressed to it, trying to eavesdrop. Did you hear anything interesting? The sudden voice nearly made them fall over. When they saw Haruto standing at the door, they managed to calm down. Historia quickly walked over to Haruto, her expression concerned. Are you all right? Did we cause you any trouble? Haruto reached out and ruffled Historia's golden hair. No worries. Commander Erwin is easy to talk to. Everything is settled. Historia blushed slightly from the head pat and gave a soft "MHM. You bastard." Emer instinctively wanted to swat his hand away, but seeing that Historia wasn't resisting, in fact, she seemed to enjoy it, Emer sighed helplessly and instead asked. The overthrow of the royal government, that really wasn't your doing. Haruto shook his head. The official announcement already said it was the regiment's action. Emer looked unconvinced. If Haruto had directly admitted it, she might have doubted him. But since he denied it, she was sure he had orchestrated the whole thing. However, since he wouldn't confess, there was nothing she could do. Once the regiment took over governance, their first act was to unlock all the technological advancements the monarchy had suppressed. New 3D maneuvering gear and thunder spears were immediately put into production. These new weapons were prioritized for the Survey Corps. Soon after, the Survey Corps launched the operation to reclaim Wall Maria. With the addition of Annie and Haruto, the operation went so smoothly it felt unreal. Not a single soldier died, and they successfully reclaimed Wall Maria. Following the cleanup, Shiganshina district was once again under the control of the world within the walls. At the same time, the 104th Cadet Corps officially graduated. Notably, many members of the 104th chose to join the Survey Corps. After all, the great victory at Wall Maria had reignited people's hope. The Survey Corps then began exploring the world beyond the walls. The trio of main characters was among them. Meanwhile, Haruto and Annie left the world within the walls. Carrying Annie in his arms, Haruto spread his black wings and flew toward the edge of Parody Island. Before long, a massive concrete dam came into view. This was where Marley exiled Eldians. On top of the dam, Eldians were injected with Titan spinal fluid and kicked off, turning them into Titans to be used as weapons against the world inside the walls. Haruto hovered above. Beside the dam was a beach and the endless ocean. Unfortunately, beyond the sea is not freedom, but enemies. Haruto sighed. Annie remained silent. Just then, a steamship slowly approached. Seeing this, Haruto couldn't help but praise his luck. Although, based on the timeline, the Beast Titan should be arriving soon. Encountering them by chance was unexpected. The ship came to a stop. Several squads of Marleyan soldiers disembarked. At the center of the group stood two people. One man and one woman. Zeke Yeager and Peak Finger. Those two, Zeke, the warrior commander, and Peak. Annie pointed at the two people below. Haruto nodded. Confirming their identities made things simple. It's monkey slaying time. Chapter 54, The Power of the Founding Titan and the Feminization Serum. 3/3. What is that? Zeke unintentionally looked up and saw something strange high in the sky. His eyesight was far superior to that of an ordinary person, so he could tell it wasn't a bird. The shape was somewhat unusual. Following Zeke's words, Peak and the Marleyan soldiers also looked up. Then, under everyone's gaze, two people descended from the sky, one of them had enormous black wings. The Marleyan soldiers were momentarily stunned, then immediately raised their guns, remaining vigilant against these two abnormal individuals. Annie. Jike recognized Annie. His eyes kept darting to Haruto, who was beside Annie, seeking information from her. However, Annie gave no response at all. This made Zeke feel a sense of unease. Zeke Jaeger, Peak Finger, please cooperate with containment. Thank you. Haruto didn't waste any more words on them. Zeke and Peak exchanged glances. Open fire. Zeke immediately gave the order. Gunfire erupted instantly. The Marleyan soldiers wielded guns of World War I caliber, far more lethal than mere muskets. Even Titan shifters would die under a hail of bullets if they didn't transform in time. However, just as the shots were fired, the black wings behind Haruto instantly enveloped both himself and Annie. The bullets struck the black wings, producing metallic clinks before bouncing off completely. They didn't even leave a scratch on the wings. Instead, several Marleyan soldiers were injured by the ricocheting bullets. Upon witnessing this, Zeke and Peak immediately drew their knives and slashed at their palms. But before either of them could cut their hands, Zeke's shoulder suddenly twisted. In the next moment, part of his shoulder vanished. His entire arm was severed at the root and fell to the ground. The pain didn't even register immediately, it was delayed. The black wings slowly unfurled. A flash of crimson light flickered within them. By applying Kamui to others, the effect was clear, it could instantly sever a person's body through spatial manipulation. Please do not engage in meaningless resistance. Haruto's voice was incomparably cold. Peak halted her actions, her gaze toward Haruto filled with uncertainty and wariness. Zeke gritted his teeth as steam poured from his shoulder, beginning the regeneration of his arm. At this moment, neither of them dared to move. Their opponent's abilities were far beyond their comprehension. If he could instantly cut off an arm, he could likely sever a head just as easily. Who exactly are you? Zeke asked through clenched teeth. Haruto did not answer. Instead, his wings released a few feathers that directly wrapped around the two of them. After that, Haruto took Annie and returned inside the walls. Successfully contained anomaly, Beast Titan. Successfully contained anomaly, Cart Titan. Containment level, Disaster level 3. Containment status, stable. Reward, 2 level 3 draws. As the two were imprisoned, the system prompt sounded as expected. Reiner and Bertolt, upon seeing even their squad leader captured, looked as if they had seen a ghost. Sir, please wait. Just as Haruto was about to leave the dungeon, Zeke called out to him. Haruto paused and looked toward the warrior commander. Seeing Haruto stop, Zeke was overjoyed. If he were imprisoned like this, everything would be over. Unlike in the original story, where he was voluntarily imprisoned. At that time, he could use royal spinal fluid and his scream to turn Eldians into Titans under his command. Now, the royal spinal fluid was still on a Marleyan ship. If he were truly locked up, it would be the end. Sir, I have a plan, a dream to save all of humanity. Zeke revealed his plan. The euthanasia plan. Using the founding Titan's power to make all Eldians lose the ability to reproduce. Using the rumbling to deter other nations. Until Eldians naturally went extinct. Eliminating Titans once and for all. Upon hearing this, Reiner and Bertolt were utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Peak's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. What do you think? This way, all suffering will come to an end. Zeke asked hopefully. Haruto pondered for a moment. Of course, he wasn't considering the plan itself, he was debating whether to let Eren and Zeke make contact now. One was the founding Titan's inheritor, the other carried royal blood. If they touched, the founding Titan's power would activate. Perhaps he could directly contain the source of the Titan powers, the hallucigenia. After a brief moment, Haruto decided to give it a try. That makes sense. Bring him out. The surrounding Survey Corps soldiers were all bewildered. Huh. Everyone turned to look at Commander Erwin. Erwin nodded. He understood that Haruto had a firm plan and wouldn't be swayed. Thus, to Zeke's elation, he was brought out and escorted to a desolate area outside the walls. The founding Titan stood about 240 meters tall. Even if it transformed here, it wouldn't affect civilians. Soon, the main trio of protagonists was also brought to the scene. Eren was completely dumbfounded when told he had an older brother. When he arrived at the site, he looked at the Survey Corps members and Zeke with confusion. Haruto, what is going on? Eren turned to the only person he was familiar with for answers. Haruto pointed at Zeke. That's your brother. Touch him, and you'll understand everything. Hearing this, Eren could only approach Zeke in confusion. But suddenly, he was pulled back. Turning around, he saw it was Armin. Eren, this is dangerous. Armin instinctively felt that something was off. Eren, however, broke free determinedly. I want freedom. I will judge with my own free will. Then, Eren reached Zeke and their fingers touched. Haruto stood by, ready to slay the founding Titan at any moment. However, nothing happened. Eren took 2 steps back and collapsed to the ground, his expression twisted in agony. He must have inherited memories through the royal blood connection and learned the truth of this world. How can this be? Why isn't it activating? Zeke shouted in disbelief. Take Eren away. Zeke too, re-imprison him. Haruto gave the order. Eren hadn't even used his Titan powers yet, and Zeke hadn't died to access the paths. It was normal that the founding Titan's power couldn't be fully activated. No problem, if they could capture the Warhammer Titan, all 9 Titans would be gathered. Haruto had ways to forcefully enter the paths and capture the hallucigenia. Eren was helped up by Armin. Tataki. Eren suddenly growled. What? Armin was a little confused. Armin. This world is cruel. It's not us who are wrong, it's this world. Eren suddenly grabbed Armin by the shoulders. The sea exists, but beyond the sea is not freedom, it's enemies. Tataki. We must fight until all enemies are destroyed. Eren practically shouted the last 2 sentences. Armin looked utterly bewildered. At that moment, Mikasa suddenly sprang into action and shoved a bottle of pink potion into Eren's mouth. Eren. As the potion was forced down, Eren immediately passed out. Mikasa. What is this? Armin was even more confused. Mikasa held the now empty potion bottle, hesitated for a moment, then spoke seriously. Eren will lose control if this continues. This is a potion to prevent him from going berserk. The unconscious Eren was carried away by the 2 of them. But they didn't notice, Eren's body was slowly shrinking, and his hair was growing longer. Chapter 55, Annie's Change of Heart, Capturing the Aberrant Worm, the End of the Titans. Marley's ship was seized. The soldiers were temporarily detained. Fortunately, in this era, communication technology was underdeveloped. There was no way for the news to be sent back to Marley. Moreover, Zeke and Peek's mission required them to stay on Parody Island for some time. Marley wouldn't notice anything unusual for a while. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Haruto took Annie and flew toward Marley. The sea stretched vast and endless, but Haruto's flying speed far surpassed that of ordinary airplanes. They set out in the morning, and before noon, they had already reached land, the territory of Marley. Looking at her familiar homeland, Annie's expression became somewhat lost. Let's go to your home first. Point the way. You should still recognize it, right? Haruto said. But Annie shook her head. Let's complete the mission first. We'll capture the Warhammer Titan before anything else. Haruto was momentarily stunned. Returning home to Marley had always been Annie's wish, so why was she refusing now that they were so close? Did something happen? Haruto asked directly. Their relationship was no longer that of strangers. There was no need for roundabout words, asking directly was the best way to solve things. Annie remained silent for a moment, then pressed her forehead against Haruto's chest. I'm scared, Annie said softly. That home, maybe it's just my obsession. Haruto fell silent upon hearing this. Annie's father was not her biological father but her adoptive one. The men who adopted Annie never showed any parental affection while training her. Their relationship was a highly twisted version of a father-daughter bond. As a child, Annie was trained by her adoptive father and required to obey him absolutely. Rather than raising a daughter, it was more like raising a warrior. Annie's first and only praise from him came when she broke someone's leg during a sparring session. And yet, despite everything, the only family she had was that man. When she left Marley, her only hope was to return home someday. But now that she had actually returned, Annie found herself with the space to think. Yet the more she thought, the more terrified she became. Maybe that home never really welcomed her. Maybe that man had only ever seen her as a weapon. Maybe he wasn't truly her family. This realization filled Annie with overwhelming fear. The one hope that had kept her going might have been nothing more than an illusion. The small body in his embrace was trembling slightly. Haruto hugged her tightly, his fingers brushing through her hair. It's okay. If that home is just an obsession, then stay with me. You will always have a place here, Annie. Hearing Haruto's gentle words, Annie could no longer hold back. She buried her head and cried loudly. His clothes were soon soaked with her tears. Haruto gazed down at the chaotic world below and let out a long sigh. This world was undoubtedly cruel. Cruel enough that people often forgot how young some of these characters actually were. Annie was only 11 years old when she was sent to Parody Island. At that age, in a normal world, she should have been innocent and carefree. Instead, she was forced to carry the weight of expectations and kill countless people. And Annie was just one of many examples in this world. So, capturing anomalies and restoring the world to normal was necessary. Time passed quietly. Annie's sobbing gradually stopped. Crying couldn't change anything, but at least it allowed her to vent the pain in her heart and feel a little better. Let's go. You should meet him. This has to be dealt with eventually. Haruto said softly. Annie nodded. She pointed in a direction. That was her home. With a flap of black wings, they flew toward it. Marley's land was divided into two areas. The Marleyan residential district. And the Eldian internment zone. The contrast between the two was stark. Inside the Eldian internment zone, there were rows of dilapidated houses that barely provided shelter from the wind and rain. The Eldians here lived in constant fear. Every month, some were chosen for exile. Exile meant being taken to Paradis Island, injected with Titan spinal fluid, and transformed into Titans. It was no different from death. Or perhaps, even worse than death. In the internment zone, every Eldian kept their head down. There was no hope to be found in their expressions. It was as if the entire world had turned gray. In this bleak place, inside a crumbling house, sat a haggard-looking man in a chair. His eyes were sunken, his gaze vacant, and his complexion deathly pale. He looked like a man on the brink of death. Beside him was an old, battered cane. There was a knock at the door. The man lifted his head and looked toward the entrance, his expression dazed. Using his cane, he slowly and stiffly walked toward the door. When he opened it, he saw a well-dressed young man standing outside. It was obvious that this youth didn't belong to the internment zone. The man's eyes filled with confusion, and he asked, "Who are you?" Haruto studied the man for a moment, then spoke. "I am Annie's companion. I came to inform you of her death." Clang. The cane fell heavily to the ground. Ignoring his own difficulty in walking, the man lunged forward and grabbed Haruto by the collar. "What are you saying? Annie, how could she?" His bloodshot eyes were filled with rage and despair. Seeing the man's reaction, Haruto sighed. At least, there was still some emotion there. Easily pushing the man's hands away, he collapsed onto the floor. "I came from Paradis Island. Annie betrayed Marley and handed over intelligence to me. I snuck over while Marley's soldiers were distracted." Chapter 56, The Warhammer Titan and Eren. Haruto wove a lie on the spot. He simply didn't like this man. Even though he knew he couldn't blame him entirely for Annie's suffering. He still didn't like him. So, he crafted a deception to see the man's most genuine reaction before making a decision. The man, still sitting on the floor, widened his eyes in shock. "You." He looked utterly disbelieving, then hurriedly asked, "Did Annie send you to find me?" Haruto nodded. The man grabbed his messy hair with both hands. "Annie must really hate me. It's all my fault. No, Annie misses you. Before she died, she asked me to come back and see you one last time and inform you of her death." Haruto said coldly. The man sat on the ground, unable to hold back his sobs. "Can you tell me, how Annie?" The man didn't understand why Annie would betray Marley. After Annie was sent to the island, she couldn't bear to kill her fellow Eldians and eventually confess the truth to Paradis Island. In fact, her personality wasn't suited to be a warrior, so she ultimately died at the hands of Marley's other Titans. Upon hearing this, the man choked up and said, "That child. Annie, she couldn't let go of her emotions. She really wasn't fit to be a warrior. It's all my fault. But for the sake of liberating the Eldians and restoring Eldia's glory, I had no choice." Haruto's gaze sharpened. "Restoring Eldia's glory? Are you part of the Eldian restorationists?" The man nodded with difficulty. Taking a deep breath, Haruto clenched his teeth. Although he had already suspected it, hearing it confirmed still made him furious. The man didn't notice Haruto's anger and continued speaking to himself. "I discovered that child. She had extraordinary combat talent, a gift that no amount of effort from ordinary people could match. The military was preparing to select warriors, so I wanted to train her to become one, a hope for the Eldians. But during the process, I gradually realized that Annie wasn't suited to be a warrior. She was too soft. Yet, I didn't have time to tell her everything before she was chosen by Marley and sent to Paradis Island. I'm not a qualified father, but now I just hope she can come back." When he finished speaking, the man burst into uncontrollable sobs. Haruto looked at the crying man, feeling angry yet unable to vent it. "Hey, Annie, you heard everything, right? I'll leave the rest to you," Haruto said in a deep voice. The man abruptly raised his head at these words. Through the open door, a blonde figure stepped out. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Haruto temporarily left, giving space to the father and daughter. So annoying. Haruto thought for a moment and decided to use this time to capture the Warhammer Titan. He also needed to vent his anger. The Warhammer Titan was possessed by the Tiber family. The Tiber family held an extremely special status in Marley. Because of this, the Warhammer Titan was not under Marley's control. Only the most powerful members of the Tiber family knew who among them had inherited the Warhammer Titan. However, this was not a problem for Haruto. Just as he had taken down the laboratory before, he would take down the Tiber family the same way today. Obtain someone's blood, read their memories, and find the most powerful member in their memories. Continue until he got the information on the Warhammer Titan. As for the Warhammer Titan, Haruto intercepted them before they could transform, stuffing computer components into their mouth. Level 3 lottery draw +1. And so, all 9 of the intelligent Titans in the Titan world were now contained. Carrying the Warhammer Titan, Haruto returned to the Eldian internment zone. Haruto thought he would have to wait a while. After all, his attack on the Tiber family was extremely swift. However, Annie was already waiting outside the house. That man was not by her side. When she saw Haruto arrive, Annie quickly walked up to him. "Let's go." Hearing this, Haruto was momentarily stunned. He sensed the house. The man was sitting inside, seemingly having adjusted his emotions and prepared for Annie's departure. It seemed that the father and daughter had reached some kind of understanding. Haruto didn't know if Annie had forgiven the men. But he had no intention of prying further. "You're not taking him with you?" Haruto asked. Annie shook her head. Once the power of the Titans was removed and Parody Island was liberated, the Eldians from Marley would be extradited. Annie, however, would follow Haruto and leave this world. It was clear, Annie had no intention of staying with that man, nor did she want to take him away from this world. Haruto didn't say much about Annie's decision. It was her choice. Carrying Annie, he flew away from Marley. As they returned to Parody Island, Haruto couldn't help but sigh deeply. It was finally ending. Just living in this cruel world felt suffocating. Fortunately, he was going home. Landing outside the Survey Corps headquarters, Haruto went straight to Erwin. When Erwin saw Guzuyuan carrying the Warhammer Titan, he knew the time had come. "I'll give the order to bring the other Titan shifters to the designated location," Erwin said solemnly. Haruto nodded. The designated location was an open area by the sea, far from the walled cities. Haruto took Annie and the Warhammer Titan there first. Not long after, the Survey Corps arrived with several prisoners. Reiner, Bertolt, Galliard, Zeke, Peak, and Emer were all present. However, "Where's Eren?" Haruto didn't see Eren and asked in confusion. Before he could finish speaking, a small, long-haired girl suddenly rushed out from the crowd and threw a punch at him. Haruto easily dodged and placed his hand on the little girl's head to stop her from attacking. At the same time, he was puzzled. Who was this? He didn't recognize her at all. Why was she attacking him? Armin and Mikasa quickly ran over and pulled the little girl away. "Haruto, you bastard! What did you do to me?" the little girl yelled. Haruto was confused, but when he saw Armin and Mikasa, he had a guess. Eren. That's right. This long-haired little girl was none other than Eren Yeager. After being force-fed a feminization potion by Mikasa, Eren had been unconscious for a whole day. When he woke up, he realized he had turned into a girl. Eren was completely dumbfounded. Armin looked at Haruto in horror and asked, Can you tell us, what exactly was in the potion you gave Mikasa? What kind of drug could turn someone into a little girl?" Haruto chuckled awkwardly. "As you can see, it's a potion that allows someone to experience a different life." "You call this a different life?" Eren the little girl shouted. "I'm going to beat you to a pulp." She was yelling fiercely, but unfortunately, she had no intimidation factor at all now. Meanwhile, everyone else was completely dumbfounded. Armin had no choice but to explain the situation to everyone. Mikasa had obtained a potion from Haruto, fed it to Eren, and now Eren had turned into a little girl. At this, both the Survey Corps members and the Marleyan warriors looked at Haruto with new eyes. "This guy is a demon." Haruto cleared his throat. "Eren Yeager was too unpredictable, so I had to take drastic measures. I'm going to kill you." "Aya." Eren continued screaming. Anyone would struggle to accept being suddenly turned into a little girl. "Eren, calm down." Armin kept trying to persuade him, but it was useless. Feeling guilty, Haruto looked away and ordered, "Restrain them. We're about to contain the source of the Titan's power." The Survey Corps looked at each other but ultimately restrained the enraged Eren. "What do we do next?" Erwin asked in a deep voice. The containment of the Titan's power would determine the fate of Parody Island and all Eldians. Chapter 57, 05-1 Return to the Main World. T/N, Update Sked. Has been released. Check the auxiliary chapter for more information. "Please, everyone, extend your hands," Haruto said in a deep voice. Annie and Emer were the first to reach out, placing their hands together. Both of them trusted Haruto. Next were Reiner and little Bertolt. After some friendly persuasion from the Survey Corps, these two had given up on resisting. Following them were Galliard, Peak, and Zeke. The three of them didn't want to cooperate, but under the threat of death, they had Northwest choice but to place their hands together. The only one left was Eren. At this moment, Eren, after struggling for a long time, had no more strength left. As everyone's gaze fell on him, Eren glared at Haruto before finally placing his hand on top. For the first time since the fall of the Eldian Kingdom, all 9 Titan shifters had gathered together. Their gazes turned hazy simultaneously. Seeing this, Haruto activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and placed his hand on top as well. In the next moment, the surrounding environment instantly changed. In a daze, everyone found themselves standing on a silver beach. In the distance, a towering tree of light stood tall. This was the path of Titan power. It was also the origin of everything. 9 people were present. Everyone looked around in confusion. But Haruto's gaze was fixed on the towering tree of light in the distance. From the tree, a figure slowly walked out. A raggedly dressed girl. It was none other than the founding Titan, Ymir. The founding Titan Ymir carried a small bucket, her eyes dull as she moved. All Titans were sculpted from the sand here by the founding Titan Ymir. Within the path, there seemed to be no concept of time. The moment Zeke saw the founding Titan Ymir, he excitedly rushed forward. Founding Titan Ymir. I command you to alter the body structure of all Eldians. He shouted. Attempting to use his royal bloodline, he tried to command the founding Titan Ymir to use the power of the founding Titan to implement his sterilization plan. Ymir looked at the founding Titan with a complex expression. Her name had actually come from this very founding Titan. She had once been crowned with the name of the founding Titan, bringing hope to a group of Eldian restorationists. To her, what she was called no longer mattered. If she wasn't called Ymir, then the countless traces of her existence would be denied. However, now that she was facing the true founding Titan in person, she couldn't help but feel conflicted. The others were still processing the information. Everything had happened too quickly for them to react. Hey, Haruto, stop him. We need to fight. Trample everything down. We absolutely can't just compromise like this. Eren grabbed Haruto's collar, trying to get him to do something. But Haruto didn't respond. His gaze swept over this world. To the others, this was merely a world made of sand. However, in Guzuyuen's eyes, it was completely different. The Mangekyo was not only a visual ability but also a spiritual one. With these blood-red eyes, Haruto's mental power had naturally reached a level far beyond that of ordinary people. At this moment, under the scrutiny of the Mangekyo, this world was split into countless paths of light. The convergence of these light paths led to the enormous tree of light. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, Haruto saw a worm-like entity within the tree. This world was fundamentally constructed from spiritual energy, lacking any physical substance. Because of this, Haruto, who had no Eldian bloodline, was able to forcefully enter this place with the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Retracting his gaze, Haruto slowly approached the founding Titan Ymir. Zeke was still shouting. Haruto grabbed him and effortlessly threw him away. Even though this was a spiritual world, Haruto still possessed overwhelming strength. After all, the mental strength of the others couldn't compare to his in the slightest. Crouching down, Haruto stared at the founding Titan. She was just a little girl. In the original story, Eren had convinced the founding Titan Ymir through words and launched the rumbling. But Haruto. At the moment his gaze met the founding Titan Ymir's, the black blades in his eyes spun rapidly, directly taking control of her. Similar to the principle of using the Sharingan to cast illusions. He simply used his powerful spiritual force to dominate her. The founding Titan Ymir's dim eyes were instantly consumed by a blood-red glow. In the next moment, within the world of the paths, countless people appeared. All Eldians were simultaneously pulled into the paths. Haruto straightened up, using his immense spiritual power to amplify his voice. Attention, all Eldians. I am an SCP Foundation executor, responsible for containing all anomalies in the world. At this moment, the Foundation is proceeding with the containment of Titan power. From today onward, Titans will cease to exist in this world. All Eldians will lose their Titan abilities and return to being normal humans, devoid of any anomalous traits. Paradise Island will develop its technology normally and accept all Eldians. The world will return to proper order. As Haruto finished his declaration, all individuals within the paths were forcibly expelled. Haruto took one last look at the founding Titan Ymir. This little girl existed solely due to Titan power. Once the Titan power was contained, she would completely disappear. But for her, this should be a form of release. With that thought, Haruto no longer lingered and took large strides toward the towering tree of light. Back in reality. Everyone snapped back to their senses simultaneously. They had all heard Haruto's proclamation within the paths. Their eyes instinctively turned toward Haruto. At that moment, from his hand, a translucent worm suddenly appeared. A golden lightning bolt struck from the sky. The translucent worm rapidly expanded into an incomprehensible size. Even a colossal titan couldn't compare to its terrifying mass. Seeing this, everyone was filled with horror and despair. Such an enormous being, falling from the sky, there was no escape. At that moment, Haruto moved. In his blood-red eyes, 3 black blades spun rapidly. Kamui. The massive worm that had just formed its enormous body twisted in space. Its immense body was instantly severed. Moreover, the cut was exceedingly precise. At the cut surface, the original translucent worm could be seen. A pair of enormous black wings extended from Guzuyuen's back, flapping once. The gust it generated sent everyone around him flying. Haruto, however, transformed into a black blur and shot straight toward the cut section of the monstrous worm. The severed giant worm was rapidly regenerating, trying to reconnect itself. But at its core, its true body was forcibly extracted by Haruto. After pulling it out, the black wings behind Haruto split into countless feathers, wrapping around the grotesque worm. Layer upon layer, they soon enclosed the original worm, which was only the size of an arm, into a 2-meter-wide black cocoon. Those feathers were actually Haruto's own cells. Having assimilated the Titan power and ghoul abilities through the Blacklight virus, Haruto's cells formed a prison stronger than any material in this world. Successfully contained anomaly, origin, grotesque worm. Containment level, 4 Doomsday. Containment quality, excellent. Reward, level 4 lottery draw. Congratulations to the host for containing the core anomaly of the Titan world. All anomalies in this world have been fully contained. The Titan world can now open a portal and permanently link with the main world. Reward, a portion of world power. As the system panel popped up, it signaled the complete containment of Titan power. The massive worm in the sky evaporated into steam. Haruto, carrying the cocoon that had contained the grotesque worm, slowly descended and exhaled deeply. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, no title needed, too much happened XD. It's over. Erwin and the others gathered around, looking at the giant cocoon in Haruto's hands, their eyes full of questions. Containment successful. Haruto smiled and said, "This world no longer has titans." At his words, everyone was stunned for a moment, then erupted into cheers. Zeke and the few Marlians were left standing aside. Seeing that Haruto wasn't paying attention to them, they experimented by making small cuts on their fingers. However, nothing happened. The Titan power they had once controlled so skillfully was gone. No golden lightning struck down, no titans appeared out of thin air, and even their wounds bled without healing. They exchanged glances, realizing that it was truly over. The titans had vanished. At the same time, across Parody Island, countless mindless titans wandering about were instantly reverted back to human form. And the 3 towering walls of Parody Island dissolved into steam and disappeared. The walls had been part of the Titan's hardening ability, and with the abnormal worm being contained, they simply vanished. For the first time, the sunrise shone unimpeded into the world of Parody Island. After that, there were a lot of miscellaneous matters to handle on Parody Island. Only a few were worth mentioning. First, Erwin signed the Absolute Contract Codex and officially joined the SCP Foundation. Afterward, he would follow Haruto to the main world and study various fields within the Foundation. Haruto intended to groom Erwin as a second O5 Council member. His decisiveness was something humanity needed. Joining the SCP Foundation alongside Erwin were Captain Levi and half of the Survey Corps. Those who joined the Survey Corps were people with pioneering spirits and a willingness to sacrifice. Many of them couldn't sit still. Led by Levi, these former Survey Corps soldiers would undergo modernized training within the Foundation. Once equipped with SCP Foundation gear, they would form the Foundation's first mobile task force. Its name, Wings of Freedom. T/N, IU, NGL, I like it when MCs out there raising armies. The second matter concerned Eren Yeager, the protagonist, who had been turned into a lowly due to the feminization serum. At first, Eren chased after Haruto, demanding an explanation. But Haruto deliberately avoided him, making Eren miss him every time. So, Eren had no choice but to continue living in his current body. And after spending several days as a lowly, he gradually accepted his new identity. What were abs compared to the scent of a lowly? At an appropriate moment, Haruto reappeared before Eren, explaining that the feminization serum had a time limit, it would wear off in about a year. And so, Eren, the little lowly, panicked. In the end, after much hesitation, Eren requested several more doses of the feminization serum from Haruto. Hey, truly addicted. For some reason, Eren had recently been spending a lot of time with Armin. T/N, 0__0, Eren B. Wilding XD. Mikasa, meanwhile, gradually distanced herself from the two and joined Levi's former squad, now part of the Foundation. The third matter. Historia, you were looking for me? Haruto looked at the slightly fidgety girl in front of him, surprised. After all, in his impression, Historia always spoke directly to him about anything. Historia rubbed the hem of her skirt, mustering her courage. I'm the one who asked Haru to come out, I have something to say. Haruto had been incredibly busy these past few days. As the head of the SCP Foundation, he was about to establish cooperation with the newly formed Eldian Republic. It was unrealistic to just sit back and do nothing. Historia had wanted to meet with Haruto for a long time but only found the opportunity today. Meanwhile, at the street corner, Emer cautiously peeked out, checking the situation. Even though she wasn't directly involved, she was incredibly nervous. After all, she had been the one to egg Historia on. T/N, bro reset Emer's factory settings. If you like him, just go for it, she had said. Yet, she herself lacked the courage her words implied. Now, hiding in the shadows, she both hoped Historia would succeed and dreaded that she actually would. At this moment, Historia's face was flushed red as she continued gathering her resolve. By the way, Historia, about your name, do you want to change it back to its original form? Seeing her hesitation, Haruto tried to give her a breather. Hearing this, Historia looked up and gave a smile that was worse than crying. A name, it doesn't really matter. Haruto was momentarily speechless. Ah. Call me Krista, just Krista, no surname. Emer says it sounds cute. What do you think, Haru? Krista asked. Haruto nodded. I think it's cute too, just like its owner. Hearing that, Krista couldn't help but smile. Actually, I also have something to tell you, Krista. Haruto suddenly said. Krista's eyes widened. Could it be? Her face turned beet red, and she stammered. Then, you go first, Haru. Haruto nodded, then put on a serious expression. Under Krista's expectant gaze, Haruto solemnly said. Krista, would you be willing? Krista. To come with me to another world. Krista. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side, launching a flying kick at Haruto. It was Emer, who had sneaked over to eavesdrop. Haruto dodged skillfully and caught Emer midair. Otherwise, she would have rolled on the ground like a gourd. You bastard. Saying something like that at a time like this. Emer shouted in frustration, standing up for Krista. A proposal. In this situation, was there any other possible outcome besides a proposal? What were you expecting me to say, Emer? I'm curious. Holding Emer in one arm while restraining her struggles with the other, Haruto asked with genuine curiosity. Ah. For a moment, even Emer was at a loss for words. Amid the commotion, Krista simply smiled, feeling relieved. After all, there was still plenty of time ahead. As long as she could stay with Haru, that was enough. I want to go with Haru. Krista said seriously. Although she had grown up in this world, Krista had always felt like a floating leaf without roots. There was nothing tying her here. The only people who mattered to her were Haruto and Emer. Hearing that, Haruto smiled and nodded. Then, putting Emer down, he turned to her and asked. What about you? Do you want to come with me? Emer turned her head away and snorted. If Krista's going, then of course I have to go. Not because of some shady guy or anything. Haruto chuckled and ruffled Emer's hair. Hey, shady guy, taking all these people is one thing, but why is she here too? Emer demanded. Today was the day they were leaving the world of Titans. The gateway between worlds had been set up in a hidden interrogation room beneath the core headquarters. Afterward, the SCP Foundation would take over the site and establish a containment facility there. Erwin and the others were all present, including Mikasa. Emer, however, was pointing at Annie. Because Annie is important. Without her, I wouldn't have made it to this world. Haruto said seriously. But Emer wasn't buying it. You just want to build a harem, don't you? Ehe. What do you mean by ehe? After the commotion, a portal of light appeared in the underground room. The portal spun and then gradually stabilized. Alright, everyone, let's go. T/N, Sue, for those who don't know, Krista is Historia's fake name during her cadet days. During earlier chapters, author kept switching this two names, so I was having some hard time on what to call her. I finally decided on calling her Krista when talking someone in Historia during narration. It changes again when Haruto revealed her true name in the snowy mountain, helping me decide to call her Historia even in conversation. Now that Historia finally decided to go by Krista, all those shits will finally stop. Thank God. Now onward to the main world, I guess. And by the way, this chapter is so peak. Chapter 59, The Anomalous Activity of Kaismori Town. Alright, everyone, let's go. Haruto called out and then took the lead, stepping into the portal first. The others didn't hesitate much and followed him through the mysterious portal. This time, there was no discomfort from the teleportation. It seemed the connection between worlds had stabilized, and the spatial tunnel was more refined. After a brief moment of darkness, the scene before their eyes completely changed. A futuristic alloy room filled with technological aesthetics appeared before them. It was the same containment chamber Haruto and Annie had used when they left. As soon as they arrived, the personnel outside the room immediately took notice. Armed personnel quickly surrounded the room, weapons raised in alert. 05-1, please verify your identity through the room's sensor. A voice came through the microphone from one of the armed personnel. Emer scoffed and nudged Haruto with her elbow. Your subordinates don't seem to respect you much, huh, leader? Haruto shook his head. First of all, within the Foundation, we are all colleagues. Outside of containment operations, there is no strict chain of command. Secondly, such security measures are necessary for the Foundation. We can't rely on appearances alone to confirm identities. If an anomaly were to be released due to negligence, that would be the true failure of a Foundation personnel. Beep. Identification confirmed, 05-1. Trust level, level 5, Thaumiel. Unlocking the room. After undergoing multiple layers of verification, password authentication, identity card scan, fingerprint match, iris scan, DNA sampling, and a cognitive recognition test, Haruto's identity was finally confirmed. The containment room was unlocked at last. Our apologies, 05-1. This is a necessary security procedure of the Foundation. The armed personnel addressed Haruto. Haruto shook his head. No need to apologize. This is necessary. After all, these protocols were his own design. Some anomalies could mimic appearances, and if proper screening wasn't conducted, the consequences of an anomaly infiltrating the Foundation would be catastrophic. How long was I gone during this containment operation? Haruto asked in a deep voice. According to our records, from the moment you disappeared in the light containment layer to your reappearance, a total of 45 days, 13 hours, 23 minutes, and 17 seconds have passed. Haruto nodded. A month and a half. It seemed the system's theory about time anchors was correct, there really was a tenfold time difference. The cocoon I brought back contains a contained anomaly. No need for additional restrictions, place it in the light containment layer. I have already documented the information on this anomaly. Upload this record into the Foundation's system. Due to the anomaly's ability to spread, no experiments should be conducted until there is a breakthrough in research. As for the people I brought back, assign them rooms in the residential sector and provide systematic education. Some of them should receive firearm and combat training during their studies. The list is here. After their training, they will be assigned as Mobile Task Force Unit A, designated Wings of Freedom. Send negotiation experts to the anomaly designated as Gate of Titans to establish contact with its inhabitants and set up a Foundation outpost. Focus on developing the energy source Icefall Stone produced by the Gate of Titans anomaly and implement its application as soon as possible. Retrieve all records of anomalies discovered by the Foundation in the past 45 days and present them to me. Haruto systematically issued a series of orders. The Foundation personnel swiftly got to work. Erwin and the others were guided to the residential sector for systematic learning about Earth's foundational knowledge. Krista and Emer would also temporarily stay at the Foundation for their studies. Meanwhile, the Foundation dispatched personnel to the Titan world to make contact with the Survey Corps. Developing the Titan world was a crucial step for the Foundation's future growth. Then, a tablet was handed to Haruto. The device contained only a single document, a detailed record of the Foundation's activities and anomaly discoveries over the past month and a half. Haruto quickly skimmed through the document. Big brother, you're finally back. A playful voice came from the side. Without looking up, Haruto responded. Yeah, the containment operation in the Titan world is complete. Now, have you been staying in the facility this whole time? A silver-haired girl appeared beside him. Yep. While Big Brother was away, I was helping to manage the Foundation's affairs. Now placed a finger on her cheek in a thinking pose before continuing. By the way, the sister you recruited before, Miharu Yama, has arrived. She's temporarily staying in the residential sector and conducting some preliminary research. Hearing this, Haruto raised an eyebrow. Miharu Yama, the girl who could create anomalous potions by hand, was a talent he was particularly interested in. She hasn't been exposed to any sensitive Foundation matters, has she? Haruto asked. From his observations, Miharu had a kind-hearted nature. If she were to learn about the Foundation's use of D-class personnel in experiments, or about the inhumane experiments conducted on humanoid anomalies, although explanations could be provided, it would likely damage her trust and loyalty to the Foundation. Now shook her head. She hasn't been given access to much information. Her clearance level is only 1 for now. Haruto nodded in approval and reached out to ruffle Nao's silver hair. You've worked hard while I was away. He felt that this girl's way of handling things was becoming more and more in tune with his expectations. Now closed her eyes, enjoying the affectionate head pat. Anything else? Haruto put away the tablet and directly asked now. Hearing this, now nodded seriously. Kaismori town has been drastically diminished. The town's population has been reduced by 90%, leaving only a handful of survivors. This happened 7 days ago. Here are the aerial photos comparing the town before and after the incident. Now handed a set of aerial images to Haruto. Glancing at them, Haruto couldn't help but be taken aback. Although Kaismori town wasn't exactly prosperous, it still had a considerable population. The streets and houses were neatly arranged, exuding a rustic charm. But the later images were horrifying. It looked as if the entire town had been plowed over. The terrain itself had even changed slightly. On the aerial map, numerous destruction marks were visible. It was as if someone had randomly scribbled chaotic lines over the town in the images. These lines cut across buildings, streets, and infrastructure. Everything along their path was utterly obliterated. In some areas, even the ground had been upturned. Haruto examined the images, his expression growing solemn. If this level of destruction was caused by an anomaly, then it was incredibly dangerous and needed immediate containment. Seeing that he had finished looking at the photos, now continued. The Foundation deployed armed personnel immediately and took control of Kaismori town. To the public, we announced that a massive earthquake had struck and that emergency relief efforts were underway. However, the Foundation's takeover has met resistance from the Japanese government, and we won't be able to hold them off for long. Through our contacts within their government, we discovered that Kaismori town housed a secret Japanese military base. But now, it appears that the base was also wiped out. No information has surfaced from it. Hearing this, Haruto's brows furrowed deeply. A secret military base in Kaismori town. This just made things even more complicated. Earth's technology wasn't weak. If an entire military base had been erased, then the threat level of this anomaly needed to be raised even further. Moreover, while the Foundation held great power, dealing with a military base incident would make things even more difficult. They needed to contain the anomaly quickly and withdraw from Kaismori town. Have we sent D-class personnel to investigate the area? Any findings? Haruto asked. Now nodded. 3 teams were sent. All were killed instantly before they could report anything. The first team encountered military personnel in the town. When they retrieved a tactical helmet from one of them and accessed its footage, they were wiped out immediately. Chapter 60, The World. The Foundation determined that the anomaly might be image-triggered, so the next 2 teams of D-class personnel were not allowed to wear any recording devices. These 2 teams of D-class personnel did not touch the armed personnel's equipment, yet they were still completely annihilated. Before their annihilation, the following information was transmitted through their earpieces. After finishing her explanation, now handed an audio file and its transcribed text to Haruto. Upon playing the audio file, heavy breathing and voices could be heard inside. Reporting to the Foundation, we found a humanoid life form. He looks really strange. The life form is male, completely unclothed, with oddly proportioned features. His height might be over 2 meters. Since the target is crouching, I can't determine exactly. His arms and legs have almost no muscle, extremely thin. He seems to be crying. I don't understand. Hey, can you hear me? Attempting communication was ineffective. No, wait, he's turning around. The sound abruptly stopped. What followed was an ear-piercing shriek loud enough to rupture eardrums. And a massive explosion. The earpiece was likely destroyed at that moment as well. The D-class personnel were killed instantly, not even able to scream, suggesting immediate death. Closing the audio file, Haruto took a deep breath. This was a serious problem. I'll go handle the containment, Haruto said. Hearing this, now nodded with concern. Afterward, she went to prepare a vehicle to head to Kisomori town. Although Haruto could fly there much faster. On Earth, where surveillance cameras were everywhere and satellites conducted aerial photography. It was best not to reveal anomalous abilities unless necessary. Otherwise, they'd have to deal with online information suppression and offline memory erasures. A huge hassle. Instead of heading directly to Kisomori town, Haruto first went to the containment room for root, grotesque bug. He needed to assess the gains from containing the attack on Titan World. Using the rewards to strengthen himself as much as possible. After all, the next containment operation was quite dangerous. Currently, Haruto's blacklight virus had already consumed Titans and ghouls, granting him terrifying vitality. Though untested, he estimated that even if his head was cut off or his heart exploded, he could easily regenerate. As for whether he could regenerate from a single drop of blood, that was untested, so he couldn't say. Inside the containment room, there was only a giant cocoon wrapped in black feathers. Upon entering, Haruto extended his hand, pressing his fingers against the cocoon. These black feathers were, in fact, all Haruto's cells. The moment he made contact, he could effortlessly control these detached cells. Manipulating the feathers inside, he pierced the grotesque bug's body, extracting a single drop of fluid. The grotesque bug struggled within the feathers, but to no avail. The drop of liquid was passed along by the feathers and, ultimately, transferred into Haruto's body through his fingers. The blacklight virus immediately devoured it and began feeding back into Haruto, evolving him on the spot. His body suddenly became somewhat translucent, with his skin turning semi-transparent. Just like the grotesque bug. But soon, he returned to normal. Opening his eyes, Haruto sensed the changes in his body and the information that appeared like an instinct. A huge gain, Haruto murmured. From the grotesque bug, he obtained only one trait. That was propagation. Now, Haruto could use his blood to induce an inferior assimilation in others. Essentially, he could infect others with his blood, granting them Titan-like abilities. More importantly, Haruto could modify the infected individual's physical structure, thoughts, and memories. Just like how the founding Titan controlled the Eldians. Besides the D-class memory wipe method, now I also have an A-class memory wipe method. Haruto marveled. Compared to amnestics, his assimilation-based memory control was much more refined. Far more advanced. After absorbing the grotesque bug's genes, Haruto pulled up his system interface. Previously, after continuously containing various anomalies and harvesting rewards from the attack on Titan world, he had accumulated enough for a 10-pole level 3 lottery and a single level 4 lottery. Additionally, the containment of the attack on Titan world granted him a reward, world energy. He had been too busy recently to properly study this, world energy. World energy, a reward given when containing root anomalies. Extremely valuable, can be used to upgrade the multiverse containment system. Reading the system's description, Haruto raised an eyebrow. So it was for upgrading the system. Without hesitation, Haruto clicked the upgrade button. The system interface flickered briefly, then returned to normal. Haruto. Was that it? Wasn't that a bit too simple? Although it felt sketchy, Haruto still checked the upgraded system. The system interface hadn't changed much, except for two new options. One was the Anomaly Monitoring Program. The other was Anomaly Trait Viewing. Anomaly Monitoring Program can monitor anomalies within a 6,371 km spherical radius. Brilliant. Previously, the system could detect and mark anomalies. But the range was severely lacking. Now, the monitoring radius was exactly Earth's radius. For the Foundation, this monitoring program was immensely significant. Anomaly Trait Viewing can view all traits of anomalies within a 10-meter radius. Even better. Being able to see an anomaly's traits would make containment operations and subsequent experiments much easier. Fewer D-class personnel would die. Although the 10-meter range was a bit short, this function was nearly God tier. After reviewing the system's upgrades, Haruto turned his attention to the lottery. Time to test his luck. Rubbing his hands expectantly, Haruto clicked on the 10-pole level 3 lottery. 10 streaks of light flashed across the screen. Damn. Just clouds and blue sky. No one could stay lucky forever. This time, Haruto's luck was finally punished. White tier rewards, 30,000 yen, a very straight wooden stick, red and blue wallpaper, a girl's original white stockings, a good manga dojin. Blue tier rewards, an unextinguishable glow stick, dazzling orange paint. Purple tier rewards, SCP-500, Panacea, the legendary sword, Dojijiri Yasutsuna, and an arc reactor. Looking at the rewards list, Haruto sighed. No gold tier items. After staying lucky for so long, it was time for a downturn. Still, 3 purple tier rewards weren't bad. SCP-500 was a small bottle of red pills. 1 pill could effectively cure all diseases. This included anomalies classified as diseases. As for so-called terminal illnesses like cancer or leukemia, 1 pill and they'd be cured instantly. Dojijiri Yasutsuna was a legendary sword said to have slain the demon Shutendoji, carrying a grievous injury effect that inhibited regeneration. The arc reactor was a high-tech cold fusion energy source. It wasn't useful for Haruto himself, but for the Foundation's technological development, it was invaluable. If their researchers could crack its secrets, the Foundation's energy tech would advance significantly. Still got 1 level 4 lottery. No one stays unlucky forever. Haruto took out his phone and played Good Luck Comes. Then, he clicked the level 4 lottery. A golden streak flashed across the interface. Haruto was relieved. No red tier, but at least gold tier. At least this lottery session wasn't a total loss. Gold tier reward, the world, Zawaruto. Woohoo. Brilliant. Haruto cheered. The world. Not the stand, but the power itself. With this power, Haruto could pause the entire world's time for 9 seconds. This was the power of the world. Zeke Haruto. As Haruto let out a light breath, the entire world suddenly fell into stillness, turning slightly gray. Haruto looked around. Whether it was the Foundation personnel outside the room or the dust in the air, everything had been paused. Chapter 61, the only survivor of Kaismori Town, Shiro and the shy containment object. A full 9 seconds passed. Only then did time begin to flow again. The Foundation personnel outside the room continued their actions from before the pause, completely unaware. As if the world had never stopped for 9 seconds. This was the power of the world. Satisfied, Haruto put away the system panel. Then, he handed the arc reactor over to the Foundation's research personnel. As for the panacea, he kept 2 pills for himself and placed the rest into the Foundation's containment. At the same time, he documented the panacea's anomalous properties and uploaded the report to the Foundation's database. After that, Haruto left the Foundation, got into a vehicle, and headed toward Kaismori Town. By the time night fell, he had arrived at his destination. This small town was situated in a lowland area, surrounded by a few modest mountain ranges. The mountains weren't high enough to isolate Kaismori Town from the outside world, yet they seemed like a natural barrier, offering protection. Such an environment was reminiscent of a utopia, a paradise hidden from the world. Unfortunately. Standing at a high vantage point, Haruto looked down at the town and shook his head. The actual scene of Kaismori Town was far more tragic than what the images had shown. Earth and stone were overturned, buildings were shattered by unknown forces, and the entire landscape of the town had nearly changed. Closing his eyes slightly, Haruto held his breath. Spreading out his perception, he began searching for anomalous entities within Kaismori Town. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. There's actually a survivor. Kaismori Town had been devastated for 7 days. The D-class personnel sent in afterward had all perished. Under such circumstances, there was still a survivor. Under the cover of night, Haruto swiftly rushed toward a certain direction in Kaismori Town. With just a few leaps, he had already entered the town's boundaries. The roads were in complete ruin. The cement and asphalt roads looked as if they had been clawed at by something, covered in jagged, twisted fissures. Walking through these crevices, Haruto finally arrived outside a destroyed and dilapidated building. The aura of the survivor was inside. Looking up, Haruto realized. This was an orphanage. Stepping inside, Haruto frowned. At the entrance alone, there were numerous dried bloodstains and severed limbs. The people who had been killed seemed to have been brutally smashed apart by something. Flesh and blood splattered in all directions. A survivor, still struggling to live in such an environment. Thinking of this, Haruto quickened his pace. He easily cleared away the debris at the entrance. Then, he stepped into the orphanage. The hallways bore countless signs of destruction, with dried blood staining the ruins. Finally, Haruto stopped outside a particular room. On the floor lay a fallen plaque. Picking it up and flipping it over, he saw the words, restroom. Pushing open the door, Haruto saw a small, curled-up figure in the corner. It was a petite girl. A frail body, snow-white hair. Long, unkempt bangs covered her face. Beneath the bangs, a yellowed white cloth was tied over her eyes. Haruto's gaze swept over the girl's attire. It was a dress, washed so many times it had turned slightly yellow. The hem had been torn, and the cloth covering her eyes clearly came from it. Hearing movement, the girl visibly trembled. Then, she raised her hands and covered her already blindfolded eyes. Haruto took a few steps forward and gently embraced her. This gesture was both to comfort her and to let her feel warmth, assuring her that the person before her was not a monster. Sure enough, as she felt Haruto's warmth, the girl lowered her hands from her face. "What's your name?" Haruto asked softly. "Shiro." Shiro's voice was hoarse, her throat clearly in poor condition. Haruto glanced at the floor. Scattered around were a few biscuits. It seemed Shiro had survived these 7 days by relying on them and drinking tap water. "It's okay now." Haruto reassured Shiro. "You're safe from now on." The girl trembled slightly in his arms. But the expected sobbing didn't come. "Did you kill the monster?" Shiro asked hoarsely. Clearly, she possessed a maturity and wisdom beyond her years. "Not yet, but I will. Now that I've found you, you're completely safe. You've been through a lot." Haruto's voice was filled with certainty. "The monster is strong. Guns can't kill it." Shiro didn't respond to the reassurance but instead provided what information she knew. When it attacks, it lets out sharp screams and cries. Its speed is so fast that it creates a sonic boom the moment it moves. The condition for triggering its attack might be seeing its face. The others were killed after looking at its face. Hearing this, Haruto was momentarily stunned. Shiro's information almost completely matched what the Foundation had determined using D-class test subjects. In fact, her details were even more precise. Such calmness, such intelligence. Was she a genius? Shiro, would you like to leave with me? Since you're in an orphanage, that means you can be adopted, right? Haruto suddenly asked. The girl in his arms stiffened slightly, then murmured in a low voice. Shiro is a lonely, troublesome child who brings misfortune. That's fine. I'm very strong. Haruto added, and besides, geniuses are often misunderstood by the world. Being lonely is normal. Shiro was silent for a moment, then sniffed at Haruto's scent. Finally, she whispered, okay. I'm Takamine Haruto. From now on, I'm your brother. Please take care of me. He lifted Shiro off the ground and spoke gently. She buried her head in his chest. I'm Shiro. From now on, I'm your sister. Please take care of me. Holding Shiro in his arms, Haruto stepped over the ruins and walked out. But just as he exited the orphanage, he heard faint sobbing. Following the sound, Haruto looked over. In the forest outside the orphanage, a thin, elongated figure was crouched there. Amidst the shattered trees and overturned earth. A creature with unnaturally long limbs, an emaciated torso, and a grotesquely disproportionate body was squatting in the debris, covering its face and crying. Its limbs looked as if they were made of mere bones wrapped in thin skin, seemingly fragile enough to snap at any moment. Brother, don't look at it. Shiro immediately warned. Haruto pressed her back into his embrace. Then. Zawaruto. The world turned gray, and everything fell into absolute stillness. Haruto quickly approached the crying figure from behind. He extended his hand. Black feathers rapidly grew from his palm and shot out. Dozens of feathers wrapped around the creature's head. From a distance, it looked as if a sack had been placed over its head. Since seeing its face triggered attacks, why not just cover it? With that done, the time stop had yet to end. After a brief thought, Haruto reached out and drew his blade. Dojijiri Yasutsuna. Gripping the treasured sword with both hands, he poured his full strength into it. In the frozen world of stop time, the ground suddenly cracked, but the fissures did not spread outward. The blade slashed down from above. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to split apart, rippling outward in layers. When speed reaches a certain threshold, air becomes a viscous resistance, just like now, being sliced open. After delivering this strike, Haruto released the sword and withdrew. Time resumed. The world became vivid once more, and the flow of time continued. A terrifying explosion resounded. The strike of Dojijiri Yasutsuna still carried a dreadful momentum as it slashed downward. Then. Clang. A crisp metallic ringing echoed. The legendary blade, Dojijiri Yasutsuna, renowned for slaying great demons, shattered the moment it struck the slender, skeletal humanoid figure. The blade fractured into 3 segments, breaking apart instantly and flying off at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Yet, the being struck by the treasured sword only had its flesh cut open, its bones remained entirely unscathed. It didn't even react. Still crouched there, face buried in its hands, weeping. Brother. Shiro called out in concern. I'm fine. Haruto reached out and ruffled Shiro's small head. However, when he turned his gaze toward the anomaly, he couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. It's practically indestructible. Anomaly, the Shy Guy, SCP-096. Object Class, Euclid. This entity exhibits the following traits: it remains docile under normal circumstances. However, if any creature observes even a minuscule fraction, down to 1/10,000th of a pixel of its face, it will enter a state of uncontrollable rage. Possesses extrasensory perception, can instinctively detect when its face is being observed and pinpoint the observer's exact location. Exhibits extreme mobility, its minimum speed is 35 km per hour under normal conditions, then reaching subsonic speeds when enraged, its upper limit is unknown. No known material can obstruct its movement. Possesses immortality, its skeletal structure is virtually indestructible, its flesh has mid to low regeneration capability, but damaging it has no effect on the entity. Haruto retrieved the Foundation's satellite phone and dialed. Containment successful. Dispatch an armed unit to Kisamori Town for transfer operations. Under no circumstances should the entity's black feathered headpiece be damaged. No one is permitted to retrieve any recording devices that may contain visual data from within Kisamori Town. Also, send another armed team to the military base to delete. Never mind, I'll handle it myself. After issuing his commands, Haruto ended the call. Chapter 62, Erasing Shy Guy's data and a girl named Miyamizu Mitsuha. At this moment, Shiro, nestled in his arms, reached up and removed the cloth wrapped around her head, which had been covering her eyes. A pair of striking crimson pupils were revealed. Shiro curiously studied the young man holding her. Brother, so handsome. Haruto couldn't help but chuckle at her words. This kid, the first thought after removing her eye restriction was that he was handsome. Well, he was indeed handsome. Then, Shiro shifted her gaze toward the shy guy. Though she maintained a composed expression, her grip on Haruto's hand trembled slightly. Clearly, even a genius could feel fear. It's all right. Containment is complete. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it will never appear in this world again. Haruto reassured her. As long as the containment facility didn't explode or fail, this kind of dangerous entity would never be released. Brother, are we heading to the military base? Shiro withdrew her gaze and asked. Haruto nodded. This entity's face, even in images or artwork, can still trigger its attack. We need to purge all recorded images from this location. Otherwise, taking the entity back is pointless, containment would fail. T/N, remember to FIC where some dude used 096 face as a weapon. Literally uploaded his face to the internet, causing all those who have seen his face be relentlessly hunted and killed. The military base in Kaismori town had been destroyed. Its station personnel had been completely wiped out. There was only one possible reason. Someone on patrol had encountered the shy guy. Their tactical helmets were equipped with recording functions, meaning they likely captured footage of the entity's face. This footage was transmitted back to the military base. And then, the consequences were obvious. The shy guy was an indestructible entity with a minimum speed of subsonic levels. It would have completely ignored all obstacles and charged directly toward anyone who had seen its face. The ruins scattered throughout Kaismori town were the result of shy guy's movement. Nothing could obstruct its destruction. Fortunately, the military base had not transmitted the footage externally. Otherwise, the entire world would be doomed. Before long, the Foundation personnel arrived. Haruto set Shiro down, intending to leave her with the others while he handled the deletion process himself. However, Shiro clung tightly to Haruto's arm. Brother, Shiro looked uneasy. Clearly, she wasn't comfortable dealing with strangers. Haruto thought for a moment and ultimately decided to bring Shiro along. However, he needed to put the tactical visor back on her. For safety, he planned to use time stop while deleting the images to ensure the shy guy's trigger conditions weren't accidentally met. He couldn't entrust this task to anyone else. Even the slightest accidental glimpse of a pixelated fraction of its face, and the shy guy would instantly breach containment. Fortunately, after a week of Foundation investigation, the military base's location had already been pinpointed. Secure it in a pitch-black containment chamber. No surveillance devices allowed. Absolute isolation. Haruto ordered. The Foundation's armed personnel nodded, keeping their heads lowered as they escorted the shy one into a completely enclosed cell, sealing it away. Anomaly successfully contained, the shy guy. Anomaly level 4, destruction. Containment rating, excellent. Reward, 1 level 4 lottery draw. As the system notification popped up, Haruto carried Shiro and confidently headed toward the military base. The Kaismori town military base was built underground, not a particularly large facility. It didn't seem to contain any classified information either. Which made sense. If it were an important base or housed critical secrets, the Foundation's external authorities wouldn't have been able to negotiate for an entire week to secure containment. The interior of the base was in an even worse state than Kaismori town. The underground complex was constructed from alloy materials. Yet now, massive holes riddled the alloy walls, clear evidence of the shy guy's rampage. Haruto found the main computer room. He casually smeared some dried blood on the ground. The dried blood seeped into his fingers, consumed by the blacklight virus. Memories of the blood's owner flooded his mind. Then, Haruto skillfully powered on the military base's main computer. Zawaruto. To ensure no mishaps, Haruto activated time stop. Then, he accessed all uploaded video files on the computer and selected delete. Time resumed. The shy guy's image data was completely erased. Good thing the base's signal was isolated, none of the footage was uploaded to a cloud server. Haruto sighed in relief and removed Shiro's visor. With her vision restored, Shiro surveyed the surroundings before finally focusing on the mainframe. Her small hand swiftly tapped the keyboard, pulling up various data logs. Haruto watched and couldn't help but marvel. Shiro's really is a genius. Shiro, still navigating the system, murmured. The orphanage director had a computer in his office. I sometimes got to use it. Haruto raised an eyebrow. This level of proficiency didn't seem like something gained from occasional use. Before long, Shiro completed her search. Brother, there's another image folder here. Should I open it? She asked. Haruto took control of the system, covered her eyes, and activated time stop again. He opened the folder. But it only contained records of Kasumori's town residents, nothing recent. A thorough check revealed no concerning images. Time resumed. Shiro, you can look now. It's just some resident photos and records. She removed his tactical goggles and looked at the screen. Displayed on the screen were images of the residents of Kasumori town. Haruto had already shifted his attention away. The images from within the base had been cleaned up. Next, they had to quickly sweep through Kasumori town to check if any residents had captured images of the mysterious entity before their demise. Once the cleanup was complete, the Foundation had to withdraw from Kasumori town as soon as possible. The authorities of Japan were still pressuring the Foundation's external leadership. They needed to take control of one of the 4 great financial conglomerates as soon as possible. Right now, taking control of a conglomerate was much easier, just using blood to assimilate the upper management would suffice. As Haruto was contemplating the future of the Foundation, an image flashed across the main screen. That photo immediately caught his attention. Shiro, rewind it, Haruto said. Hearing his words, Shiro rewound the footage. A portrait of a young girl appeared on the screen. She was an ordinary yet beautiful girl, with silky black hair, a small round face, large inquisitive eyes, lips that carried a hint of a smile, a slender neck, and prominent collarbones. She wore a clean white blouse, her long hair tied back into a ponytail with a vibrant orange-red ribbon. At the bottom of the image, the girl's name was noted. Miyamizu Mitsuha. Haruto frowned as he looked at the image. Why did he feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this girl? He had been modified by the blacklight virus into a perfect organism. At the same time, his mental power had been developed through the Mangekyo Sharingan. To him, past memories were like a film stored in his mind, playing vividly and clearly. Even childhood memories that he had once forgotten had long since resurfaced. But Haruto was certain that there was no record of a girl named Miyamizu Mitsuha in his memory. So, where was this familiarity coming from? Shiro, do you know this girl named Miyamizu Mitsuha? Haruto asked. His first instinct was that this image might be anomalous, capable of distorting perception. However, the system didn't react, and Shiro didn't show any unusual response either. So, could it be that this Miyamizu Mitsuha possessed some kind of anomaly? Shiro pondered for a moment and then nodded. She used to come to the orphanage to help out often. I saw her a few times, but then she stopped showing up for a while. The director mentioned something about a rebellious phase or running away from home. I don't know much beyond that. Hearing this, Haruto fell into deep thought. There was too little information available. Moreover, it was still uncertain whether Miyamizu Mitsuha had perished in the anomaly outbreak at Kasumori town. Haruto connected his phone to the main computer and copied Mitsuha's information. Then, he left the military base with Shiro. The Foundation carried out its routine cleanup of Kasumori town without any incidents, and afterward, they withdrew entirely. On the way back, Haruto contemplated his next move and ultimately decided not to return to the Foundation. Instead, he headed straight to his apartment. After a long time away, he finally returned home. Chapter 63, Izumi-sensei is out of contact. A month and a half in the main world translated to over a year in the world of Titans. Opening the door to his apartment, he saw the warm glow of the lights inside, and Haruto couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Nothing was more relaxing than being at home in the main world. He had spent over a year in the Titan world mainly because he didn't want to kill too many people. Otherwise, using brute force to suppress everything and contain the abnormal insects would have been much faster. But the SCP Foundation was not a group of executioners. They couldn't just nuke everything and leave ordinary people to clean up the mess. We secure, we contain, we protect. We may fail, but we will never retreat, because behind us stands all of humanity. Honor to those who march to their deaths. That was the true purpose of the SCP Foundation. He stepped forward into the light. Footsteps echoed from the living room. Big brother, welcome home. Now ran up first, smiling as she approached Haruto. Behind her was Eriri. Haruto, long time no see. Eriri's pretty face was full of joy at their reunion. Even though only a month and a half had passed in the main world, for Eriri, it had been an agonizingly long time. Time and longing had made her more courageous today. This golden-haired loser, who was usually so tsundere, actually ran towards Haruto as if wanting to hug him. However, just as she was about to reach him, Eriri suddenly noticed another figure standing behind Haruto. Because of her petite stature, Shiro had been completely hidden behind him earlier. Eriri froze mid-hug, her eyes widening in disbelief. Haruto. You. She pointed at Haruto, stammering as her face twisted into an expression of betrayal, like an abandoned wife who had just caught her husband cheating. Haruto looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Eriri struggled to form words for a moment before shouting. You went abroad and came back with a kid. Haruto. There were too many things wrong with that statement, and for a moment, he didn't even know where to start refuting it. Did she think he was Hikaru Genji or something? Producing a child at his age? Not to mention he'd only been gone for a month and a half, it's physically impossible. Coming back to his senses, he lifted Shiro, who was looking nervous from the unfamiliar environment, into his arms. This is Shiro, my little sister, he introduced. Hearing this, both Nao and Eriri were stunned. Even Annie, who had been watching from the living room, looked surprised. Oh, so she's your sister, phew, you scared me, Eriri wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. But then, she frowned. Wait a minute. Where the hell did you get a sister? Haruto, you're supposed to be. She wanted to say orphan, but she bit her tongue, realizing it would be hurtful. And look at her. White hair. She looks nothing like you. Now, standing beside her, pointed at herself. She kinda looks like me, though. Hearing that, Shiro immediately bared her teeth at the two of them and turned to hug Haruto tightly, like a fierce yet adorable little kitten. Brother is Shiro's brother. She declared firmly. Eriri and Nao exchanged glances. Haruto gently stroked Shiro's hair to calm her down before looking at the two girls. Shiro's family situation is complicated. But from now on, she's my sister. Eriri, now, let's all get along. Hearing this, both girls nodded. They realized their earlier words had been a bit harsh. Neither of them were mean-spirited, they had just been too shocked and blurted things out without thinking. Later, Haruto brought Shiro into the living room. To his surprise, there was already food set on the dining table. Seeing his reaction, Eriri grinned. Come try it. I cooked it myself. It's nothing fancy, but be grateful. Although she said it casually. For the past month and a half, Eriri had been dedicating herself to improving her cooking skills. She wanted to prepare something special for his return. In her mind, this was the perfect way to increase their intimacy. Haruto could easily see through her tsundere act. Looking at the table full of food, he felt a bit touched. As long as it's not inedible, I'll make sure to praise her. Thinking this, he picked up his chopsticks. It makes sense, this was the least likely to go wrong. That way, he could also praise Eriri a little. With that thought, Haruto reached out with his chopsticks to grab some seafood. However, at that moment, the food on the plate responded. A crab clamped onto Haruto's chopsticks with its pincers. Haruto. Eriri. Crab, are we close? Why are you getting so handsy? Haruto and the crab in the dish stared at each other. For a moment, the dining table fell into silence. Ah. Eriri, what's this? Haruto let go of his chopsticks, watching as the crab held on and waved its pincers wildly, falling into deep thought. At this moment, Eriri wanted to die. Why is this happening? She grabbed a dining knife beside her, ready to go down with the defiant crab on the plate. But Haruto was quick, stopping her in time. Then, he picked up the plate of crabs and took it to the kitchen. A while later, Haruto returned with a plate of properly prepared crab meat. Haru, that is. Eriri wanted to defend herself. But the scene from earlier was just too much to explain. Haruto, however, reached out and ruffled Eriri's golden hair. You were probably trying to make drunken crab, but the alcohol you used wasn't strong enough. Hearing this, Eriri looked at Haruto with teary eyes. Wow, Haru is the best person in the world. Just now, she thought she had completely ruined her relationship with Haruto over a failed dish. Because, honestly, food fighting back was just unacceptable. T/N, and hilarious XD. I saw this special dish and wanted to make it for you, but... Eriri couldn't understand what went wrong. She had followed the recipe exactly. She wasn't an idiot. How could such a disastrous mistake happen? The sake that you bought isn't strong enough, that's why this happened. Don't worry about it. Haruto comforted her gently. Then he sat down, picked up new chopsticks, and took a bite of the food. The taste wasn't bad. At least it was above average. Anime heroines always seem to make Judgment Day level cooking disasters no matter how much they practice. Turns out, that's mostly for dramatic effect. Soon, Annie, Nao, and Shiro also sat down. Although the earlier crab incident made them a little wary of the dishes. Haruto had helped Eriri to redeem herself well. So, it was fine. And as it turned out, aside from the drunken crab, none of the other dishes failed, they were all above the passing mark. Shiro ate quickly, almost desperately. Haruto didn't stop her, simply pouring a glass of water and placing it beside her. When Shiro inevitably choked, he handed her the water and gently patted her back. For Bai to have survived in Kaizumori town was already a miracle. She had long been starving. And, binge eating could actually help relieve psychological stress. Even though Shiro was precocious and intelligent. That place was like hell. Even Shiro couldn't have come out of it without psychological scars. She just didn't throw tantrums to show it. By the way, Haru, have you checked the news? Your debut is blowing up. Eriri snapped out of the earlier disaster and brought up a new topic. Haruto froze. Debut? Blowing up? Seeing his reaction, Eriri widened her eyes. Wait, did you completely ignore the news after going abroad? As she spoke, she pulled out her phone and showed him a trending news article. Your Titan manga is a massive hit in Weekly Shonen Jump. Your popularity is through the roof. Haruto took Eriri's phone and glanced at the screen. Oh, right. He had submitted Attack on Titan for serialization. Back then, he had planned to earn his first fortune through manga. But plans never keep up with changes. The adolescent syndrome laboratory practically handed itself to him. After taking over the lab, money wasn't much of a concern anymore. And with all the traveling and containment work, he had completely forgotten about it. Ever since returning from the Titan world, Haruto had been using the Foundation's satellite phone. His own phone. Haruto reached into his pocket and pulled out his private phone. The moment he turned it on. Ding ding ding. A flood of notifications and missed calls popped up instantly. Haruto rubbed his forehead. Eriri stared at him with wide eyes. Wait. Haru. Don't tell me you were completely out of contact for the past month and a half. Haruto nodded. Eriri was speechless. If I were your editor, I'd go insane. She sighed. A popular manga artist suddenly disappearing without a word. Any editor would be ready to grab a knife. Luckily, Haruto had submitted a good amount of manuscripts before leaving. The series could still run in the magazine for a few more weeks. Big Bro is a mangaka. Shiro curiously leaned over. Sort of, Haruto chuckled. Eriri covered her face with both hands. Haru. AOD sales are through the roof, the hype is insane, and the industry says you're the frontrunner for Rookie of the Year. And that's just sort of. But at this moment, Haruto was more worried about something else. How should he deal with editor Furukawa? If he were Furukawa, he'd probably want to kill someone right now. Opening line. Sure enough, there were tons of messages from Furukawa. Izumi-sensei. AOT is exploding. It's selling like crazy. Izumi-sensei, you have a huge chance at winning Rookie of the Year. Izumi-sensei, are you busy? Izumi-sensei. 1.3. Izumi-sensei, please don't joke around like this. My editor's fragile nerves can't take it. Izumi-sensei. Haruto thought for a moment and replied. Sorry, I was abroad recently. No signal. Furukawa replied almost instantly. Izumi-sensei, you're alive. The backlog is running out, where's the next manuscript? Haruto, out doing research, skipping one isn't an issue. Furukawa. Izumi-sensei, if I knew your home address, I'd be there with a knife right now. The fans are going to lose their minds. You're skipping at such a critical moment. Haruto, Furukawa, thank you, Izumi-sensei. My years of low blood pressure have just been cured. And with that, their conversation ended. Haruto sighed in relief. Thankfully, Furukawa was a really nice woman. But there was still another unread message online. Chapter 64, The Genius Girl Shiro and Kasumiga Kaka-senpai's Invitation. Kasumiga Kaka-senpai, Kohai, I saw your manga promotion published. Congratulations, congratulations. Although I thought it was amazing when I first saw it, I didn't expect it to become this popular. Kohai. Are you there? I want to talk to you about your work. Kohai, not replying to messages for a long time is an impolite behavior. Could it be? I've been played. Looking at the messages, Haruto was a little puzzled. Wasn't Kasumiga Kaka-senpai supposed to be the cold and sharp-tongued type? Why did it feel like she was acting like a fangirl? After thinking for a moment, Haruto typed a reply. Sorry, senpai. I was out of the country recently, and I couldn't get a signal, so I just received your messages. Typing. Deleting. Considering. Kasumiga Kaka-senpai, I'll believe you for now. Looking at Yutaha's reply, Haruto couldn't help but smile. This senior felt a little different from her anime counterpart. So, regarding discussing your work, what's your answer, Kohai? Yutaha followed up online. Haruto, of course, that's fine. Kasumiga Kaka-senpai, then let's meet at a cafe tomorrow and talk a bit. Haruto, isn't this a little sudden? Kasumiga Kaka-senpai, it's still the holidays, right? You should have time, Kohai. Kasukigauka Yutaha, or, have you already made plans with someone else? Haruto, no, I haven't. Haruto considered the situation. Right now, most of the Foundation's efforts were focused on developing the Titan world. They were working on establishing containment site stations there. At the same time, they needed to gradually teach the Eldian Kingdom some industrial knowledge. These tasks didn't require his direct involvement, but they did consume a lot of the Foundation's manpower. So, for the time being, there wasn't much for Haruto to handle. And according to the reports he received, there weren't any tricky anomalies that needed urgent attention. The only major issue, the shy individual, had already been contained. Taking a short break outside didn't seem like a bad idea. A little relaxation could help ease the nerves. Haruto, alright, let's meet tomorrow then. Kasumiga Kaka-senpai, see you there. Cat paw fist bump emoji.jpg. Putting down his phone. Haruto noticed that 4 girls were staring at him. What's wrong? Haruto asked in confusion. Haru, were you just chatting with another girl? Eriri asked, alert. Perhaps due to the convergence of world lines, Eriri had a strange sixth sense for Yutaha sneaking in. It was just about discussing my work. Haruto spoke a lie woven with the truth. It was indeed about discussing his work, just that the other party happened to be a beautiful girl. Eriri stared at Haruto for a long time but couldn't find any flaws in his words. Big brother, this is amazing. Shiro, who had borrowed the weekly manga issue from Eriri, was now reading Attack on Titan. Clearly, Sherp was also captivated by the story and was now exclaiming in admiration. Haruto shook his head. It's not that I'm amazing, it's just that the people in that world are amazing. Hearing this, Shiro fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Eriri felt that Haruto was sounding a little chunny. But she didn't say it out loud. After all, she herself had chunny moments sometimes. In the corner of the dining table, Annie's expression turned complicated upon hearing those words. Are the people amazing? Maybe. If Haruto hadn't entered the Titan world, then, struggling to survive in such a cruel world might indeed be considered amazing. But to the people actually living it, rather than being amazing, wouldn't it be better to just live as ordinary people? After the meal, Haruto tidied up the table. He put the dishes in the dishwasher and left the crumbs on the floor to the cleaning robot. Technology improves life. And here people doing it manual. A certain translator thought to himself smugly. Scrub it harder now. I want that floor spotless, you hear me? A fire-spewing, broom-wielding, mouth machine gun, short queen, said commandedly. Yes ma'am. Translator-san said, all previous bravado dissipating into thin air. Who would have thought that a mere woman would put a collar to our dear translator-san? After dinner, Eriri suddenly thought of an important question. Haru, isn't your apartment already full? If there are no extra rooms, what will Shiro do? Last time, Haruto had said his apartment was full. He had even joked that if Eriri wanted to stay, she'd have to sleep with him. Shiro will sleep with Big Brother. We're siblings, so it's fine. Shiro immediately declared. Eriri. Just as Eriri was about to say something. From the side, now also said. I'm fine with it too. Sleeping with Big Brother seems like it could be interesting. Eriri. She turned to look at the only one who hadn't spoken, Annie. However, Annie's response was. The cold and quiet girl silently nodded. Clearly, she was also saying she was fine with it. Eriri. The blonde Sundara practically exploded. She knew things would turn out like this, which was why she had asked. This guy, he's basically a harem anime protagonist. Haruto looked at Annie in surprise. At a time like this, she was actually joining in. Their eyes met. He saw the seriousness in Annie's gaze. She wasn't just joining in for fun. Annie was serious. Perhaps, from the moment she left her home in Marley. Annie had already completely chosen Haruto. A choice where she was willing to give both her body and soul. Unfortunately, sneaking around at home wasn't convenient. I need to find an opportunity to take Annie out to stay somewhere else. Haruto thought to himself. After all, he was a normal guy. How could he possibly be indifferent to a beautiful girl like Annie? Hey! You! What are you thinking? Eriri shouted in frustration. Haruto snapped out of his thoughts, smiled, and said. Actually, my apartment has plenty of extra rooms. I don't have a lot of belongings, so there's barely any storage space being used. Eriri, eh? Hearing this, Eriri widened her eyes. My home has the same layout as yours, right? Don't you feel like there are a lot of empty spaces? He asked in confusion. Eriri thought about her own apartment. She had turned several rooms into professional art studios. Even then, there were still a number of unused guest rooms. In that case, with the same layout, there was no reason his apartment would be full just from housing a few people. But, before, you said. Eriri was confused. That was just a lie to tease you. Haruto grinned mischievously. Because you're so cute, I couldn't resist for a moment. Eriri puffed up her cheeks in frustration. Her sharp little canine teeth showed, as if she was about to bite him. As expected, guys are all the same. Nothing but lying scoundrels. Eriri declared with indignation. Under Eriri's furious glare, Haruto reached out and patted her head. Sorry, that was my bad. Haruto apologized. Don't think I'll forgive you that easily. Eriri snorted lightly and raised her head. Based on Haruto's usual experience, Eriri had already calmed down, it was just her tsundere nature showing. All it took was a head pat, and she would be tamed in no time. Now, watching from the side, shook her head helplessly. As expected, Miss Eriri had no resistance in faction wars at all. I want to stay over too. Eriri took the opportunity to say. Haruto shook his head. Mrs. Sawamura would be worried. Eriri, why was I rejected so decisively? QAQ. Chapter 65, Kasumiga Kaka, is Kohai actually a young master? Unfortunately, in the end, Eriri was persuaded to leave. Big brother, Shiro wants to stay with big brother. Shiro clung to Haruto's arm. Big brother, turns out you're a dangerous lolicon. Now covered her mouth in shock. Haruto flicked both of their foreheads. Shiro, you have to sleep in your own room. You can't always rely on me, you need to be independent. Now, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out and won't feel soft-hearted enough to take you back. Hearing this, both of them immediately behaved. In the end, Shiro was arranged to stay in a room on the second floor of the apartment. It used to be Haruto's computer room. There was a computer and a PlayStation console. At the time, Haruto had planned to add more gaming consoles after the entrance exams. But, since he picked up Annie, that entertainment plan had been scrapped. So, the room had plenty of space. A bed was moved in, and just like that, it was ready for use. When Shiro saw the computer in the room, her eyes immediately lit up. Big brother, can Shiro play games? Haruto nodded but glanced at Shiro's small frame. You can, but you can't play too late. No all-nighters, power will be cut off at midnight. Shiro. Big brother. Shiro tried to act spoiled, hoping to earn the right to stay up late and game. Although Shiro rarely interacted with people before and had no experience in acting spoiled. With her snow-white long hair, ruby-red eyes, and beautiful face. Her charm was still devastatingly strong. However, Haruto remained unwavering. With no choice, Shiro had to accept it, feeling a little dejected. But soon, her attention was completely captured by the games. After settling Shiro in, Haruto went downstairs. Now and Annie were both waiting for him. Big brother, she now hesitated to speak. They both knew that he had gone to Sekimori town on a containment mission. Yet, he suddenly brought back a little girl. No matter how they thought about it, it was strange. Haruto sighed. I found her in an orphanage in Sekimori town, a miraculous survivor. Hearing this, Nao and Annie fell silent. They had both seen the satellite images of Sekimori town. It was nothing short of a nightmare. To think there was a survivor there. Even without knowing the details, they could imagine how hard it must have been for a child as young as Shiro to survive the Sekimori town incident. Shiro is a genius. She'll soon walk out of the shadows and grow stronger in the future, so there's no need to worry. Haruto spoke seriously. Shiro was not a child who needed pity or concern. She was a true genius. Hearing this, Nao and Annie nodded. In that case, they just needed to treat Shiro normally. Later, the lights in the apartment were turned off. Haruto returned to his bedroom for the first time in a long while and lay down on his soft bed. Even though this body didn't need rest, even if it never slept, Haruto still planned to get some sleep. After more than a year in the world of Titans, he really missed his own bed. Closing his eyes, he soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Haruto vaguely felt something in his arms. However, because he sensed no malice or danger, he didn't wake up immediately. Instead, he found it so soft and comfortable that he subconsciously hugged it tighter. The texture was unbelievably soft, like the highest quality body pillow, perfectly to his liking. Just holding it made him want to sleep longer. Getting up suddenly felt like an impossible task. This blissful sleeping experience lasted until a soft whimper came from within his embrace. Haruto. Opening his eyes, Haruto realized that, at some point, a snow-white-haired girl had appeared in his arms. The true identity of this top-tier body pillow was his own sister, Shiro. Haruto fell into deep thought. Scenes from before he fell asleep resurfaced in his mind. He clearly remembered locking his bedroom door before going to bed. So, how did Shiro get in? Perhaps sensing his movements, the girl in his arms fluttered her long eyelashes twice before opening her eyes. Her ruby-red irises were like the most beautiful gems in the world. "Good morning, big brother." Shiro greeted him. "Shiro, before saying good morning, explain to me how you got in here and why you crawled into my bed." Haruto sighed helplessly. Shiro tilted her head slightly, unintentionally revealing her cuteness. "Because I wanted to be with Big Brother. Big Brother's scent is comforting. I learned how to pick locks from tutorials online and used a hairpin to open the door." Haruto held his forehead. "Don't use your talents on weird things." Facing the excessively cute Shiro, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. Might as well, just ignore it. After getting up in the morning, Haruto looked at Shiro's messy hair and felt a bit helpless. She might be a genius, but she had some trouble taking care of herself. He picked her up and placed her in front of the mirror. Then, he carefully brushed her long hair. Shiro's hair was snow white, smooth as silk. So, it didn't take much effort to tidy it up, only a few stubborn strands stuck out. After some thought, Haruto tied her hair into a side ponytail. Looking at the adorable girl in the mirror, Haruto nodded in satisfaction. As expected, Shiro looked great with a side ponytail. I should find some gemstones or a crown as accessories for it. Haruto muttered to himself. There were no clothes in the apartment that fit Shiro. Now and Annie's clothes didn't suit her either. In the end, Shiro simply wore one of his hoodies. Once she put it on, it was so big that it looked like a nightgown, giving her the vibe of a lazy shut-in. But since Shiro was cute, it wasn't a problem. "Big brother, are you going out?" Shiro asked curiously. He nodded. "Shiro, stay home. I'll bring you something delicious when I come back. Don't get too immersed in the internet." Before leaving, Haruto reminded her. Shiro, though reluctant, still nodded. Today, Annie and Now weren't home. Now had gone to the Foundation. She actually enjoyed managing affairs there. And Annie. I heard that she had an appointment with Krista, so she also went to the Foundation. Regarding this, Haruto was somewhat puzzled. Since when were Annie and Krista so close? "I'm heading out." He pushed open the apartment door and stepped out of the entrance. Today, he had an appointment with Yutaha, and now he was on his way. After following the location sent online, Haruto arrived at a dessert shop. He looked up at the sign that read Umbrella. He fell into deep thought. What's wrong? Kohai, you seem dissatisfied with this place. A clear and cold voice, as crisp as silver bells, came from behind. Haruto turned around and saw Yutaha dressed in professional attire. A white collar blouse paired with a blazer, a black pleated skirt on the bottom, and her long, slender legs wrapped in sheer black stockings. The stockings were not too thick, allowing a faint glimpse of her fair thighs, making them look rather alluring. Haruto naturally held the door open, stepping aside like a gentleman to let Yutaha enter. "Senpai, why such a serious outfit today?" After taking their seats, Haruto asked curiously. Yutaha blinked. Kohai, questioning a girl's outfit instead of complimenting it first, that's something only a leech would do, you know. Duly noted, Haruto chuckled. Senpai, you look amazing today, both intellectual and sexy, truly a sight to behold. Yutaha had expected Haruto to argue back or be flustered by her teasing. Unexpectedly, he responded with a straightforward compliment. T/N, not my boy who's made in China, land of the thick-faced and where shamelessness started. Her fair face flushed slightly, and she averted her gaze. Thanks for the compliment, she muttered softly before changing the topic. Kohai, you seemed puzzled by this recently popular chain dessert shop. Hearing this, he shook his head. Not exactly. The main issue was that ever since he stepped into the shop, the staff had immediately tensed up. They were subtly watching him. As if the moment he gave a command or made a gesture, the shop would be cleared out instantly, entering an armed containment mode. This was just. Kohai, with that hesitant expression, you look like the kind of rich heir who secretly blends in with common folk, only to be unknowingly invited to his own family's business. Drawing from her extensive experience writing light novels, Yutaha casually described such a scenario. In a way, she had actually guessed the truth. Senpai, you're joking. Haruto waved his hand with an unchanged expression. Yutaha, however, narrowed her eyes. That reaction. Could she have actually guessed correctly? So this talented Kohai, who debuted explosively, actually came from a wealthy family. Did he start his career purely for his dreams? If his manga career didn't work out, would he just go home and inherit billions? Chapter 66, Kasumigakaka Yutaha, Kohai, are you a playboy? You're too smooth. Shaking her head, Yutaha felt she was overthinking things. There was no way such a cliché light novel setting could happen in real life. Meanwhile, as Yutaha was lost in thought, Haruto had finished placing their order. He also subtly signaled to the staff, Foundation personnel, that no alert was necessary. "Senpai, shall we talk about literature?" Haruto asked. Yutaha snapped out of her thoughts and nodded. She then pulled 2 light novels from her handbag. One was a currently popular romance light novel, and the other was titled Love Metronome. "I'd like you to read these 2 books and compare them. Although you debuted as a manga artist, your strength lies more in storytelling rather than pure artwork, so I'd like to hear your thoughts on these 2 books." He took the novels and began flipping through them. Yutaha rested her hands on the table, quietly waiting. Love Metronome was her own work. To be honest, Yutaha considered herself fairly skilled in literature. She had poured a lot of effort into this debut novel. She didn't expect it to become an instant hit. But at the very least, she had hoped for some decent feedback. However, the sales had been unexpectedly dismal. It was a complete failure with no hope of a reprint. Yutaha had her own pride. She wasn't in denial but simply wanted to understand what went wrong. Asking her editor felt a little embarrassing. And coincidentally, she saw her Kohai's work explode in popularity. So she wanted to hear his opinion. Haruto skimmed through both novels, reading the first 3 chapters. Although he hadn't read them in their entirety, the first 3 chapters generally set the tone of a book. It was like catching a glimpse of a leopard through a narrow tube, just enough to make a judgment. Closing the books, he thought for a moment and then looked at Yutaha. "Senpai, I've gone through the opening chapters of both books. My evaluation might not be entirely thorough, but please hear me out." Yutaha nodded, signaling she was all ears. Haruto pushed forward the more popular light novel. The writing is decent, lighthearted, and humorous. The plot is a bit cliché but has its own fresh elements, which is why it's doing so well. Yutaha nodded. His assessment matched her own thoughts. "And this one?" Haruto pushed Love Metronome forward. Yutaha immediately perked up. The writing is excellent, smooth, expressive, and filled with genuine emotion. Yutaha blinked. That was too much praise. She wondered if Haruto knew she was the author and was just flattering her. But it likely hit a wall in sales, right? It probably flopped badly. He stated bluntly. "Why?" Yutaha asked immediately. "Kohai, you rate this one higher, yet you think it failed." He shrugged helplessly. "Because it's completely unconventional." Yutaha was stunned. That was a reason. "Senpai, writing with genuine emotion is great, but only if the readers take the time to immerse themselves in it. Clichés have their advantages, they quickly establish familiarity, allowing readers to effortlessly breeze through the story." Haruto explained. "I see," Yutaha nodded. "That cleared things up for me. Thank you, Kohai." Haruto acknowledged with a nod and prepared to return the books. However, Yutaha pushed Love Metronome back to him. "As thanks, this one is for you." She smiled, a hint of mischief in her eyes. He looked at his senpai and suddenly asked, "Could this be your work, senpai?" Yutaha. Being exposed so suddenly left her flustered. "I see," Haruto said before she could deny it. He accepted the book. "I'll make sure to read it carefully." Their desserts and coffee arrived. Yutaha quickly picked up her cup and took a sip, using the steam and the rim to hide her expression. This junior was way too smooth. He was dangerously skilled. Could it be that, despite his serious appearance, he was actually a playboy? Was he secretly juggling multiple women, honing his techniques through experience? Yutaha, blushing, let her thoughts run wild. After finishing their desserts, the two left Umbrella together. Only after they were completely gone did the Foundation agents inside the shop finally breathe a sigh of relief. Even though they had received orders to remain at ease. That was still the president, after all. Meanwhile. It's still early. Kohai, do you have anything else to do? Yutaha asked. Haruto thought for a moment, there actually was something. Perfect timing, I'd like to ask for your help in picking out some girls' clothing. About this height, petite build. He raised his hand to gesture Shiro's height and figure. Hearing this, Yutaha immediately had an exclamation mark pop up over her head. As expected, this Kohai was a playboy. He was actually asking her to pick out clothes for another girl. And, looking at the figure Haruto was describing, Yutaha's eyes widened. Kohai, could it be that you're a hopeless lilicon? Yutaha showed a look of disdain, as if she were looking at a plankton. Haruto. Where did you even get that conclusion? He was bewildered. Yutaha mimicked Haruto's previous hand gestures. Senpai, it's for my little sister. Haruto rolled his eyes. Oh. Yutaha finally realized that her thoughts had strayed far off track. As if to make up for it. Yutaha pulled him along through the shopping streets of Chiba. She seriously picked out several outfits that fit Shiro's petite frame, including casual and uniform styles. And she even paid for them before he could. Haruto didn't refuse. Yutaha didn't seem to lack the money. Accepting goodwill from others was also an important part of socializing. Soon, Haruto was carrying a pile of large and small bags. Maybe it was just a natural instinct for women. Even though it was him who had come to shop. The one who had been asked for help, Yutaha, was now the one fully enjoying the shopping spree. Haruto could barely hold everything, yet Yutaha was still going strong. "Senpai, I think this should be enough." Haruto spoke calmly. He was exhausted. Even with his current body, he actually felt tired from shopping. Was this wear and tear? Hearing this, Yutaha turned around to look at Haruto and finally realized she might have gone a bit overboard. Ahem, since Kohai thinks this is enough, then let's stop here. Consider it my way of thanking you for enlightening me earlier. Yutaha did some self-reflection. Since he said it was for his little sister. She subconsciously associated it with the role of a younger sister in romance light novels, always acting as the supportive wingman. Able to provide subtle pushes at just the right moments. So she got a little carried away and bought too much. Damn, what am I even thinking? I've only met this Kohai twice. As Yutaha was lost in thought, a woman hurriedly brushed past her. Seemingly unintentionally, she bumped into Yutaha's shoulder. The impact made Yutaha stumble, her body tilting to the side. Chapter 67, sometimes, cliché tropes are more than enough. Ah. She barely had time to let out a small yelp before closing her eyes, tensing her body in preparation for the pain of hitting the ground. But she never hit the ground. Instead, she felt herself fall into a warm embrace. Opening her eyes, she saw that Haruto had somehow appeared right beside her. He caught me. In that instant, Yutaha suddenly understood why some cliché light novel scenes sold so well. Because right now, her heart was uncontrollably racing. After savoring the moment for a second, she hurriedly straightened up. Kohai, you're really, just like a male protagonist. Unlike Eriri, who was never honest with herself, Yutaha was the type to say what she felt directly. Just with a bit of literary flair in her wording. However, Haruto's gaze was still locked onto the woman who had bumped into her. Sumimasen. The woman bowed in apology, then turned and quickly walked away. Yutaha huffed. Seriously, she didn't even apologize properly after bumping into someone. She's worse than a plankton. But in the next moment, she saw Haruto put down his shopping bags and stride forward. Her eyes widened. Kohai wouldn't actually go as far as hitting someone just for me, would he? This thought flashed through her mind, and she quickly reached out to stop him. But Haruto moved far too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up, using a grappling technique to pin the woman to the ground. The woman screamed in terror. This was Chiba's busiest shopping street, so the scene immediately attracted a crowd. Such a bold act of violence in public was extremely eye-catching. People were already pulling out their phones to record. Yutaha hurried over in a panic. Kohai. Stop. But before she could even finish her sentence, she saw Haruto, while holding the woman down with one hand, casually brush his other hand over her body. When he lifted his hand, there was a pink wallet in it. Her eyes widened in shock. That was her wallet. When did she? Taking the wallet, Yutaha opened it and immediately saw her student ID inside. When she bumped into you, she swiped it. She's a repeat offender, report her to the police. Haruto said. This woman was quick with her hands. Unfortunately for her, Haruto's eyes were more precise than the most advanced high-speed cameras. Unless someone had a reality-warping cognitive interference ability, fooling his perception was impossible. Seeing this, the crowd quickly understood what had happened. Someone started clapping. Acts of heroism like this always earned applause from bystanders. Yutaha finally snapped out of her shock and pulled out her phone to make a call. After hanging up, she looked at Haruto, the image of his swift and decisive movements replaying in her mind. She had to admit, he looked incredibly cool. Not long after, officers from the Chiba Police Department arrived. Haruto released the woman, handing her over to the police. The woman still tried to argue her way out of it. But with so many witnesses around, and countless surveillance cameras covering the shopping street, caught red-handed, there was no way to escape. Hello, I'm Inspector Meguiar. Would you mind coming with us to give a statement? After getting the woman into the police car, an officer approached Haruto and Yutaha. The two nodded and got into another police car. You've got some serious skills, kid. Not only did you protect your girlfriend, but you also caught a criminal, impressive. Inside the car, Inspector Meguiar praised him with a grin. He had already reviewed the surrounding store surveillance footage. Haruto's movements were indeed remarkable. Hearing this, Yutaha glanced at Haruto, curious about how he would react. They had just been mistaken for a couple. Would he flusteredly try to explain, like a typical light novel protagonist? But under her gaze, Haruto simply smiled and didn't correct the misunderstanding. Kohai, you really are a playboy. Yutaha teased. This guy was way too smooth. Haruto tilted his head in confusion. How did he end up being called a playboy again? Sure, he had some improper thoughts, but he hadn't acted on them yet. T/N, yet. Inspector Magyar, watching through the rearview mirror, felt a little awkward. So this kid. Young people these days sure are wild. But then again, he was good-looking, skilled, and had all the makings of a heartbreaker. Speaking of which, boy, you look familiar. Inspector Magyar saw the awkward atmosphere, so he decided to change the subject. This statement was not a lie, he was truly familiar. Haruto smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. He was nominally affiliated with the Chiba Police Department, which had falsified documents, but the photo was real. It was normal for the other party to find him familiar. However, now that this identity was exposed, there was no way to explain it to Yutaha. Fortunately, Inspector Magyar didn't probe further into this sense of familiarity. Inside the Chiba Police Department, Haruto and Yutaha went through the formalities. The recording officer was very friendly. Since there were no doubts, the statement was completed quickly, and the two soon met up again in the police department hallway. Thank you for your help this time, Kohai. Once school starts, I'll treat you to a meal. Yutaha shook her pink wallet. Of course, repaying him was just an excuse, asking him out was the real goal. Even though they had only met twice, Yutaha had already realized that she had developed quite a liking for this Kohai. So, she decided to take the initiative. Haruto smiled and nodded. Having lunch with a beautiful senpai was quite pleasant. Though, for the most part, he wouldn't actually be attending classes at Sobu High School. Just as the two were about to leave the police department and bid each other farewell, a police officer came running after them. Excuse me, could you both wait a moment? There's something I need to trouble you with. The two turned around, puzzled. That woman would like to meet with you both. The officer said this. Haruto frowned. Not because of the officer's request, but because of his wording. That woman. She should be called a criminal. In the end, Haruto and Yutaha followed the officer to the interrogation room. Through a glass partition, they saw the woman again. On this side of the glass, there was also a young girl. The woman was crying pitifully, putting on quite a show. When she saw Haruto and Yutaha, she cried even more tragically. You too, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I acted out of greed and did the wrong thing. The woman sobbed as she apologized. I know my actions were a crime and shouldn't be forgiven, but I have a young daughter. Without me, she will die. Please, I beg you, at least spare the child, she's innocent. Her cries echoed throughout the room. The police officer lowered his head and said helplessly. This is the situation. She has a daughter and is her only guardian. If she receives a severe sentence. We wanted to ask if you two would be willing to issue a letter of understanding so that she could receive a lighter sentence. Before Haruto could respond, Kasumigakaka Yutaha became furious and questioned. Officer, may I know your name? Takagi. Officer Takagi was stunned by the question. Officer Takagi, are you trying to use moral coercion to help a criminal? Yutaha said coldly. Aren't we the victims here? With one sentence, Takagi was left speechless. Seeing that they weren't falling for it, the woman played her final card. AI, my poor daughter. Beg them, or mommy will be executed. Through the glass, the woman cried out to the girl. The girl trembled slightly before finally stepping up to Haruto. After a long pause, she looked up, revealing her tear-filled starry eyes. Big brother, please let my mother go. I can't live without her. Her voice trembled, her face was pale, and tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto the floor. Seeing this, even Yutaha hesitated to speak. Haruto looked at the girl and raised an eyebrow. Chapter 68, The Lies of Hoshino AI and the Absurdity of Shinomiya Kaguya. Haruto squatted down with interest. Your name is AI, right? The girl sniffled and nodded. AI. Hoshino AI. Haruto reached out and wiped the tears from the corner of Hoshino AI's eyes. Then, he looked back at the woman behind the glass. Seeing this, the woman was overjoyed. To her, getting the letter of understanding was now almost certain. However, what she heard next was Haruto's cold voice. Your lies are too clumsy, and your acting is so exaggerated it's nauseating. The woman froze, her eyes widening. Meanwhile, Haruto stared at her through the glass. His icy gaze made the woman feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her entire body turning cold. With such a practiced technique, was this really just a momentary lapse of judgment? At least think it through before you lie, would you? Haruto sneered as he pointed out her deception. The woman wanted to argue but found herself unable to speak. The boy before her didn't seem human, he was more like a demon. The pressure he exerted was overwhelming. And when speaking to your daughter, at least show a little love. Even when using a tool, one should at least cherish it a little, right? His words were like sharp blades, cutting away the woman's facade. Her expression gradually twisted. As Haruto had said, she had no affection for this so-called daughter. She didn't even care about her as much as she would a useful tool. Compared to you, AI's performance is thousands of times better. There was almost no flaw in her deception. Haruto turned his head away from the woman and shifted his gaze to the girl named Hoshino AI. You have an exceptional talent. Finally, Haruto smiled and said this. He handed a business card to AI and whispered in her ear. If you have nowhere to go, you can come find me. T/N, I'm seriously on the verge of agreeing that our BOI is really a Lilicon. Then, Haruto turned to Officer Takagi. Officer Takagi, I'm sorry, but we have no intention of signing a letter of understanding for this criminal. And it's getting late. I doubt the police department is offering us dinner, right? So, we'll take our leave. If there's anything else, please call me. With that, Haruto took Yutaha by the hand and walked out of the room. Officer Takagi stood in place for a long time before finally lowering his head. He had probably done something foolish. No wonder Inspector Megier always told him to follow procedures and not act on personal feelings. It wasn't about cold legal principles, it was the wisdom of experience. Upon leaving the police department, as soon as they stepped outside, Haruto let go of Yutaha's hand. Sorry, senpai, for making a decision on your behalf. But staying in the police department wasn't a long-term solution. Yutaha absent-mindedly clenched her palm. Then, she looked at Haruto with some emotion. Kohai, you really are quite a fascinating person. If this were a novel, you'd definitely be the protagonist, wouldn't you? Haruto was surprised. He had expected Yutaha to be frightened by his cold attitude just now. Decisive, gentle, and with strong resolve, Kohai, do you realize how much attention you attract? Yutaha said seriously. Haruto chuckled and waved his hand. You're exaggerating, senpai. That kind of coldness isn't anywhere near gentle. Yutaha shook her head. No, it was very gentle, a delicate kind of gentleness. That child must have suffered terribly under her mother. Yutaha recalled AI's behavior. As Haruto had said, her lies were almost flawless. The only flaw was her mother's attitude. She completely treated her daughter as a tool. There was no love at all. Even if that woman were released from prison, she wouldn't care about the child. That child, what had she gone through? What kind of environment would force a girl like Hoshino AI to perfect the art of lying? Just thinking about it was heartbreaking. Haruto clearly realized this in an instant. The small gesture of handing over his business card was only noticed by Yutaha. That kind of delicate gentleness made it hard for Yutaha to take her eyes off Haruto. Hearing her words, Haruto sighed. Suffering is just suffering. That child has talent. If not for that, she would have probably been abandoned long ago. Yutaha's eyes flickered as she asked. Kohai, what will happen to that child? Haruto pondered for a moment before replying. Following standard procedure, she should be sent to an orphanage after losing her only guardian. If she has the courage to contact me, I suppose I will help her. Investing in a talented person is never a loss. Hearing this, Yutaha nodded in relief. The two parted ways on the streets of Chiba. Kohai, see you in the new school season. Yutaha waved with a smile. Haruto waved back, watching Yutaha walk away. On his way back, the image of the girl named Hoshino AI flashed in his mind again. She truly had talent. Those starry eyes seemed born to draw people's attention. That gift for weaving lies so flawlessly, without a single flaw. The Foundation just happens to be planning to create a star. She's a perfect fit. If she really seeks help, then I'll help her. Haruto muttered to himself. The SCP Foundation was indeed preparing to manufacture celebrities. Or simply buy a few stars. The Foundation needed these people's fame and their ability to spread messages. It was a form of foresight. By controlling these individuals, the Foundation could use them to disseminate certain information. Information that the Foundation wanted humanity to know. For example, the destruction of Kai's Mori town being attributed to a natural disaster. Having idols, singers, and actors lead the narrative online, expressing condolences and lamenting the disaster, wishing peace for the departed. Subtly, this could shift the public's perception, making them stop digging into what lay beneath the surface. It was one of the SCP Foundation's methods of protecting public cognition. Shaking his head, Haruto cleared his thoughts for the time being. He would wait and see if Hoshino AI really came to him. Everyone has their own fate. The opportunity had been given. There was no need to force things. Let go of the savior complex and respect others' destinies. By now, the sun had set, and the night sky had taken over. Chapter 69, Hayasaka's Social Death. T/N, Power Stone Goal Reach. Enjoy. Too much time had been wasted at the Chiba Police Department. Now, it was too late to cook dinner. He would probably have to order takeout. Haruto hailed a taxi by the roadside. Even though he was faster than a car himself. But in a world filled with surveillance cameras, it was best not to expose anything abnormal. Protect cognition. Just as Haruto was waiting for a cab by the roadside, he heard panting and hurried footsteps coming from a nearby alley. The sound came from deep within the alley. If not for his keen senses, he wouldn't have heard it at all. Haruto frowned and opened his system panel. No reaction from the anomaly monitor. Clearly, it wasn't an anomaly. Since that was the case. Just as Haruto was about to ignore it, he suddenly felt that the panting sounded rather familiar. So, carrying his bags, he swiftly headed into the alley. Once out of the surveillance camera's range, he stepped onto the wall and moved silently above the alleyways. Following the sound, turning left and right, he finally found the source of the panting. It was a blonde girl. No wonder it sounded familiar. Haruto revealed an icy expression. Below, in the alley, two girls were running fast. Leading the way was the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family, Shinomiya Kaguya. Behind her, wielding a dagger to cover their retreat, was the ever-reliable maid, Hayasaka AI. It was a rare sight. After all, it was uncommon to see the Shinomiya heiress fleeing in such a disheveled state. With the new school term approaching, Kaguya had attended a gathering of Japan's aristocrats. The attendees were all crucial pieces of Japan's future. A banker's son would become a banker. A politician's son would become a politician. And as the eldest daughter of one of the four great financial conglomerates, Kaguya's role at the party was to gather useful allies. Most of these aristocratic heirs were set to enroll in Shuchiin Academy. Her attendance allowed them to recognize her and understand their place in the school hierarchy. However, the location of the banquet and Kaguya's departure route seemed to have been leaked. As she was leaving the party, Kaguya's vehicle was attacked by snipers. While the car windows and doors were bulletproof, the tires were not. Ultimately, with the help of Shinomiya family bodyguards, Kaguya and her personal maid, Hayasaka AI, began their escape. As they ran, Hayasaka AI attentively listened to the footsteps behind them. Unfortunately, they hadn't managed to gain enough distance from their pursuers. And now, the gap was closing. Miss, keep running ahead. Shinomiya family reinforcements will arrive soon. Hayasaka AI suddenly spoke. Kaguya froze for a moment, then immediately replied coldly. You're coming with me. I forbid you from staying behind, Hayasaka. That's an order. Kaguya instantly understood Hayasaka AI's intentions. However, while Kaguya was usually cold and rational, when it came to Hayasaka AI, she couldn't act purely on logic. Miss, please don't be stubborn at a time like this. My purpose is to act in moments like these. Hayasaka AI spoke coldly. Though Kaguya had excellent physical ability, she was still no match for professionally trained attackers. If they kept running together, they would be caught before reinforcements arrived. Hayasaka AI stopped, dagger in hand, ready to fight to the death. Hayasaka. Kaguya shouted as she saw Hayasaka halt. But Hayasaka ignored her. Kaguya was filled with anxiety. With a desperate mindset, she shouted. Hayasaka AI, don't you want to see Haruto again? In Kaguya's mind, Hayasaka AI would defy her orders for Haruto's sake. So, maybe bringing him up would make Hayasaka keep running. Hayasaka AI. Hearing her lady's nonsense, Hayasaka AI was dumbfounded. What do you mean, don't you want to see Haruto again? That sounded like they had some kind of relationship. Why would she want to see that black-hearted president again? To throw herself into exploitation. Did her lady bathe last night and let water get into her brain? Even someone as highly trained as Hayasaka AI was mentally shaken. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. Eh? So, Hayasaka actually really wants to see me. Hayasaka AI's body trembled. In that instant, her heart rode a roller coaster of emotions. First, relief and relaxation. That was Haruto's voice. And she knew just how terrifyingly powerful this black-hearted president was. Even if the enemies had RPGs, they were just delivering themselves to death. Then, intense worry and tension. Her lady had been fixated on this inhuman, black-hearted president for a while now. And he, too, had shown interest in the four great financial conglomerates. Hayasaka AI didn't care about the Shinomiya family. But she did care about Shinomiya Kaguya. So, she had always kept the two of them apart. Yet now, they had met face to face. And in the end, it was pure social death. Hayasaka AI wanted to cry but had no tears. What kind of nonsense had her lady just spouted? Now, Hayasaka AI was utterly socially dead. At this moment, she had absolutely no desire to turn around. She had a strong sense of not wanting to face reality. She could already imagine the expression on that black-hearted, scummy president's face. Meanwhile, Kaguya immediately turned her head warily. She saw a handsome young man standing in the alley behind them. He was holding several large shopping bags, seemingly filled with clothes. And that face? Kaguya found it familiar. It was the very person she had investigated for so long without any results, Takamine Haruto. Kaguya's mind worked rapidly before she grabbed Hayasaka AI's hand, leaned in, and whispered. Let's keep running and let him block these people for us. Hayasaka AI, being pulled by her lady, turned back with a hopeless expression. Sure enough, past her lady, she saw Haruto's amused expression. It was as if his face was saying, so Miss Hayasaka AI wanted to see me this badly, huh? My lady, I don't think we need to run anymore. Hayasaka AI said helplessly. Although she didn't want her lady to encounter that scummy president, Hayasaka AI had to admit that, at this moment, being next to Haruto was the safest place to be. Leaving rashly now might lead to encountering even more attackers. Kaguya's eyes widened at her words. Hayasaka. You love him so much that you're willing to face death together with him. Hayasaka AI. Hayasaka AI reached out and covered her lady's mouth. At this moment, she really wanted to die. What on earth was her lady saying? Why did she have such an absurd misunderstanding? Hayasaka AI carefully reviewed her words, actions, and expressions. She found nothing that could have misled her lady. So, her lady must have gone crazy. Yes, that must be it. Haruto, listening from the side, could barely hold it in. In Hayasaka AI's memory, Kaguya was supposed to be highly intelligent and ruthlessly efficient. But now, seeing her like this, why did she seem so goofy? T/N, that fking gapmo bro, I'm fucking calm dash, overloads me with cuteness. There must be something wrong with the way this situation unfolded. At that moment, a dense wave of footsteps echoed from the other end of the alley. A group of men in black rushed toward them. MMM. MMM 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 MMM. Kaguya, her mouth still covered, struggled and made muffled noises, trying to get Hayasaka AI to run with her. But Hayasaka AI simply tightened her grip over her lady's mouth. After thinking for a moment, she used her other hand to cover her lady's eyes as well. Kaguya. Seeing this, Haruto put down the bags in his hands and slowly stepped forward. Miss Hayasaka, do you think these people belong to any of the other 4 major financial conglomerates? Haruto asked curiously. He really hoped these people were from one of the other 3 conglomerates. If he could extract some memories and uncover information, he might dig up a high-ranking figure from one of the 4 financial giants. Then, he could just storm in, take over the conglomerate, and be done with it. Thinking of this, Haruto excitedly rubbed his hands together. Hayasaka AI, knowing exactly what he was thinking, shook her head. Not sure. The Shinomiya family was too massive. And a big tree attracts the wind. Countless people and organizations wanted to take down the Shinomiya family. Who knew if these guys were from one of the other 4 conglomerates? Hearing this, Haruto shrugged helplessly. Oh well. By now, the group of men in black had already closed in. Kid, there's a road to heaven, yet you refuse to take it. Instead, you barge into hell. T/N, yeah, I ain't editing that shit's funny XD. I can't really get enough with NPCs spouting nonsense. The leader, wielding a machete, sneered coldly. Hearing this, Haruto instantly lost interest. These weren't trained assassins at all. Compared to Hayasaka AI, they were worlds apart. His expectations were completely dashed. T/N, so, we got 2 AIs. To avoid confusion into the further future, myself, and I have decided to just write the full name during narration. Chapter 70, Kaguya's plan is in motion. Haruto's disappointed and disdainful attitude successfully enraged the group of men in black. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for meddling. Die. The leader of the group charged forward, bringing his machete down fiercely at Haruto. Judging by his ruthless strike, he wasn't just some street thug. However, to Haruto, they were all the same. The descending machete moved so slowly that it almost made him yawn. Raising his hand, he easily caught the man's wrist. The downward force of the machete stopped abruptly in midair. Then, Haruto exerted a little strength. A crisp crack echoed. The man's wrist instantly shattered, blood splattering everywhere, exposing white bone fragments. With a metallic clang, the machete fell to the ground. The men let out a blood-curdling scream. His wrist had been crushed entirely, the pain nearly making him pass out. The blood that splattered onto Haruto's hand quickly seeped into his skin. Haruto scanned through the man's memories. As expected, the group behind these thugs wasn't even on the same level as the 4 major financial conglomerates. They were just part of an underground gang from Chiba. Barely better than common thugs. Something even Inspector Meguiar could handle. In fact, these guys didn't even know Kaguya's true identity. They were simply sent here to carry out an attack. The trail of clues ended there. Unless Haruto raided the gang's headquarters and devoured their leader, he wouldn't find out who was behind it all. The wailing continued. Behind Haruto, Hayasaka AI twitched slightly at the gruesome scene. Meanwhile, Kaguya, still blindfolded by Hayasaka AI's hand, could only hear the harrowing screams. Despite her strong will, she was trembling with unease. Her mind kept conjuring terrifying images of herself being attacked. After all, she couldn't imagine how Haruto could possibly handle an entire group of armed men by himself. Haruto thought for a moment, then made a decision. He twisted the man's neck to the right, ending the endless screaming. With a thud, the corpse collapsed to the ground. The horrific scene left the remaining gang members too scared to advance. They had attacked and even killed people before, sure. But they had never seen anyone kill like this. A single squeeze, and the bones shattered. A single twist, and the neck snapped like a twig. As Haruto turned his gaze toward them, the entire group instinctively took 2 steps back. Haruto, however, made no further move. Blood dripped from his fingertips, and with a flick of his hand, it turned into a crimson mist. The mist rapidly spread toward the gang members. "Run for your lives!" Someone, overcome with terror, screamed. The men in black scrambled, tripping over each other in a desperate attempt to escape. But it was too late. The blood mist had already engulfed them. It didn't even require them to breathe it in. The moment it touched their skin, it seeped directly into their bodies. Haruto snapped his fingers. The group of people who had just been trying to escape suddenly froze in place, standing still with vacant eyes. Assimilation, or rather, degradation. Their bodies had been invaded by blood containing the blacklight virus. These people had now become puppets at Haruto's disposal. He could even alter their genetic sequences, physical structures, and brain memories. Most of their memories were wiped clean, leaving only basic knowledge. Then, he implanted the behavioral protocols of D-Class personnel and the SCP Foundation's personnel reception location. Soon, in a daze, these people walked out of the alley together. They were heading to the Foundation to report in, where they would become D-Class personnel, dedicating themselves to protecting humanity. Hayasaka AI watched this scene, feeling a chill run down her spine. This kind of domination was far more terrifying than simply killing them outright. The gradually fading sounds left the blindfolded Kaguya in confusion. What happened? It's already fine now. Haruto turned around and smiled at the 2 of them. Hayasaka AI felt like crying. Compared to these small fry, the scummy president was clearly a much greater threat. But right now, she was powerless to do anything. Hayasaka AI could only release her hand. As her vision returned, Kaguya hurriedly looked around. However, the black-clad men who had filled the alley just moments ago had all vanished without a trace. Only one person remained lying on the ground, clearly lifeless. Meanwhile, the boy named Haruto showed no signs of having fought at all, his clothes were still perfectly neat. What was going on? Doubt crept into Kaguya's heart. Could it be that these people were actually arranged by this guy? A staged hero saving the beauty act to gain favor. Kaguya was used to assuming the worst of others. But soon, she dismissed that thought. Haruto's background wasn't strong enough to infiltrate the Shinomiya family and track her movements. So, what really happened? Kaguya turned to Hayasaka AI, hoping for an explanation. But when she looked over, she saw her personal maid exchanging meaningful glances with the boy. Kaguya's mood instantly soured. As expected, her maid had already been blinded by love. Meanwhile, Hayasaka AI was indeed negotiating with Haruto through eye contact. Who knew how they managed to converse using just their eyes? But the rough exchange went as follows. Hayasaka AI, requesting the use of D-Class memory wipe on a civilian. Haruto, request denied. Hayasaka AI, question mark. Haruto, exclamation point. Hayasaka AI, President, please don't lay a hand on the young lady, I'm begging you. Haruto, I'll try my best. Hello, Takamine-kun. I'm Shinomiya Kaguya, a friend of Hayasaka AI. She often talks about you when we chat. Kaguya suddenly stepped between the 2, cutting off their exchange, and extended her hand toward Haruto. She was about to execute her plan. Make Haruto fall for her, make him confess, bring him under her control, and take back Hayasaka AI. Haruto raised an eyebrow. Hayasaka AI talked about him. Unlikely. However, Haruto still smiled and extended his hand, shaking Kaguya's. Nice to meet you, Shinomiya-san. Kaguya flashed a perfect smile, her eyes seemingly twinkling with admiration, acting. Thank you, Takamine-kun, for lending a helping hand. If those people had surrounded us, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Arigato. It was just a small effort. Haruto shook his head. No need to remember it, Shinomiya-san. Looking at the boy's sunny smile and feeling the warmth of his hand, Kaguya suddenly felt her body temperature rise, her heart pounding. Even more intense than when she had been running away just moments ago. What's going on? Kaguya was puzzled by her own reaction. Right. Didn't that magazine say that when you meet someone you like, your heart beats faster, and your face gets hot? Could this be love at first sight? Kaguya felt like she was going crazy. Just then, voices came from the other side of the alley. It was the Shinomiya family's security personnel. As if electrocuted, Kaguya quickly withdrew her hand. Takamine-kun, we'll be leaving now. Goodbye. Kaguya's face was visibly red. In a fluster, she grabbed Hayasaka AI and bolted. So, was it love at first sight? Not at all. The moment they shook hands, Haruto's blood had seeped into Kaguya's body. The black light virus had instantly infected her. The so-called rapid heartbeat and rising body temperature. That was simply her body's natural rejection response to the virus. However, though he infected Kaguya with the blacklight virus, Haruto did not influence her. Instead, he kept the virus in its incubation stage. As previously mentioned, while Shinomiya Kaguya was a noble lady, she didn't have absolute control over the Shinomiya conglomerate. Haruto wanted to use her to infect the head of the Shinomiya family. And thereby take control of the Shinomiya conglomerate. Influencing Kaguya prematurely would only alert them. Chapter 71, The Foundation's Breakthrough. Meanwhile, Kaguya pulled Hayasaka AI into the Shinomiya family's car. Kaguya-sama, it was our failure to protect you. I apologize for the distress we caused. The security captain responsible for Kaguya was anxiously apologizing. Her whereabouts had been leaked, putting her in danger, and he bore undeniable responsibility. Luckily, Kaguya was unharmed. Otherwise, his career as a bodyguard would have been over. Even now, he remained uneasy, unsure how the lady would punish him. After all, this Kaguya was known for her ruthless nature. However, no harm done. You may leave. Kaguya responded curtly. The security captain was stunned for a long moment before leaving in confusion. Today's Kaguya-sama seemed to be in an unusually good mood. Meanwhile, inside the car, Kaguya and Hayasaka AI sat side by side, their expressions strange. My lady, are you all right? Hayasaka AI asked suspiciously. She couldn't shake the feeling that her lady's panicked retreat earlier was a bit odd. Kaguya glanced at Hayasaka AI, feeling a bit guilty. There was no way she could admit that she had felt her heart racing and face heating up because of her boyfriend. Kaguya chose to change the subject. How did he do it? Since she had been blindfolded, she hadn't seen Haruto's battle. Hayasaka AI answered without hesitation. That man has immense combat prowess. He brutally killed the leader of those people. The sheer brutality of his methods terrified the rest, so they fled. This excuse was plausible enough to cover up Haruto's abnormality. Hayasaka AI emphasized the word brutal twice. She hoped it would make her lady cautious and stay away from that scummy president. I see, he's amazing. Kaguya muttered, blushing as she lowered her head. Hayasaka AI. Hayasaka really wanted to ask her lady what that shy demeanor was all about. My lady, why are you acting like a love-struck maiden? Hayasaka AI internally screamed but still tried to warn her. My lady, that man is dangerous. But, didn't he save us? Kaguya instinctively defended Haruto. Hayasaka AI was completely dumbfounded. Her lady was beyond saving. Might as well let the world burn. By the way, my lady, could you explain what you meant earlier, about me meeting that person and falling in love? Hayasaka AI wants to find the reason for her social death. Hearing this, Kaguya had a strange expression. Isn't it obvious? You disobeyed my orders for that man. Hayasaka, you wouldn't have done this before. Even disregarding your own safety, you insisted on staying behind to fight alongside that man. This is completely irrational. It must be because of so-called love that your judgment has changed. As Kaguya spoke, she felt like she was beginning to understand Hayasaka's feelings a little. Love, truly is a strange thing. Hayasaka AI. What do you mean for that man? I did all this for you, my lady. The light in Hayasaka AI's eyes dimmed as she murmured. My lady, saying such heartless things will bring divine retribution. Meanwhile, Kaguya's mind was in turmoil. Could it be? I'm developing feelings for that man. But thinking about it, his looks, his abilities, his skills are indeed. Ah. What am I even thinking? But, he's Hayasaka's boyfriend. How could I think like this? Caught in these bizarre thoughts, the light also faded from Kaguya's eyes. Today's battle was a defeat for both Shinomiya Kaguya and Hayasaka AI. On the other side, Haruto, carrying bags full of items, finally managed to hail a cab by the roadside. By the time he returned to his apartment, it was already quite late. However, as he pushed open the door, the aroma of food filled his senses. Welcome home, big brother. Welcome back, bro. Welcome, home. Seated at the dining table were 3 girls, greeting Haruto. On the table, the food was still warm. Clearly, the 3 of them had been waiting for him to return so they could eat together. Seeing this warm scene, Haruto couldn't help but smile. You don't have to wait for me. Hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances. If big brother isn't here, food just doesn't taste as good. Now declared with conviction. Though it sounded unreliable, Annie and Shiro both nodded in agreement. Haruto chuckled and shook his head. Brother, what did you buy? Shiro's gaze landed on the pile of shopping bags in Haruto's hands. Haruto handed a few to Shiro and placed another bag on the table. These are clothes I bought for Shiro, and I also got some desserts, let's eat together. Now widened her blue eyes and eagerly looked at Haruto. Gifts? Big brother, what about me? Where's mine? Annie also looked at him expectantly. Haruto turned to the 2. I just happened to buy some clothes for buy on the way. Now, why do you think I bought a gift for you? Hearing this, now lowered her head in disappointment. However, before she could sulk for long, a small box was placed in front of her. Now. It was a light purple MP3 player. She snatched it up immediately, her eyes sparkling. Wow. Big brother, how did you know I wanted this? Haruto smiled. Since they lived together, he had often seen now sitting alone in a corner, listening to music with her earphones. So, on this trip, he decided to buy her this gift. Then, Haruto picked up the last package beside him. Another small box was handed to Annie. Annie reached out to take it, her eyes flickering with a hint of nervousness. When she opened the box, inside was a delicate hairpin and a redwood comb. Unexpected, yet it made perfect sense. Annie's thoughts drifted back to the past. It was as if the young man before her was the same one who had carefully combed her hair back then, the same one who had opened the door to her heart. I really like it. Annie held the comb and hairpin tightly in her hands and looked at Haruto, speaking with sincerity. Haruto nodded. As long as you like it. The atmosphere at the dining table was harmonious. Warm, like a real family. Or rather, wasn't this already a family? Big brother, the Foundation's research has made a breakthrough. Now suddenly said. Haruto raised an eyebrow. In what area? The Foundation was currently working on several major research projects, including arc reactor technology, the development and application of icefall stone, ghoul gene transfer, and a whole list of studies on anomalous entities. It's in the field of bioengineering. Ever since Minori joined, they finally achieved a breakthrough. There's already a prototype of a biological armor, but I don't know the details. Haruto was delighted upon hearing this. A breakthrough in bioengineering was highly practical. Especially since they had already created a prototype of the biological armor, mass production could quickly enhance the Foundation's military strength. This was great news. Chapter 72, Biological Exoskeleton Armor. President, this is the prototype of the biological exoskeleton armor, Crimson 1. Dr. Tiny Eye presented a crimson red suit of armor to Haruto, resembling a skeletal frame covering the entire body. The deep red color looked almost like flowing blood. It pulsed faintly, as if it were alive and breathing. Haruto nodded, waiting for further explanation. Crimson 1 is primarily made of synthetic RC cells, engineered by the Foundation. It has tensile strength and durability far surpassing regular alloys. If Crimson 1 sustains damage within 30%, it can self-repair, ensuring continuous operation. Equipping Crimson 1 requires the use of Crimson A serum, which contains trace amounts of synthetic RC cells. It has been tested on D-class personnel and proven harmless to the human body. Crimson 1 directly interfaces with the muscular nervous system, making it feel like a natural extension of the body, minimizing latency. It has excellent adaptability, adjusting its shape to fit the wearer for optimized combat performance. This exoskeleton armor enhances the wearer's strength by over 3 tons and boosts movement speed to 33.4 meters per second. In full coverage mode, it can withstand 3 minutes of continuous fire from handguns and light machine guns. It is also immune to gas, toxins, acids, and alkalis. The augmentation module includes a 3D maneuver gear 3, embedded with interchangeable high-concentration icefall stone cartridges for aerial mobility and short flight durations. It also integrates anomalous items such as SCP-207, Coca-Cola variant enhances agility and reaction speed for 24 hours. Ghoul 1, Ghoul blood rapidly heals injuries, though with minor side effects. The weapon module includes 1. A Glock pistol. 2. An M920 light machine gun. 3. Adaptive blade extensions that surpass alloy strength. 4. Optional equipment like a tactical grenade launcher, flamethrower, laser beam, and railgun. Now, here is the test footage of Crimson 1 with the subject, Levi Ackerman. The screen lit up, displaying Levi's sharp yet slightly annoyed expression. Is this thing really meant for humans? After receiving confirmation, he clicked his tongue and injected the red serum, Crimson A. Then, he stepped toward the Crimson 1 armor. Just as he reached out his hand, the armor expanded and enclosed him instantly. The test began. The site is a massive alloy chamber, 2,000 meters long, 300 meters wide, and 300 meters tall. Afterward, following the instructions, Levi underwent a speed test. For a 1,000-meter run, Levi completed it in 9.85 seconds, running as if it were a 100-meter sprint. At his normal speed, he had already surpassed many sports cars. Moreover, even after 10 tests, Levi still showed no signs of fatigue. Physical examinations indicated that after running 10 kilometers, Levi's heart rate only slightly increased, classifying his state as light exercise, similar to taking a walk. For the strength test, Levi lifted an alloy weighing 15.37 tons at maximum. This might not mean much to some, so here's a comparison. Spider-Man's strength is officially set at 15 tons. In other words, Levi, equipped with the Crimson 1, could likely stop a runaway train with his bare hands. Omnidirectional mobility test. The Crimson 1 suit had 2 rows of jet nozzles at the back and no hook locks, as the Crimson 1 could extend itself independently. Levi used the Crimson 1 to maneuver swiftly within the room, practically ignoring gravity. His speed far exceeded his normal running speed. Even without using hook locks, he could remain airborne solely by relying on gas propulsion. The Crimson 1 was equipped with a condensed icefall stone canister, far superior to the old ODM Gears storage system. It could sustain high-intensity combat for over 10 hours. Even if Levi relied entirely on gas propulsion for aerial movement, the fuel would last for more than an hour. Full coverage mode. The Crimson 1 extended outward, fully enveloping Levi. In this mode, none of Levi's skin was exposed. He could withstand close-range gunfire, explosive blasts, and shrapnel without taking damage. Any minor damage to the Crimson 1 was completely repaired within seconds to a dozen seconds. Afterward, Levi stepped out of the Crimson 1, appearing somewhat reluctant to part with it. The test footage ended here. Dr. Tiny Eye turned off the video and then looked at Haruto, saying, "President, the augmentation module test footage previously featured D-class personnel. This time, no personnel were expended. As for the weapon module, most weapons are still beyond the control of the test subject, Levi Ackerman, so they were not tested here. Due to Levi Ackerman's outstanding physical test results, these test data will be used as a reference. When others equip the suit, performance may slightly decrease." Haruto nodded. To be honest, he was already quite satisfied. The Crimson 1, though still a prototype, demonstrated exceptional performance and a well-developed system in nearly every aspect. If it became standard equipment for the mobile task force, then the combat power of this task force would be unimaginable. Even standard level 3 anomalies wouldn't stand a chance against them. Even level 4 anomalies would struggle to resist being taken down. What about production difficulty and costs? Since the performance was flawless, it was time to discuss the cost. It would be disastrous if the Foundation had to exhaust all its resources just to create one Crimson 1. Dr. Tiny Eye handed him a cost report. The main issue is the excessive consumption of pseudo-RC cell Kagun. Cultivating pseudo-RC cells can only be done bit by bit. Haruto skimmed through the report and nodded. In short, they lacked RC cells. Currently, the Foundation had only one captured ghoul, Rize Kamishiro. Even if they drained her completely, they wouldn't have enough material for 2 Crimson 1 suits. For now, they could only extract Rize Kamishiro cells and have the Foundation cultivate them. The cost of this process was manageable, but the time required was too long. If only they could capture more ghouls. Unfortunately, Rize did not possess coordinate power. Haruto wasn't sure how she differed from Annie. While pondering this, Haruto suddenly remembered something. Didn't he have the ability to assimilate others using the Blacklight virus? The Blacklight virus contained recorded ghoul genetic data. Dr. Tiny Eye, bring in some D-class personnel. A not-so-ethical idea crossed his mind. Dr. Tiny Eye was puzzled but still followed the order, instructing armed personnel to escort several D-class individuals into the room. Haruto approached them and injected his blood into their bodies. He then manipulated the blacklight virus, assimilating them while fully degrading their genetic makeup to match a ghoul's. The D-class personnel underwent a short adaptation period before showing immense pain. Soon after, their eyes turned blood red, and their expressions became frenzied. Kagun eyes. Chapter 73, New 05 Council Member and a Jackpot Draw. Dr. Tiny Eye exclaimed in shock. The D-class personnel, now displaying Kagun eyes, attempted to attack the armed guards nearby. Their speed and strength had already surpassed that of normal humans, however, they were far weaker than Rize and had not manifested any Kagun. With a single gesture, Haruto stopped them instantly. These individuals had exhibited ghoul traits, but at their core, they were still degraded blacklight virus hosts. They were completely under his control. Dr. Tiny Eye, test their cellular data. Dr. Tiny Eye nodded. After drawing blood and analyzing it, he returned with the report, visibly excited. President, these individuals have RC cells in their bodies. Though the concentration is low, they are usable. Haruto nodded in satisfaction. Then bring in a few more D-class personnel. All of them will be used as raw materials for Crimson 1 research. Thus, the material shortage was resolved. Haruto couldn't help but marvel at how convenient the blacklight virus was. With this, the mobile task force was finally taking shape. Rubbing hands excitedly. JPG. Reviewing Foundation research reports. Afterward, Haruto went through several research reports from the Foundation. The arc reactor research was still at a standstill. This high-tech cold fusion reactor was far too advanced for the Foundation. The Foundation lacked a super genius in this field. Mihari was a scientific genius, but her expertise was in bioengineering. Speaking of which, this latest breakthrough was largely thanks to Mihari. Another matter, Erwin's training was complete. Haruto went to the residential area to find Erwin. At that moment, Erwin's expression remained as resolute as before. However, there was now a certain gleam in his eyes. Perhaps seeing a broader world had finally allowed this commander's dreams to come true. Commander, Haruto greeted with a smile. Erwin shook his head. The Survey Corps has been disbanded. The Wings of Freedom are now in Levi's hands. I am no longer a commander. Hearing this, he decided to get straight to the point. Erwin, I hope you will dedicate your heart once more, to serve as a commander and contribute to humanity. Erwin was not surprised by this request. After all, Haruto's intentions were clear from the start. Without hesitation, Erwin nodded. Seeing this, Haruto was pleased. He then inserted his identification card into a nearby terminal. From now on, Erwin, your identity is 05-2, a member of the 05 Council. Aside from you and me, no one else will know your identity. It is classified as Level 5 confidential. Now, continue to dedicate your heart to humanity. He erased all records of Erwin from the system. Only a fake C-class personnel file under the name Erwin remained. 05 Council members, +1. However, there was no written description. Additionally, over 10,000 false 05-2 records were added to the system. The identity of 05 Council members was top secret. Even Council members were not allowed to know each other's identities. The only exception was Haruto. With his immense power, he was the sole 05 member allowed to reveal his identity freely. He was also the only one who had access to all 05 member records. A special identification card ejected from the Foundation's mainframe, Haruto handed it to Erwin. On the surface, it's a Class C clearance card. But after verifying Erwin's identity, it became clear that this card actually had the highest level of access. For now, Erwin would remain at the current Foundation site. However, he would soon be dispatched to other locations. The Foundation wasn't limited to just one site, nor was its activity confined to the land of Sakura. Eventually, Erwin would be sent to the northern nation to oversee and coordinate operations on a broader scale. Haruto couldn't handle everything himself. There were limits to his reach, and he was already stretched thin. Afterward, Haruto went to meet Historia, Emer, and Mikasa. Their learning progress was far slower than Elwin's, so they would need to stay at the Foundation for a while longer. Historia was visibly happy to see Haruto. Emer, on the other hand, rolled her eyes, but her subtle expressions and small gestures betrayed her true feelings. She was also glad to see him. As for Mikasa, after leaving the world of Titans, she seemed lost. Perhaps it was because she no longer had family. Or perhaps it was because, ever since losing her mother, Mikasa had never truly had a family. Haruto had used the excuse of being family of the same clan to bring her back. Over time, he believed things would get better for her. Seemingly wanting to help Haruto, Mikasa joined the Wings of Freedom and began training with weapons. In the future, she would likely become a member of the Mobile Task Force. Haruto didn't say much about this. With her Ackerman bloodline and exceptional combat talent, joining the Mobile Task Force was a good fit for her. Historia and Emer, however, had no plans to join the Mobile Task Force. Their previous enlistment in the training corps and later the survey corps had been out of necessity. Now, they had other options and could live peaceful lives without fighting. Haruto wasn't surprised by this. Once they finished their modern education, he planned to buy them an apartment where they could live normal lives. As for why he didn't bring them home, Haruto was starting to realize that he couldn't just bring everyone home. Doing so would only cause problems. For example, he couldn't even deal with Annie now because there were already 2 little ones at home keeping an eye on him. T/N, Sag. After handling Foundation matters, Haruto was on his way back when he spotted 2 adorable creatures by the roadside. Pulling up his system panel, he was puzzled. Why didn't these 2 trigger any anomaly detection? Deciding not to overthink it, he walked over and picked them up. They were a pair of teardrop-shaped entities, one a burning orange, SCP-131-A, and the other a mustard yellow, SCP-131-B. 2 iPods. Completely harmless and undeniably cute. While they didn't have the same euphoria-inducing properties as SCP-999, the tickle monster, they were still rare, harmless anomalies. Haruto decided to take them home and later send them to the Foundation as mascots. Finding the 2 iPods made Haruto feel like today was his lucky day. So, it was time to use the level 4 lottery draw for containing the shy guy, SCP-096. Back at home, Haruto rubbed his hands together and opened the lottery panel. As the song Good Luck played, he held the 2 iPods and pressed the draw button. Then, a brilliant red light flashed across the lottery panel. Haruto's eyes widened in shock. Red light. He got a red. He freaking got a red. T/N, school arc is around the corner. Chapter 74, Cognitive Immunity, School Season, Kata Megumi, and Hiratsuka Shizuka. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Haruto watched as the red light swept across the lottery panel. He tightly hugged the iPods in his arms. These 2 were definitely his lucky charms. In that moment, he decided that from now on, he would always hold the iPods when drawing lotteries. Based on his past experiences, white rewards were junk, blue rewards were average items, purple rewards were useful and valuable, and gold rewards were game changers, things that could drastically boost his power, even to the point of being overpowered. For example, the Infinite Devour evolution, which was even stronger than the Blacklight virus, or the World, which could stop time and affect the entire world. If gold rewards were already this overpowered, what kind of insane reward would a red light bring? Could it involve a supreme deity? Haruto felt like he was about to become invincible. As the red light finally settled, he cautiously looked at the result. Red reward obtained, Fragment of the God of Knowledge, Cognitive Immunity. Note, non-level 6 lottery draws cannot provide complete supreme deity rewards. Seeing this note, Haruto sighed in disappointment. As expected, reaching the top in one step was impossible. But at least he got a red light. He extracted the reward. Fragment of the God of Knowledge, Cognitive Immunity. This red reward had no physical form. It couldn't even be observed. Haruto only felt a strange power surge into his mind. In an instant, the entire world seemed different. For a brief moment, it was as if he could see the code running the world, like in the Matrix. When that strange feeling faded like a receding tide, he felt a sense of loss. Was this what it felt like to experience a supreme deity? Even though it was just a tiny fragment, it made him feel omnipotent for that brief moment. The ability granted by this fragment of supreme deity was exactly as its name suggested, cognitive immunity. Anomalies weren't just physical entities. There were also unobservable, indescribable mimetic anomalies. Memes and anti-memes. Memes were cognito-hazardous information with potentially strong contagious properties. Simply knowing this information could lead to irreversible anomalous transformations. Anti-memes, on the other hand, were self-concealing information that couldn't be described, recognized, or observed. If you somehow became aware of an anti-meme, you would be contaminated, your cognition erased, and you would undergo irreversible anomalous transformations. Mimetic anomalies were terrifyingly weak or devastatingly strong, capable of easily causing world-ending scenarios. Compared to these, the shy guy, SCP-096, seemed almost cute, friendly, and harmless. The fragment of divinity Haruto obtained granted him cognitive immunity. His cognition could not be distorted or interfered with in any way. Whether it was memes or anti-memes, neither could contaminate him. This was the power of a red reward, a fragment of divinity. Haruto decided to test it out. Anomaly item, I am a toaster, SCP-426. He found that he could now describe the item normally. SCP-420-SIX's characteristic was that it couldn't be described in the third person. It also influenced the minds of those nearby, making them believe they were actually toasters. This would lead them to imitate a toaster's functions, plugging themselves in, swallowing large amounts of dough, etc., and ultimately kill themselves. Anyone describing this toaster would refer to it as I. This was a weak mimetic effect. But now, Haruto could describe it in the third person without issue. This confirmed that Haruto had indeed gained the trait of cognitive immunity. Time passed, and the school season finally arrived. Today was the day for registration. As Haruto walked toward Sobu High, he pondered whether he should slightly alter the cognition of his homeroom teacher, the grade supervisor, and the principal. It would make it easier for him to skip classes or take leave whenever he needed. Dropping out entirely would be a shame. After all, Haruto had worked hard for 3 years, without any special abilities, to achieve the top score and secure a place at Sobu High. So, he decided to subtly tweak the cognition of the relevant staff. This would allow him to skip classes freely in the future to focus on Foundation matters. With this in mind, Haruto arrived at the gates of Sobu High. Although Sobu High was considered the weakest of the big 3 elite schools in Japan, it was still far more luxurious than the average high school. Its grand entrance, lined with cherry blossom trees, was the dream environment for many students. The security guards, dressed in crisp uniforms, stood at the gate, meticulously checking the IDs of incoming students. Wait, IDs. Haruto realized he had forgotten his student ID. The ID and admission notice had been issued together, but during the holiday, Haruto had been busy with Foundation work and managing anomalies from the Titan world. Both items had been tossed into a corner of his apartment and completely forgotten. Should I modify the guard's cognition or just use the world to stop time and slip in? Haruto quickly shook his head, dismissing the dangerous thought. He had only recently gained these powers, and already his mindset was becoming reckless. Using anomalous abilities for something so trivial was out of the question. Instead, Haruto walked up to the 2 security guards and explained his situation. So, I forgot to bring my student ID. Is there any way you could let me in? The guard wasn't surprised. This kind of thing happened occasionally. Of course, he had no idea that Haruto had just considered altering his cognition. Without proper identification, I'm afraid I can't let you in. Sorry, but those are the rules. You could call your homeroom teacher and have them come get you or escort you in, the guard suggested, offering the standard solution. Haruto nodded. He recalled that his homeroom teacher was Hiratsuka Shizuka. He pulled out his phone to call her. However, before he could dial, a woman's voice called out from behind him. Hey, you must be Takamine Haruto, right? Haruto turned around to see a beautiful woman with long black hair, wearing a black uniform and a white lab coat. Her demeanor was bold and straightforward, giving off a lively and energetic vibe. Haruto recognized her as his homeroom teacher, Hiratsuka Shizuka. Hello, I'm Haruto. Do you know me? Haruto replied politely. Hiratsuka grinned and walked over, giving Haruto a hearty pat on the shoulder. Of course I know you. You're the top scorer in the entrance exams, and with your looks, it's hard not to notice you. I'm your homeroom teacher, Hiratsuka Shizuka. I'll be in charge of your academic life for the next few years. Haruto nodded. Nice to meet you, Shizuka-sensei. You're a smooth talker. So, what's the situation here? Hiratsuka asked with a smile. Haruto shrugged helplessly. As you can see, I forgot my student ID and got stopped at the gate. Hiratsuka chuckled and shook her head. I thought a genius like you wouldn't make such mistakes. I guess even geniuses are human, huh? She then explained the situation to the guards and escorted Haruto into the school. Once inside the building, Hiratsuka gave Haruto a firm pat on the back. Alright, head to your classroom. I need to grab the lesson plans and attendance sheet from the teacher's office. Haruto couldn't help but laugh. His teacher was quite the character. Her strength was no joke either, that pat would have sent an average guy stumbling. Hiratsuka, on the other hand, seemed intrigued. This genius seemed to have a sturdy build too. Following the class signs, Haruto found his classroom. The room was already buzzing with chatter, indicating that Haruto wasn't exactly early. The moment he stepped inside, the room fell silent for a brief moment. Even without displaying any extraordinary traits, Haruto's presence was distinctly different from that of an ordinary high schooler. Naturally, he drew everyone's attention. Unfazed, Haruto calmly walked to his assigned seat and sat down. The momentary silence was quickly replaced by renewed chatter, though the topics among the girls had clearly shifted. Hey, did you see that guy? He's so handsome. Not just his looks, but his aura is so commanding. I thought all the guys in our class would be average, but there's someone like him. We're so lucky. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I want to exchange line IDs with him. These comments reached Haruto's ears. He was used to it. Even before gaining his system, during his 3 years of middle school, Haruto had received countless confessions thanks to his looks and intellect. At times, his desk would be filled with pink letters. Haruto refocused his attention. Typically, High schools allowed students to choose their own seats, but Subuhai was stricter, assigning seats in advance. And Haruto's seat? Back row, by the window, the king's spot. His deskmate hadn't arrived yet, but the seat behind him. Haruto glanced back at the last row. Sitting there was a cute girl with short black hair, bright black eyes, and soft pink lips. Everything about her was perfectly adorable. Noticing Haruto's gaze, the girl blinked in surprise, then smiled at him. Kata Megumi? Haruto was surprised. His seatmate was none other than the legendary Kata Megumi, often hailed as the ideal girlfriend and wife in the anime world. Fate truly was a strange thing. Chapter 75, Kata Megumi's love letter and Yukinoshita's memory gap. T/N, Power Stone goal reached. Enjoy. Kata Megumi, often referred to as Saint Megumi, was a girl with an incredibly kind personality. If you became close to her, even if you started rambling about strange topics, she would listen attentively. She wasn't particularly goal-oriented and didn't care much about many things, but if someone important to her was interested, she would make an effort to understand. The only downside was that she had a naturally low presence, often being overlooked by others. In every way, she was the perfect wife material. Knowing this was a world of mixed anime, Haruto had thought of Megumi the day he met Eriri. Back then, he had eagerly anticipated meeting her. However, 3 years of middle school passed without a single encounter. Yet, on the first day of high school, they ended up as seatmates. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Haruto felt a sense of warmth from Megumi's smile. Haruto-kun, is there something wrong? Megumi asked, tilting her head slightly as she noticed his lingering gaze. Haruto shook his head. No, I just think you're really cute, Megumi. Megumi pressed a finger to her cheek and tilted her head further. Ah. Even if you compliment me like that, it won't get you anything, you know. Haruto was about to respond with a playful remark when Megumi continued. So, Haruto-kun actually noticed me and even remembered me. Well, Megumi, you're really cute, so of course I'd notice you. Haruto trailed off mid-sentence. Something felt off. What do you mean by, remembered me? Haruto asked cautiously. Megumi blinked. Exactly what it sounds like. I've always had a low presence, so it's easy for people to overlook me. I'm often forgotten, and my name only comes up during roll call or at home. There was a faint sadness in her words. Even someone as kind as Megumi couldn't help but feel hurt by being constantly ignored. I'm pretty confident in my memory. If no one else calls your name, I'll do it, Kata Megumi, Haruto said seriously, looking straight at her. Megumi was silent for a moment, then smiled gently. Haruto-kun is really special, and very kind. Ah, the classic, too kind trope. Just as Haruto was about to modestly brush off the compliment, Megumi added. Yes, it's really great that Haruto-kun remembers me now. Haruto. Something was definitely off. Wait, Megumi, are you saying we've known each other before? Haruto asked nervously. Megumi nodded matter-of-factly. Of course. We were in the same class all 3 years of middle school, and we were seatmates, just like now. It never changed. Haruto. Same class for 3 years. And seatmates the whole time. Haruto tried to recall his middle school days. He had often daydreamed about meeting Megumi. Turns out, he'd been daydreaming about nothing. Seeing Haruto's reaction, Megumi seemed to understand something. She playfully covered her face, pretending to cry. So, Haruto-kun was just saying things he didn't mean. QAQ. Haruto quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. I meant every word. From now on, I'll definitely remember you, Megumi, and notice you every time. Megumi lowered her hands, her face completely dry. If Haruto-kun says so, then I'll believe you. Just as Haruto breathed a sigh of relief, Megumi muttered under her breath. I guess I really wasn't noticed in middle school. I even wrote Haruto-kun a love letter, but I never got a response. Haruto. He thought about the piles of love letters that had filled his desk back then. He hadn't bothered to read every single one. But Megumi's letter was among them. If only he'd known. It's not too late. I'll go back and look for it. I'll give you a proper response tomorrow, Haruto said guiltily. Those letters, even though they'd been thrown away, it had only been 3 years. Surely they hadn't been destroyed yet. As Haruto pondered this, Megumi finally let out a soft laugh. Sorry, that was a lie. She stuck out her tongue, her adorable expression making it hard to stay mad. Haruto let out a long sigh. I knew it. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed someone as cute as you for 3 whole years. No, only the part about the love letter was a lie. We were in the same class for 3 years, and we were seatmates. That part's true, Megumi clarified, crushing Haruto's hopes. Haruto stared at Megumi. Suddenly, he felt like this Megumi had a bit of a mischievous side. No. You're not the saintly Megumi. Who are you? Slumping onto his desk, Haruto fell into deep thought. Megumi's presence, it was practically an anomaly. How had he not noticed her for 3 whole years? And now that he could notice her. Haruto remembered the fragment of divinity he'd recently obtained, cognitive immunity. He was stunned. Completely stunned. What kind of anti-meme was this Megumi? Unobservable, unrecordable, huh? Just as Haruto was wallowing in despair, a delicate hand rested on the desk next to him. This hand looks familiar. Haruto stared at the pale hand, feeling a sense of déjà vu. What are you, Kira Yoshikage? Following the hand upward, he saw a familiar face. Yukinoshita Yukino. Haruto closed his eyes. Why did his deskmate have to be Yukinoshita Yukino? Meanwhile, Yukinoshita Yukino frowned as she looked at the boy slumped on the desk next to her. What's wrong with this guy? Hanging her bag on the side of the desk, Yukinoshita sat down and averted her gaze. She had no patience for lazy, unmotivated people. Besides, she hadn't been in a good mood lately. Not long ago, she had attended a banquet in Chiba. Somehow, she had fainted. When she woke up, she was back at the Yukinoshita residence. All memories of the banquet were completely gone. The missing memories and the fainting spell had cost her over 10 hours. There was still a faint pain in the back of her head. If it weren't for the fact that her clothes were intact and she didn't feel any strange pain, Yukino would have thought she'd been drugged. Using the Yukinoshita family's influence, she had thoroughly investigated the banquet's proceedings and security footage. The only conclusion was that she had left the banquet on her own and was later found unconscious and brought home. This was hard for Yukino to accept. As she lost herself in thought, Hiratsuka Shizuka entered the classroom. Placing her lesson plans and attendance sheet on the podium, Hiratsuka clapped her hands. All right, everyone, settle down. I'm your homeroom teacher for the next few years, Hiratsuka Shizuka. She wrote her name on the blackboard. You can call me Hiratsuka-sensei, or just a teacher is fine. Now, I'm going to take attendance. Stand up when I call your name and introduce yourself. With that, Hiratsuka began calling names. Yokohama Yui. Miura Yumiko. Gabriel White Tenma. Oh, we have a foreign student. Yukinoshita Yukino. Yukinoshita stood up. I'm Yukinoshita Yukino, a perfectionist. Her brief introduction perfectly encapsulated her Ice Queen persona. And finally, that genius over there, stop lying on the desk and get up to introduce yourself. Hiratsuka glanced at the attendance sheet and pointed at Haruto. Reluctantly, Haruto stood up. Hiratsuka-sensei, please stick to the attendance list. I don't consider myself a genius. After the light-hearted jab, Haruto introduced himself. I'm Haruto. Nice to meet you. The moment he finished, the classroom erupted into whispers. That handsome guy is Haruto. The top scorer in the entrance exams. A genius among geniuses. He even beat Shinomiya Kaguya. I heard rumors that the top scorer was coming to Sobuhai, but I thought it was just a rumor. Turns out it's true. Even Yukinoshita Yukino, sitting next to him, looked at Haruto with surprise. This lazy guy was the one who had scored several ranks above her in the exams. However, when Yukinoshita saw Haruto's face, an inexplicable sense of unease spread through her heart. What's going on? Why am I feeling so uneasy? Yukino pressed a hand to her chest, her eyes wide with confusion. Haruto noticed Yukino's strange behavior, but it was understandable. The Class D memory erasure method only erased memories, but the intense shock and fear from those memories lingered in the body. The scene of blood and gore that had once terrified Yukino was likely the cause. Seeing him now, it was natural for her to feel uneasy subconsciously. How precise could a Class D memory erasure really be? Since she had no memory of the event, Yukino would probably adjust in a day or two, and the unease would fade. But more importantly, Hiratsuka-sensei, I don't think I'm the last one. You haven't called Kata Megumi yet, Haruto said firmly. Hiratsuka paused, then checked the attendance list again. Sure enough, Megumi's name was there. Huh? Why had she missed it earlier? Sorry about that, Kata Megumi, Hiratsuka said. Under the gaze of the entire class, Megumi stood up and introduced herself. When she sat back down, she looked at Haruto with a mix of surprise and gratitude. Even though they had just talked earlier, Haruto really hadn't forgotten her. The class quietly resumed. Haruto listened but found himself growing drowsy. In the past, he would have paid close attention. Even with his sharp mind, studying still required effort. But now, not so much. The blacklight virus allowed him to absorb knowledge by consuming people. He had already gained a wealth of knowledge from the memories of the researchers he'd absorbed. At this point, earning a doctorate would be a breeze. As Haruto considered whether to take a nap and experience the joy of sleeping in class, the system panel suddenly popped up. The anomaly detection program had found something. Haruto's eyes narrowed as he pulled up the system panel to check. To his surprise, the red dot indicating an anomaly seemed to be right inside Sobuhai. Chapter 76, The Neck-Twisting Statue. Looking at the red dot on the system panel, Haruto recalled Sobuhai's emergency evacuation map. The location seemed to be the school infirmary. The anomaly was still about 10 meters away, so Haruto couldn't see its specific details yet. But Sobuhai had nearly 10,000 students and staff. As one of the big three elite schools, if something went wrong here, the public outcry would be catastrophic. So, he had to act fast. Hiratsuka-sensei, I'm not feeling well. I need to go to the infirmary, Haruto suddenly announced, standing up. Hiratsuka's lecture was interrupted. She glared at Haruto. This kid, with his sturdy build, was suddenly causing trouble. Was this payback for earlier during roll call? But seeing the urgency in Haruto's eyes, Hiratsuka sighed. Do you need someone to go with you? Haruto quickly shook his head. Then, bracing himself on the desk, he vaulted right over Yukino's head. Yukinoshita. Hiratsuka's face darkened. At least pretend a little. Kid, is this what you call not feeling well? That hurdle, that sprint, that speed. Are you training for the Olympics or something? Hiratsuka took several deep breaths to calm herself. Fine, let him do what he wants. He's the top scorer, after all. If his grades drop, I'll just beat him up later. With that thought, Hiratsuka prepared to continue the lesson. However, at that moment, a girl raised her hand. Hiratsuka-sensei, I'm not feeling well either. I'd like to go to the infirmary. Hiratsuka frowned as she looked at the girl. Yukino. The second daughter of the Yukinoshita family. Hiratsuka was puzzled. While she taught at Sobuhai, she was also a wealthy woman in her own right, so she was familiar with prestigious families like the Yukinoshitas. There were rumors about this second daughter, cold, serious, and perfectionistic. She wasn't the type to cause trouble. Go ahead, Hiratsuka finally said. Yukino left the classroom. As soon as the door closed, she found herself staring at the empty hallway, lost in thought. What am I even doing? Why did I follow him out? Yukino couldn't understand her own actions. That boy, aside from having good grades, had nothing noteworthy about him. He wasn't her type at all. So why was she so fixated on him? Why had she, a perfectionist, resorted to skipping class, something so uncharacteristic, just to chase after him? Despite her confusion, Yukino began moving toward the infirmary. Meanwhile, in the infirmary of Sobuhai, Kasumiga Kakayutaha, as usual, was pretending to be sick to skip class and read in the quiet infirmary. Although she was reading, her mind was elsewhere, mostly focused on waiting for school to end so she could go meet someone. The image of a certain underclassman flashed through her mind. Unconsciously, Yutaha's lips curved into a smile. Aside from Yutaha, there were only 2 nurses in the infirmary. They were used to Yutaha lounging around here. It had been 2 years, after all. If her homeroom teacher didn't say anything, they weren't going to bother either. In the midst of this peaceful atmosphere, one of the nurses suddenly exclaimed. Ah! Where did that statue come from? Since when did the infirmary have such a weird statue? She pointed to a corner of the room. There, a 2-meter-tall humanoid concrete statue had appeared out of nowhere. The statue was covered in strange red and brown paint, with a peanut-shaped head and a face painted with odd-colored features. Where did this thing come from? Who put an art statue in the infirmary? Seriously. The other nurse also noticed the strange statue and complained. Yutaha, lying on a bed in another corner, heard the nurse's conversation and felt curious. She pulled back the curtain to see what this weird statue was all about. The 2 nurses had already walked over and were examining the statue. It's so bizarre. Is this what they call art? I don't see any beauty in it, one of them muttered. The other nurse waved her hand. Ugh, I'll go call the art department and have them take this thing back. What's it even doing in the infirmary? It's not like it's a human anatomy model. With that, she turned to leave and fetch someone from the art department. T/N, big mistake. Upon hearing this, the first nurse let out a sound of acknowledgement and curiously observed the sculpture. Then she blinked. Crack. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The nurse who was about to check on the person turned around in confusion upon hearing the sound. To her surprise, she saw the sculpture, which was originally in the corner, now standing not far behind her. The other nurse who was with her lay motionless on the ground. This nurse's head was twisted 180 degrees. In reality, except for a very few individuals with soft bone disease, most humans cannot twist their necks to a 180-degree angle. T/N, no shit. Therefore, this nurse had undoubtedly suffered severe physical injury and was already dead. Her eyes were wide open, staring in disbelief. Ah! Unable to comprehend the situation, the remaining nurse let out a high-pitched scream. She then turned and ran towards the exit, trying to escape. However, the moment she looked away from the eerie sculpture. Crack! Another crisp sound of breaking echoed. She didn't even take a step before the sculpture appeared behind her, instantly twisting her neck 180 degrees. With a thud, her body fell to the ground, blood trickling out. Yutaha lifted the bed curtain and witnessed this horrifying scene. Her eyes widened in shock, and she covered her mouth, suppressing a scream. What was that thing? A sculpture? Why was a sculpture moving and killing people? Various terrifying thoughts flooded Yutaha's mind. But at this moment, she dared not move, speak, or even blink. Fearing that she might be the next to die. She had promised her kohai to meet again at the start of the school year. She couldn't die here. Her eyes began to dry out, and her body trembled violently from the prolonged muscle tension. Yutaha didn't know why the sculpture hadn't moved or come to kill her. But she didn't dare to move. Who could save her? This thought crossed Yutaha's mind. But she knew it was unlikely. In light novels, the hero always arrives just in time to save the heroine from danger, but such cliched plots don't happen in real life. Senpai. Keep your eyes on it, don't blink. Suddenly, a boy's shout echoed from the hallway outside. Yutaha. Such a cliched plot actually came true. However, in her moment of relief, Yutaha's dry eyes couldn't help but blink. Zawarudo. A power named the world instantly froze the world, stopping time. Everything turned gray, and all movement ceased. Haruto rushed into the infirmary and saw the eerie sculpture teleport behind Yutaha. Its concrete arm reached out to twist her head 180 degrees. Haruto let out a sigh of relief. On his way, Haruto had already sensed 3 people in the infirmary. As he approached, he recognized one of them as his senpai, Kasumigakaka Yutaha. In the hallway, Haruto had seen abnormal records. So, he quickly shouted a warning to Kasumigakaka Yutaha. But feeling uncertain, he used the world's power to stop time. Fortunately, he had used the world's power. Otherwise, Haruto quickly walked over and picked up Yutaha, moving her away from the sculpture. The world's power faded. Time began to flow again. Yutaha kept her eyes tightly shut, bracing for the pain to come. Or perhaps, she would die instantly without feeling any pain. But soon, she felt herself in a warm embrace. Looking up, she saw her kohai right in front of her. Such a cliched plot is actually so powerful. Yutaha murmured. Haruto heard her and felt a bit helpless. Senpai, after experiencing such a terrifying ordeal, your first thought is about light novel plots. Yutaha, realizing what she had said, quickly looked around. She saw the eerie sculpture standing next to the bed where she had been lying. She had almost died. Yutaha's heart raced. What is that thing? Yutaha asked, still shaken. An anomaly. It's hard to explain in a short time. Let me put you down first, I need to save someone. Haruto said. Kasumigakaka Shiro understood that this was not the time to be sentimental. She got down from Haruto's arms. Haruto kept his eyes on the sculpture while casually reaching into the air. His fingers seemed to disappear into space, and when they reappeared, he was holding 2 red syringes. This was the application of the Divine Might space. Haruto had stored some items in the Divine Might space for easy access. Like now. The syringes Haruto held were a research achievement of the Foundation. Ghoul 2 injection. Made from Ghoul RC cells, it can temporarily activate a person's body repair function. Without even looking, Haruto precisely injected the serum into the necks of the 2 nurses. Then, he manually twisted their heads back into place. Seeing this, Yutaha shivered. Can the 2 nurses be saved? They should be fine. Their bodily functions haven't stopped for long, so they can be revived. Just as Haruto said this, there was a thud at the door. It sounded like someone had fallen to the ground. Haruto instinctively looked over and saw Yukino wide-eyed and pointing at them, looking terrified. Haruto, oh no. Why did it have to be Yukinoshita again? Who would be so unlucky to encounter anomaly containment twice? But the bigger problem was... Crack. Chapter 77, containing Little Peanut and the almost crying Yukino. In Yukino's gaze, an eerie sculpture suddenly appeared behind Haruto. It twisted his neck, turning his head 180 degrees. Witnessing this, Yukino's eyes widened in shock. She never imagined that following him would lead her to such a horrifying scene. Why does this feel so familiar? For a moment, Yukino was lost in confusion, but it was quickly replaced by panic. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Yutaha covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face as she watched the scene unfold. She couldn't understand. Shouldn't the protagonist always find a way to escape danger? Why had her underclassman's story come to such an abrupt end? In her overwhelming grief, Yutaha didn't even glance at the statue that was now right in front of her. However, under the watchful eyes of the two girls and the statue, Haruto, whose neck had been twisted 180 degrees, raised his hand and adjusted his head. Crack! With a crisp sound, Haruto's neck returned to its normal position. Yutaha. Yukinoshita. The strange statue, at $%. The poor statue, unable to even utter a WTF, looked oddly confused and dejected. Its painted face seemed to express a sense of defeat. It was officially having a meltdown, folks. Kohai, are you okay? Yutaha rushed to Haruto's side, checking him over. I'm fine. I'm just built different, Haruto replied casually. Not only was Haruto's body far stronger than reinforced concrete, but his regenerative abilities were also off the charts. Even if his head were ripped off, he could regrow an entirely new body from either the head or the torso. Compared to having his neck twisted by a statue, the real headache for Haruto was Yukinoshita Yukino outside the infirmary. How had he managed to get caught by the same girl twice during an anomaly containment? Sighing, Haruto pulled out his phone and called the Foundation. Hey, big bro, found an anomaly. Nao's voice came through the receiver. Now, have the Foundation's higher-ups coordinate with Sobuhai, then send a team of armed personnel over. No, we don't need a mobile task force. It's not necessary. I'll send the Anomalies characteristics and containment procedures shortly. Make sure the team reads them. Oh, and have them bring those 2 iPods, yeah, the mascots. Hurry up. Class ends in 20 minutes. After giving his instructions, Haruto hung up. Then, without looking away from the statue, he typed out the Anomalies characteristics and containment procedures and sent them off. Anomaly, the sculpture SCP-173. Anomaly Level 3, hazardous. The anomaly manifests as a mobile concrete statue. When humans are within its vicinity and not directly observing it, SCP-173 will instantly move behind them and twist their necks 180 degrees. SCP-173 exhibits extreme mobility but cannot move while under direct observation. It also cannot move if no humans are within its vicinity. Note, do not attempt to blink or look away. Doing so will allow SCP-173 to approach and twist your neck 180 degrees. Containment procedures. During containment, no fewer than 3 personnel must be present at all times, with at least 2 maintaining constant eye contact with SCP-173. If a personnel needs to blink, they must announce it verbally. No more than 2 personnel may blink at the same time. Once contained, SCP-173 must be stored in a locked containment chamber. The above procedures must be followed when entering the chamber. The containment procedures seemed straightforward. If SCP-173 couldn't teleport, its anomaly level might even be lower. The only issue was the risk of personnel blinking out of nervousness during containment. To eliminate this risk, Haruto had the Foundation bring the iPods. iPods don't need to blink. They're the perfect counter to SCP-173. With this setup, the containment was foolproof. In less than 10 minutes, faint footsteps could be heard outside. A fully armed team entered the infirmary. Haruto could finally look away. While he didn't need to blink, staring at SCP-173 was still exhausting. The armed personnel aimed the iPods at SCP-173, then loaded the statue into a sealed black container. The team came and went quickly, leaving Yutaha and Yukino stunned. Kohai, just who are you? Yutaha asked, her curiosity piqued. Although she had never believed in superpowers or secret organizations before, meeting Haruto made her feel like it all made sense. And those heavily armed, highly trained personnel. There was no way an ordinary student could command such a force. Yukino also looked at Haruto with a mix of confusion and curiosity. But, why did this scene feel so familiar? What was going on? Haruto sighed, first helping the 2 unconscious nurses onto their beds. Then, facing the 2 girls, he explained in a serious tone. I'm affiliated with the SCP Foundation, Special Executive Officer, Designation 05-1. As you've seen, anomalies exist in this world, like that statue that twists people's necks. The SCP Foundation's mission is to control and contain anomalies, protecting the general public's perception of reality. Yutaha's eyes lit up. So, you're actually a hero protecting the world and humanity. Haruto shrugged. You could say that, but it's not as grand as it sounds. I just want to maintain normalcy and prevent the world from falling apart. Yutaha, however, was clearly excited. Kohai, the way you describe it, you're like a protagonist, a hero working in the shadows to protect everything. I used to think such clichés were shallow, but now I see how moving they can be. I guess my perspective was too narrow. Meanwhile, Yukino spotted a critical detail. You said you protect the general public's perception. But what happens to people like us who've seen anomalies? Yukino had a bad feeling about this. Haruto glanced at her, then pulled out a crowbar. This is an amnesia-inducing crowbar. A strike to the back of the head will erase several hours of memory. This method is known as the Class D memory erasure procedure. It's safe, efficient, and protects personal privacy. Of course, it doesn't cause physical harm. The act of striking is what matters, not the force. As he spoke, Haruto lightly tapped the nurses on the back of their heads. Like this. The teachers will forget the last few hours and wake up still living in a world of normalcy. Yukino's eyes widened. She stared at the crowbar, piecing things together. No, the SCP Foundation erased my memories before, didn't you? She almost immediately connected this to the banquet incident, where she had lost several hours of memory and woke up with a sore head. Haruto nodded reluctantly. Yukino, you've had really bad luck, running into containment operations twice. But don't worry, you won't remember this. Just take a nap, and everything will be fine. Now, stand still. As Haruto approached with the crowbar, Yukino felt like she was about to cry for the first time in her life. Shouldn't I have the right to control my own memories? Yukino protested. I'm sorry, but the SCP Foundation's procedures are mandatory. We have to make decisions for the sake of all humanity, Haruto said coldly. Yutaha, watching this, wasn't scared. In fact, she found it somewhat amusing. Unlike Yukino, she knew Haruto's gentle nature. Kohai, isn't there another option besides the Class D memory erasure procedure? Seeing Yukino on the verge of tears, Yutaha spoke up. Haruto paused, then looked at Yutaha. Senior, knowing too much isn't always a good thing. Like that statue in the terrifying scene earlier. You might have nightmares or constantly worry about anomalies. It's a kind of curse of knowledge. Yutaha nodded in understanding. Usually, I'd go with the Class D memory erasure procedure, but this time, it's not an option. Yutaha smiled brightly. Since you saved me, Kohai, I don't want to forget this experience no matter what. So, there must be another way, right? Haruto sighed and nodded reluctantly. Putting away the amnesia crowbar, he pulled out another anomaly, the Absolute Contract Codex. If you want to retain memories of anomalies in the Foundation, you'll have to join the Foundation and abide by its confidentiality agreements. This is a special anomaly. Once you sign the contract, it becomes absolutely binding. There's no way to escape its enforcement. If you're both willing to sign this and join the Foundation, then we won't need to perform the Class D memory erasure procedure. Without hesitation, Yutaha snatched the Absolute Contract Codex and signed her name decisively. Meanwhile, Yukino glared at Haruto with a mix of anger and frustration. Why didn't you mention this earlier? You already forcibly erased my memories once. Yukino complained bitterly. Haruto glanced at her. Yukino, joining the Foundation isn't as simple as you think. Here, take a look at the terms first. He flipped to the previous page of the contract and handed it to her. Yukino's eyes widened as she read the blatantly unfair terms. What does this clause mean? The signee's physical autonomy is fully transferred to the Foundation director. Haruto shrugged. Exactly what it says. Disgusting. Perverted. Hentai. Yukino shouted, tears welling up in her eyes. Haruto immediately pulled out the amnesia crowbar again. In the end, Yukino signed the contract, quietly sobbing as she did. Chapter 78, Saintly Gabriel and Hoshino AI's Call. Anomaly successfully contained, the original SCP-173. Anomaly Level 3, hazardous. Containment status, stable. Reward, Level 3 lottery draw. The system notification sounded, indicating that the Foundation personnel had successfully contained SCP-173 in a locked containment chamber. With the iPods present, containment was nearly foolproof. The mascots, while lacking combat abilities, didn't need to blink, making them the perfect counter to SCP-173. Yukino returned to the classroom. But Hiratsuka Shizuka and the other students quickly noticed that the usually composed Ice Queen had red, puffy eyes, looking as if she had just cried. Speculations began to swirl among the students. Given that Haruto, the handsome top scorer, had left the classroom first, followed by Yukinoshita, the beautiful and equally high-achieving girl, and the fact that they were seatmates, it was inevitable that some wild theories would emerge. During break time, groups of students huddled together, whispering. Hey, Yukinoshita looks like she got dumped. She definitely got dumped, right? Absolutely got dumped. Wow, I didn't expect Haruto to be such a playboy. But I'd let him play me. Ugh, he's just. I can't even. Though they tried to keep their voices low, the sheer number of people talking meant Yukino could still hear them. She was already in a bad mood. Learning that her memories had been forcibly erased once, being dragged into a strange organization, and now becoming the center of gossip, Yukino wasn't the type to enjoy being the subject of rumors. And the content of those rumors was miles away from the truth. Suddenly, Yukino stood up. She walked over to the group of gossiping students. Everyone fell silent, turning to look at her. Haruto didn't dump me. It's not what you're saying. With that, Yukino turned and walked away. She had her own sense of justice. Even if that man was the worst, she couldn't let him be slandered because of her. However, the class exchanged glances and came to a new conclusion. Is Yukinoshita actually a lovesick fool? She must be, right? Absolutely. Even after being hurt so badly by that man, she still loves him and protects him. Ugh, it's so tragic. Gabriel-san, what do you think about this? Suddenly, the spotlight shifted to a girl with smooth, golden hair like satin, her uniform impeccably neat. She had been quietly listening to the gossip without joining in. But her gentle demeanor made it easy for the others to include her. Gabriel lowered her gaze, thinking seriously for a moment. Then, she looked up and gave everyone a radiant smile. Everyone, I think it's a bit inappropriate to gossip about others' private matters. Of course, I'm not saying you're wrong. It's human nature, but maybe we should talk about something else. In that moment, it was as if a divine light had descended upon the classroom. Gabriel stood there, glowing like a saint, so bright that it was hard to look directly at her. All the negativity in people's hearts was swept away, replaced by guilt and reflection. Light. Such radiant light. Gabriel-san is too dazzling. How could I be so mean? Seeing Gabriel-san, I realize I should strive to be better. Gabriel-san is right. We should reflect and stop gossiping about others. And just like that, peace was restored in the classroom. What the heck was that? Haruto, sitting in the back corner, pointed at the glowing Gabriel, utterly confused. As you can see, it's Gabriel-san. Such a radiant personality, Kata Megumi replied. No, no, no. Personality shouldn't emit visible light. Haruto waved his hands frantically. What kind of anomaly was this? Megumi tilted her head and smiled. Isn't that what a radiant personality is like? In that moment, Haruto felt like Megumi was also glowing softly, her warmth making his heart skip a beat. So, Haruto accepted this bizarre reality. He had been ready to call the Foundation, stop time with the world, and knock Gabriel out to take her away. By the way, Haruto-kun, you really haven't forgotten me, Megumi suddenly remarked. Haruto reached out and ruffled her hair. It's only been one class. How could I forget? No, I'll never forget you, no matter how much time passes. Megumi lowered her head, enjoying the head pats. Even her parents rarely did this for her. Being overlooked at home, Megumi had endured years of loneliness and neglect. But now, someone had finally noticed her, found her, and promised never to forget her. The rest of the school day went smoothly. Except for after school, when Hiratsuka Shizuka pulled Haruto aside for a private talk. She questioned him about Yukinoshita. In the end, with a suspicious look, she advised him. As a man, you need to take responsibility. As your homeroom teacher, I don't encourage early relationships. But if you've already started something, make sure you handle it properly. Don't just play around and abandon her. Haruto facepalmed internally but nodded. What, playing around, and abandoning? It was all because Yukino had the worst luck, running into his anomaly containment operations twice. After leaving Sobuhai, Haruto planned to return to his apartment. But halfway there, he received a phone call. So, he abruptly changed his course. In front of a small, unremarkable family restaurant, a girl dressed in somewhat shabby clothes stood waiting quietly. Haruto spotted her immediately as he approached. She was the kind of person who naturally drew attention just by standing there. Haruto walked over. Seeing him approach, the girl put on a practiced, standard smile, as if she had rehearsed it many times. Let's go. Without saying much, Haruto led her into the restaurant. After they sat down, Haruto asked, "What would you like to eat?" Hoshino AI hesitated, then shook her head. "I don't." Before she could finish, her stomach let out a loud growl. AI froze, caught off guard. She hadn't expected her lie to be exposed by her own body's instincts. Haruto simply pushed the menu toward her. AI ordered the cheapest set meal. Family restaurants usually served rice-based dishes, but AI didn't order any. "Don't like rice?" Haruto asked casually. AI, sitting across from him, nodded. "My mother used to mix sand and glass into the rice, so I've developed a bit of an aversion to it." She said this with a smile. Haruto paused. What kind of childhood had this 14-year-old girl endured? Note, the timeline has been altered here. Hoshino AI's mother was imprisoned during her early childhood, around 6 to 8 years old. She became an idol at 12, but that felt too young, so I've adjusted her age to 14 for this story. In that case, your mother being sent to prison for a few years might actually be a good thing, Haruto said. AI looked at him. Maybe. I'll be sent to an orphanage. Even if my mother gets out, she probably won't come to see me. Surprisingly, Haruto detected a hint of sadness in her voice. This was strange. Most people would be relieved if an abusive parent was locked away, freeing them from further torment. But it seemed. True to her name, AI, which means love, was still seeking love, hoping to be loved, even by a mother like hers. Are you telling me all this to scare me off? Haruto asked, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. AI was a smart girl. She knew that sharing such a tragic backstory would normally push people away. After all, a girl from such a troubled family sounded like nothing but trouble. AI nodded. Silence fell between them. The food arrived. AI picked up her chopsticks and began eating slowly. But the way she held her chopsticks was odd. It wasn't hard to guess why. With a mother like hers, who would have taught her how to use chopsticks properly? Hoshino AI, Haruto called. AI looked up. She saw Haruto pick up a pair of chopsticks. Place your index finger here, rest it in the hollow of your hand, and use these 2 fingers to apply pressure. AI was momentarily confused, then realized Haruto was teaching her how to use chopsticks. She tried to mimic his grip. It felt much more comfortable. But then Haruto reached over and adjusted her hand. This part is wrong. It'll feel awkward if you apply force like this. Do it like this. Feeling the warmth of his fingers as he guided her hand, patiently explaining each step, AI was puzzled. Why was he going this far? Why? AI asked. Haruto simply smiled. You called me, didn't you? Even though AI had tried to push him away with her words, she had still reached out. That was enough. Normal people won't hurt you. Love isn't some luxury. It might be hard to accept at first. But change is a good thing. Take it slow. Haruto said with a smile. Chapter 79, Adopting Hoshino AI and a New Neighbor. Change is a good thing, huh? AI repeated the words. Her star-like eyes, which naturally drew people in, sparkled with a new light. For AI, change meant the unknown. And the unknown usually brought pain. Acting recklessly, making changes, had always led to beatings from her mother, going hungry, and suffering. Countless past experiences warned AI to don't change and stay in the familiar lies. But now, AI decided to give it a try. What if? Using the chopsticks, she finished her meal. Though her grip was still a bit awkward, it was much better than before. Then, she looked at Haruto. Made a decision. Haruto asked with a smile. AI nodded. Please take me with you. I'll do anything. The words could easily be misunderstood. But AI was serious. Anything. Haruto couldn't help but laugh. While change is good, don't burn all your bridges. You're still young. You have plenty of time to try new things. He reached out and ruffled her hair. Then, Haruto took AI to one of the Foundation's front companies. The place was already set up, with all the necessary resources in place, though it hadn't officially launched yet. The person in charge was Saito Kyoko, a management talent the Foundation had recently recruited. Within the Foundation, she held a Class C management position. Externally, she was the CEO of Umbrella Entertainment. She was also a stunning beauty. When Kyoko saw Haruto, her eyes widened in surprise, and she seemed a bit nervous. Director, Kyoko greeted him. Haruto waved his hand. No need to be so formal. Outside of missions, we're just colleagues. Kyoko was taken aback. This man was the head of that unfathomable organization, yet he was so casual. Haruto's identity within the Foundation wasn't a secret. He was the only O5 Council member whose identity was known to everyone. This design served a purpose. First, if any hostile forces targeted the Foundation, most of their attention would focus on Haruto. But compared to the Foundation, Haruto was much harder to target. Second, it made situations like this much easier. Haruto's identity required no explanation, making things more convenient. Kyoko, starting tomorrow, Umbrella Entertainment will officially launch. Focus your resources on her. Build her into an idol. The goal. Start with becoming a national idol, then aim for world fame. Kyoko looked at the girl Haruto had brought. A young girl, dressed in cheap clothes. The director wanted to turn someone like this into a national idol. The original plan for Umbrella Entertainment had been to buy out established idols and actors. Then, by focusing resources, they could make these idols explode in popularity, thereby controlling the means of public opinion and communication. Starting from scratch to cultivate an idol was inefficient. But when Hoshino AI looked up, Saito Kyoko's doubts vanished. If it was her, starting from zero shouldn't be a problem. Those eyes, they naturally drew people's attention. I'm going to be an idol. AI nervously held onto Haruto's hand. She rarely showed nervousness, usually masking it with lies and acting. But becoming an idol. She had heard that idols brought smiles to others, that they were loved by many, many people. Someone like her, could she really do it? Haruto nodded. You have talent. But AI was still nervous. I don't know how to love others. Haruto shook his head. It's fine. Just be yourself. Don't overthink it. Be myself. AI was lost. She had built herself up with lies since childhood. Being natural, it didn't suit her at all. Exactly. A cute girl like you, just standing there naturally, will make many people fall for you. Besides, idols. With enough resources, it's easy to make one. Don't stress about it. Haruto dropped this bombshell, leaving Kyoko speechless. As someone who had worked in the idol industry, she wanted to say that training and marketing were crucial. But thinking about it, if an organization like the Foundation poured resources into it, it really would be easy. AI. Being an idol is that simple. From now on, you'll live here. I'll take care of the adoption paperwork and such. Finally, Haruto ruffled AI's hair again. Will you come visit me, director? AI asked nervously. More than being an idol, the person who had patiently taught her how to use chopsticks was more important to her. Of course, I'll visit. Since I've brought you here, I'll take responsibility. And just call me Haruto. In the past, AI would have dismissed such a promise as a casual lie. But now. Okay. AI responded eagerly. Then, Haruto left Umbrella Entertainment. AI and Kyoko were left staring at each other. The former wasn't sure how to interact with this stranger. The latter, intimidated by the director's authority, felt a bit nervous around the girl. After all, this was someone the director had personally brought in and endorsed. AI was the first to speak. Kyoko Obasan, are you close with Haruto Niken? What kind of person is he? Kyoko's mouth twitched. She'd been called Auntie. While it wasn't inaccurate age-wise. She'd been called Auntie. Sighing, Kyoko recalled the records within the Foundation. Then, she spoke seriously. Haruto-sama is an incredible person, wielding power and authority beyond ordinary comprehension. AI blinked. She didn't quite grasp it. In her mind, someone like Kyoko, who ran a company, was already amazing. Or rather, being self-sufficient, earning money, having food to eat, and a warm place to live, that was amazing. But Haruto Niken seemed to exist in a completely different world. However, Haruto-sama is also incredibly kind. The power and authority he holds are tools to protect others, not weapons. Kyoko spoke earnestly. Haruto-sama must deeply love humanity, every single person. He does everything he can to protect everyone, and that includes you, AI. AI's eyes widened. Haruto Niken loves her too. When Haruto returned to his apartment, he noticed a flurry of activity next door. Moving trucks were coming and going, carrying furniture. Haruto tried to recall. To the left of his apartment was Eriri's place, while the apartment to the right had been vacant for a long time. During his 3 years of middle school, he'd rarely seen the owner. It was a boy named Kudo Shinichi, right? He seemed like a sharp kid. But at some point, Haruto had stopped seeing Shinichi. The apartment had been empty for nearly 3 years. Now, it seemed, it had finally been sold. As Haruto pondered this, Eriri came running out of her apartment. Haruto, what are you doing here? Eriri asked, moving closer. It was the first day of the school year. She wanted to sniff out whether Haruto had any traces of other women on him. Unfortunately, Eriri's grades were only good, not good enough to get into Sobu High. She had cried about it in her room, deeply regretting not studying harder. Haruto pressed a finger to Eriri's forehead. Her thoughts were too easy to read. He had hugged Yutaha earlier. While Eriri might not be able to smell it, it was better to avoid trouble. Look over there. Seems like we have new neighbors. Haruto pointed to the apartment, diverting Eriri's attention. Sure enough, Eriri stopped worrying about the scent and looked over. Coincidentally, a blonde girl walked over. Hello, you two. I'm Gabriel White Tenma, just moved in nearby. This is a small gift for you. Ah. Haruto-kun. Gabriel handed over 2 small gifts. But as she got closer, she realized one of the neighbors was someone she knew. Gabriel-san, it's you. What a coincidence. Haruto was surprised. Earlier that day, he had considered whether to contain this Gabriel. Now, they were neighbors. Eriri. Alert. The blonde loser immediately sensed danger. What was this atmosphere? A classmate, and a new neighbor. What kind of girl-next-door plot was this? Eriri felt a surge of hostility. However, as if sensing Eriri's gaze, Gabriel turned to her and smiled warmly. With that smile, it was as if a radiant light emanated from her, making it impossible to look directly at her. Eriri. Her hostility melted away instantly. Someone this kind, how could she possibly steal Haruto from her? She must have been overthinking it. Hi, Gabriel. I'm Eriri. We're neighbors now, so let's get along. Eriri took Gabriel's hand, and the atmosphere between them became harmonious. Haruto, standing to the side, stroked his chin. Maybe. I should still consider containing her. This girl, she's definitely not normal. But in the end, he didn't act. After a friendly conversation, the 3 went their separate ways. When Gabriel returned to her new apartment, she cleaned it from top to bottom. Phew, all done. The girl wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling satisfied. But then, a strange sound came from the computer on the table. Gabriel opened her computer, puzzled. She found a game interface popping up on the homepage. A game character, severely injured by a monster, lay on the ground. Given Gabriel's personality, she couldn't just ignore it. So. Young lady, ahead lies hell. T/N, Start of the Angel's Downfall. Chapter 80, The Cult Organization. The next day. Haruto woke up and opened his eyes. In his arms was the soft and adorable Shiro. Although Haruto had tried to talk to Shiro before, asking her to sleep in her own room and not sneak over in the middle of the night, it clearly hadn't worked. Moreover, Shiro seemed to have found a way to deal with Haruto. Whenever Haruto started scolding her, Shiro would widen her watery eyes and start acting cute. Since Shiro was adorable, this tactic was highly effective. After getting dressed, Haruto left the house, heading to Sobuhai. Standing on the street, Haruto glanced curiously at the apartment next door. Even through the walls, he could sense someone inside. Checking the time, it was almost late for school. Shouldn't the model student Gabriel be heading to school by now? Though puzzled, Haruto didn't plan to knock on the door and ask. They weren't close, so there was no need to meddle. Then, Haruto headed to Sobuhai alone. After class, Hiratsuka Shizuka called him over. Haruto, how about being the class representative? Hiratsuka suggested. Haruto immediately shook his head. He didn't want the hassle of being a class representative. He still had to skip classes to deal with Foundation matters. No way was he taking on that role. Seeing Haruto's firm refusal, Hiratsuka sighed. I figured you wouldn't want to, but there doesn't seem to be a good candidate in the class. Haruto thought about the class composition and suggested. How about Gabriel? She seems pretty well liked by everyone. He expected Hiratsuka to agree. But instead, Hiratsuka sighed again. I thought the same thing, but today, on the second day of school, Gabriel skipped class. Haruto. Recalling Gabriel's personality, she didn't seem like the type to skip class. But, she had been home that morning. And she hadn't shown up for class. Seeing Haruto's surprise, Hiratsuka raised an eyebrow. What, do you have any other ideas? Haruto shook his head. No, it's just that Gabriel lives pretty close to me. I saw her last night. She didn't seem like the type to skip class, so I'm a bit surprised. Hearing this, Hiratsuka stood up and gave Haruto a firm pat on the shoulder. Great, Haruto, Gabriel is your responsibility now. Make sure you drag her to school tomorrow. Haruto. Hiratsuka-sensei, isn't this? Before he could finish complaining, Haruto was pushed out of the teacher's office. The door slammed shut. Standing in the hallway, Haruto let out a long sigh. What a hassle. Just then, the system panel popped up. The anomaly detection program had found something. But this time, the anomaly was far away, not in Chiba. So. Haruto turned around and opened the teacher's office door again. Hiratsuka-sensei, I need to take a leave of absence. My neighbor's daughter's uncle's wife's dog is having a difficult labor. With that, Haruto closed the door and bolted. Leaving the teachers in the office utterly baffled. Hiratsuka was dumbfounded, taking a moment to recover. Haruto. Hiratsuka roared. Meanwhile, Haruto had already slipped out of the school gate. Anomaly containment mission. Have the station personnel nearby send a D-class team to investigate. Haruto called the Foundation and gave instructions. He then headed to the nearest train station, planning to get there as soon as possible. The anomaly was located in Osaka. Although the Foundation hadn't yet established additional containment sites, personnel stations had already been set up across the land of Japan. Even in the northern nation and other regions, companies and organizations had been established to distribute personnel, waiting for the construction of proper sites. At this moment, the Foundation personnel near Osaka, upon receiving the order, immediately sealed off the area. Armed personnel escorted a group of D-class personnel to the scene. The anomaly site was an underground structure in Osaka. Below is the D-class personnel contact record. D-181's log. This is D-181, leading the team on this anomaly contact mission. Can you see me? A brunette girl spoke into the camera. The Foundation responded, instructing her to begin the contact mission immediately. All right, I'll begin. D-181 picked up the camera and started moving toward the target location. At the anomaly site provided by 05-1, there was only an abandoned park, with no signs of anything unusual. Report, D-181 has not detected any anomalies. Everything here seems normal. Wait, what's this? The camera panned over the abandoned park, suddenly focusing on a patch of ground. There was a small crack in the sand, so tiny that even zooming in made it hard to spot. D-181 reached out and tried to pry the crack open. She succeeded. The crack widened, and the sand in the park sank, revealing a staircase leading downward. Report, D-181 has discovered a strange passage. Requesting further instructions. The Foundation instructed her to proceed downward. D-181, holding the camera, began descending the staircase. The staircase had about 1,000 steps. Based on the footage, it descended several hundred meters before opening into a corridor. The corridor was dimly lit by emergency lights on either side. Report, D-181 detects a strong smell of blood. Other D-class personnel also report the smell. The Foundation instructed her to continue forward. The camera moved further down the corridor. Blood and chunks of flesh began to appear. The blood on the walls formed strange symbols. After investigation, the Foundation found no specific meaning behind these symbols. I think this is human blood. Oh God, I think I'm going to be sick. D-181 muttered a complaint. Since the comment contained some useful information, the Foundation did not issue a warning. As they continued forward, dismembered limbs began to appear, confirmed to be human. These limbs were embedded in the walls, arranged in various poses. After passing through 100 meters of blood and dismembered limbs, they reached an underground hall. Report, D-181 has discovered an underground space. Human voices can be heard inside. Requesting instructions. Whispered. The camera was raised, capturing the dark underground space. Faint voices could be heard through the audio, but the language was unrecognizable. It didn't sound like any known language. The Foundation instructed her to proceed and investigate the underground space. Honestly, my gut tells me nothing good is waiting ahead. Foundation warning, D-181 has received one warning. 3 warnings will result in the immediate detonation of the explosive collar, leading to execution. All right, no need to get violent. I'll go. The camera continued forward. Inside the underground space, there were over a dozen primitive torches. In the footage, thousands of people dressed in bizarre attire were prostrating themselves in one direction. Ugh. That guy's ripping out someone's heart with his bare hands. Hey, there's someone peeling their own skin off. Wait, what's that thing in the center? The camera zoomed in on the center of the space. There, a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature sat on a throne made of human bones. The creature had green skin, bat-like wings, and a head resembling an octopus, with dozens of tentacle-like appendages protruding from the back of its head. It looked somewhat resigned to its fate. We've been spotted. These lunatics are charging at us. Requesting evacuation. Requesting evacuation. In the footage, the thousands of strangely dressed people turned their heads toward the corridor. Some of them, wielding sickles, axes, and screwdrivers, began charging forward. The Foundation authorized the evacuation. The footage began to shake violently. During what appeared to be a collision, the camera was dropped. The D-class personnel were seen fleeing in panic, pursued by a group of frenzied individuals. 2 D-class personnel were caught, their limbs severed on the spot, their bodies gutted, and their hearts ripped out. The person who removed the heart held it aloft, his expression both manic and reverent. For the great Cthulhu, he declared. Then, he devoured the heart raw. The footage abruptly cut off, presumably because the camera was crushed. This concludes the anomaly contact record. In the end, only D-181 successfully escaped. The other D-class personnel were confirmed dead. The Foundation determined that this human organization had anti-human tendencies and authorized the use of standard weaponry against them. Armed Squad 19 was dispatched. Armed Squad 19 was wiped out. The Foundation classified this human organization as an extreme anti-human group, with members exhibiting deranged mental states. Due to the organization's large numbers and the inability to deter them through force, the Foundation authorized the use of special strategic weapons. Mobile Task Force A, Wings of Freedom, was deployed. Wings of Freedom was equipped with Crimson 1 bioexoskeleton armor. Wings of Freedom completely eradicated the anti-human organization, killing 6,307 members and capturing 632. The captured members would be properly detained, interrogated, subjected to the Class D memory erasure procedure, and repurposed as D-class personnel for expendable tasks. The organization was annihilated, and the humanoid anomaly in the underground space was placed under Wings of Freedom supervision. 05-1 arrived at the anomaly containment site. Data expunged. This concludes the containment record. When Haruto arrived at the scene, he was met with utter chaos. The entire underground passage and staircase were clogged with corpses, body parts, and blood. The Wings of Freedom members showed signs of mild psychological distress. Haruto arranged administrative leave for them. After clearing the underground passage, Haruto entered the underground space. There, he saw the humanoid anomaly from the records. At the same time, he reviewed the anomaly's characteristics. Just as Haruto's expression grew complicated, the humanoid anomaly spoke. Could you help me down? I'm stuck here. Oh God, those people are complete lunatics. Haruto's expression became even more complicated. This anomaly, with its distinctly Cthulhu look-alike appearance, sounded oddly polite. This little thing's got manners. Chapter 81, an anomaly begging for containment, and taking over the 4 Great Saibatsu. Anomaly, Cthulhu FUCK off. SCP-2662. Anomaly Level 4, Apollyon. The anomaly manifests as a humanoid creature with partial characteristics of the mythical Cthulhu, possessing bat-like wings and 20 tentacles protruding from the back of its head. Is this thing really not Cthulhu? It can flexibly use its tentacles and handle up to 11 tasks simultaneously. The anomaly exhibits weak cognitive contamination, affecting humans with a cognitive level of 1, causing them to believe the anomaly is the supreme being Cthulhu and attempt to perform sacrifices, chants, and rituals in its name. Note, do you know how terrifying the cognitive level 1 range is? It includes about 3% of the entire human population. Only fools, delusional individuals, and a small fraction of humanity fall into this category. Reading the anomaly's characteristics, Haruto fell into deep thought. Thank you so much. Levi helped it down from the throne of human bones. The throne, pieced together from human bones, was surrounded by sharp bone fragments. Cthulhu FUCK off. Didn't want to get cut up, so it had been stuck on the throne. As soon as it was freed, it began thanking the Foundation personnel. Levi, wearing the Crimson 1 exoskeleton, stood beside Haruto and whispered. What is this thing? Since when do monsters have manners? Haruto shrugged. Apparently, it's an anomaly that can communicate and has a relatively friendly behavior pattern. Levi smirked. Excuse me, what organization are you? Can you take me with you? I can't stand those lunatics anymore. Oh God. Cthulhu asked Haruto, pleading. Haruto's mouth twitched involuntarily. The other Foundation personnel were also somewhat stunned. This was the first time they'd seen an anomaly begging to be contained by the Foundation. It was just too damn weird. Rubbing his temples, Haruto asked, can you tell us more about why you couldn't stand these followers? Cthulhu immediately launched into a tragic tale. Oh God, these people dragged me here out of nowhere and put me on that bone throne. The blood on the bones wasn't even dry. There were still bits of flesh stuck to them. Ugh. And they cut me. Then, they started these rituals I couldn't understand, dismembering people, skinning them, ripping out their hearts. They even tried to make me eat the hearts. Oh God. I can't even talk about it anymore. Ugh. Seeing that Cthulhu was about to vomit, Haruto quickly waved his hand, signaling it to stop. While it wasn't certain, preliminary observations suggested that this anomaly had a normal human sense of morality and preferences. Its diet wasn't human fear or anything like that, it preferred sandwiches and ham. If you come with us, you'll be confined to a room and won't be allowed to leave. Haruto tested the anomaly. Cthulhu hesitated. Haruto's eyes grew cold, and he glanced at Levi, ready to give the order to attack. Will there be food? It asked hesitantly. Haruto. The Foundation provides 3 meals a day. Breakfast includes bread, fried eggs, and bacon. Lunch is 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes. Hearing this, Cthulhu's eyes lit up. Haruto continued. Your containment room can have a computer but no internet access. You'll get a daily newspaper or light novel, manga, etc. Every month, you'll have a budget of 6,000 yen, about $300, to buy single-player games, entertainment items, and so on. At this point, Cthulhu Get Out slid over to Haruto's feet. Please, contain me. Thank you so much. Haruto rubbed his forehead and let out a long sigh. Prepare a containment unit. Transport it to the containment site. Equip the room as I just described. Haruto ordered. The Foundation personnel exchanged glances, then numbly went to prepare the containment unit. Levi and Haruto walked out of the underground passage together. Later, the area would be cleaned up by the Foundation's external assets, so there was no need to worry. Some of the cultists had chased them out of the underground passage. Fortunately, the Foundation had already cleared the surrounding area. As long as some surveillance footage was erased, this containment operation would be considered a success. As they walked side by side, Levi suddenly asked, "Where did you send Erwin?" Haruto wasn't surprised by the question. To a large extent, Levi had joined the Foundation because of Erwin. He has more important tasks. You know, that man has the ability to shoulder the future of humanity. Haruto replied. He couldn't reveal Erwin's status as an O5 Council member. Levi didn't press further. As Haruto said, Erwin was someone who would never waver, no matter the difficulty. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, he would calmly give orders to fight for humanity's future. As they exited the underground passage, Haruto's gaze inadvertently fell on a brunette figure. On his way here, he had watched the real-time transmission of the containment footage. He knew this was the sole surviving D-Class personnel, D-181. Come to think of it, she was at the front when they went down, yet she was the only one who made it out alive. Haruto walked over and gently tapped D-181 on the shoulder. The D-Class turned around immediately. When she saw it was Haruto, her eyes lit up. Director. As a D-Class personnel, she knew very few Foundation staff, but she definitely knew the director. After all, Haruto's exploits were widely celebrated within the Foundation. You did well on this mission, Haruto praised. Huh. D-181's eyes widened. The director praised me. Does that mean I can be removed from the D-Class list? Haruto smiled. Of course not. D-181's hopeful expression instantly turned into a dead fish stare. Just kidding, did D-Class personnel really think they could escape their fate? You're all death row inmates, for crying out loud. However, you'll be removed from this month's execution list. Please continue to contribute to humanity. Haruto offered some appropriate encouragement to the brunette girl. D-181 burst into tears. Even if she wasn't executed, being a D-Class meant she'd still have to perform dangerous contact missions or be used as a test subject. Wasn't that the same thing? Haruto, however, didn't care about her reaction. He waved his hand and left. Returning to Chiba, it was already late. There was no way he'd make it back to class in time. So, Haruto decided to go tomorrow. But before that, he should check on his neighbor. Although Haruto didn't want to deal with troublesome matters, Hiratsuka had asked him to look into Gabriel's situation. Just as Haruto arrived at the apartment, he received a call from the Foundation. Cthulhu FUCK off. SCP-2662 had been hijacked during transport. Hearing this, Haruto was stunned. He had no choice but to rush to the Foundation site to assess the situation. Fortunately, 2 hours later, thanks to the efforts of the Armed Personnel and Mobile Task Force A, Wings of Freedom, Cthulhu was recovered. The hijacking incident was recorded as follows. Cthulhu was transferred from a black containment unit to a Foundation RV. The RV was accompanied by 7 Foundation sedans and 1 Foundation transport vehicle. 30 armed personnel and 5 Wings of Freedom members were responsible for the transport. Halfway through the journey, after leaving Osaka, the road ahead was suddenly blown up, forcing the convoy to stop. At the time, Cthulhu was taking a shower in the RV, preparing to sleep. 5 civilians blew open the RV, attempting to climb in through the breach. The armed personnel and Wings of Freedom immediately intervened, subduing the 5 civilians. However, 2 D-Class personnel took the opportunity to rush into the RV. To avoid the explosive collars on the D-Class personnel harming the anomaly, remote detonation was not an option. 1 D-Class personnel used a shard from the explosion to cut their hand, smearing blood and drawing strange symbols inside the RV. The other D-Class personnel pulled out their data expunged and performed a data expunged act on the anomaly. Cthulhu, oh god, you too, this is unsanitary and completely unnecessary. After the act, the D-Class personnel cut off their data expunged and smeared the blood and bodily fluids on the anomaly, all while singing loudly. Cthulhu, god. Stop. Please. I just took a shower. The 2 D-class personnel were executed by the arriving armed personnel. The anomaly rushed into the bathroom and vomited profusely. End of hijacking record. Reading this report, Haruto wanted to curse but found himself speechless. Why are there so many abstract artists in this world? But then again, considering that cognitive level 1 individuals make up 3% of the human population. With the sheer size of humanity, it's inevitable. Ugh. This made Cthulhu's anomaly level 4 seem not only appropriate but perhaps even a bit low. Fortunately, Cthulhu was now securely contained in a containment chamber at the site. Anomaly successfully contained, Cthulhu FUCK off. SCP-2662. Anomaly level 4, Apollyon. Containment status, excellent. Reward, level 4 lottery draw. Although the containment was successful, this incident served as a wake-up call for Haruto. Some anomalies simply weren't suitable for containment in urban sites. The consequences of a containment breach were too severe. Establishing secondary sites, especially in remote areas, had become an urgent priority. Haruto pondered the Foundation's future development. Unfortunately, Kaguya Shinomiya hadn't been in contact with the head of the Shinomiya Zaibatsu recently, not even meeting face-to-face. The blacklight virus hadn't infected the Shinomiya Patriarch yet. It was time to take the initiative and bring the other 4 major Zaibatsu under control. Chapter 82, The Phoenix Project and Dragging Gabriel Out of Bed. It's time for the fun lottery draws. 1 level 3 draw and 1 level 4 draw. Since Haruto was at the Foundation site, he decided to bring the 2 iPods along for luck. The 2 iPods, watching their director act like a maniac, exchanged a glance. They were used to it. As usual, he'd start with the level 3 draw to warm up. He pressed the draw button. A purple light flashed across the lottery panel. Reward obtained, Anomaly, Rainbow Lollipop, SCP-3329. Haruto. As the reward was extracted, a bucket of rainbow lollipops appeared in Haruto's hands. Anomaly, Rainbow Lollipop, SCP-3329. Anomaly level, 0, safe. Anomaly characteristics, the item appears to be a delicious-looking lollipop. When placed in the mouth, it produces a sweetness 3 times that of regular candy and cycles through 18 flavors, including apple, orange, and strawberry. Anomalous effect, while the candy's sweetness is in the mouth, the consumer gains weak mimetic properties. Any statement they make will be unconditionally believed by others. The mimetic effect lasts until the sweetness fades. Note, after the mimetic effect wears off, those influenced will continue to believe what they heard until someone points out logical flaws. Therefore, please do not use this to lure little girls. The FBI will still kick down your door. Reading the anomaly's characteristics, Haruto felt it was somewhat underwhelming. A bit of a letdown. Since consuming the Titan worm, Haruto's blacklight virus had gained infectious properties. Direct assimilation was far more reliable than this unstable, weak mimetic persuasion. Besides, if he wanted to lure a loli, he wouldn't need. Ahem. T/N, yo, this chiga practically ain't hiding it now. No matter, it was just a level 3 draw. Consider it a warm-up. Haruto rubbed his hands together and pressed the level 4 draw button. This time, a golden light streaked across the panel. Haruto smiled with satisfaction. While he hadn't gotten a red light, a gold was still good. Reward obtained, Phoenix Project Technology Blueprint. The Phoenix Project. Is this the Phoenix Project I'm thinking of? With excitement, Haruto accepted the reward. A technology blueprint appeared in his mind. A technology blueprint meant that even if you didn't understand the principles, as long as you had the materials and followed the blueprint, you could still create the product. The blueprint also provided a detailed explanation of its functions. It didn't disappoint. This was indeed the Phoenix Project he had in mind. The Phoenix Project, as the name suggested, was about rebirth, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. The technology focused on 2 key areas: consciousness upload and digital consciousness simulation. Biological genetic engineering and cloning technology. The core of the Phoenix Project was a massive incubation chamber. Participants would need to provide DNA samples, tissue samples, and upload their consciousness to a quantum computer. The incubation chamber would record all the individual's data and store their consciousness in digital form. When the individual died, the Phoenix Project would activate, using the resources in the chamber to clone an identical body. The stored digital consciousness would then be transferred into the clone's brain, achieving resurrection. Of course, the project could also be used to pursue immortality. As individuals aged, they could upload their consciousness, clone a younger body, and transfer their consciousness into it. However, as discussed earlier with the gender-swapping serum, an individual's body influences their mind. An older consciousness would be affected by a younger body. Theoretically, this process would erase the older individual, creating a new one instead. This severely violated Foundation protocols. The Phoenix Project was strictly prohibited from being used for life extension. However, its intended function represented a monumental leap forward for the Foundation. Prepare the resources and materials on this list and deliver them to Light Containment Zone, Room C-137. Haruto handed a list of materials required for the Phoenix Project to the Foundation personnel. Given the current technological environment, the resources needed to construct the Phoenix Project were exorbitantly expensive. It wasn't just the materials for the main incubation chamber and quantum computer. There were also ongoing costs. Cloning an identical individual would cost a staggering amount of money. In Light Containment Zone, Room C-137, Haruto followed the Phoenix Project blueprint to assemble the main incubation chamber, quantum computer, and consciousness transfer system. Looking at the consciousness upload helmet, Haruto hesitated for a moment before deciding not to upload a backup of his own consciousness. His body was nearly impossible to clone. The Blacklight virus, after continuous evolution, had surpassed the capabilities of current technology to analyze. Moreover, Haruto's consciousness likely couldn't be recorded as a digital backup. His mind was intertwined with fragments of a supreme deity. Perhaps only a device of equal divine nature could simulate Haruto's consciousness. Big bro, what's this? Now appeared in Room C-137 without warning. Haruto noticed but didn't pay it much mind. In fact, her arrival was timely. Haruto guided Now to a chair and placed the consciousness upload helmet on her head. This is a product of technology far beyond our current capabilities. Its primary function is rebirth. Haruto explained briefly. Now tilted her head, still not fully understanding. Just sit still and leave a backup. With that, Haruto initiated the upload process. Now's body twitched. It felt like a small electric shock. Then, the consciousness upload was complete. In the quantum computer, a backup of Now's consciousness now existed. This backup would be frozen and stored, only to be activated if Now's death was detected. At that point, Now's body would be cloned, and the backup consciousness would be transferred into the new body. Afterward, Haruto took blood and tissue samples from Now. Though confused, Now cooperated fully. By the way, Now, you haven't officially joined the Foundation yet, have you? After finishing the sampling, Haruto suddenly said. Now shook her head. While she had been active within the Foundation, she didn't have an official rank or designation. Haruto pulled out the Absolute Contract Codex. Want to sign a contract? Now's blue eyes sparkled. Really? Big bro is finally letting me sign the contract. She had wanted to join officially for a while, but Haruto had told her not to act on impulse. Snatching the Absolute Contract Codex, Now quickly signed her name. The contract took effect. Big bro, what's my position and designation? Now asked eagerly. SCP Foundation, A-Level Decision Coordinator, Now Tamori, Designation A-01. Haruto announced her position. This was something he had planned for a while. Now had a talent for decision-making and coordination and had been with the Foundation since its inception. She was well-versed in Foundation operations and knew many classified details. Her A-level status was well-deserved. Wow. Awesome. Now cheered. She had thought she might become a C-level investigator or a B-level manager. Alright, stop fooling around. Go gather the Foundation personnel for sampling in Room C-137. Haruto paused. Reviving someone through the Phoenix Project would consume resources, which equated to a significant amount of money. Some externally recruited C-level personnel might not even be worth the cost of a single Phoenix Project activation. But notify all C-level and above personnel to come for sampling. No exceptions. Haruto said firmly. The SCP Foundation was an organization that prioritized humanity. When the cost of resources didn't hinder the Foundation's operations or cause more casualties, human life should be valued above money or material resources. This was the Foundation's principle. Now nodded. Haruto added. Do not disclose the purpose of this sampling or the function of the equipment in Room C-137 to anyone. If the ability to revive became widely known, Foundation personnel might lose some of their fear of death. This could lead to containment breaches, which would be a headache. The details of the Phoenix Project were restricted to personnel with Level 4 security clearance or higher. 0 level, public information. 1 level, basic trust. 2 level, restricted. 3 level, confidential. 4 level, top secret. 5 level clearance is granted only to O5 council members. 4 level clearance is given to a select few A-level personnel, such as site directors, decision coordinators, and mobile task force commanders. The sampling operation was in full swing at the Foundation site. Meanwhile, Haruto returned to his apartment. It was already late at night. But as he passed by the neighboring apartment, he heard shouting. Words like, go. Trash. Die. Garbage. Echoed from inside. Seeing the flickering light from the apartment window, Haruto fell into deep thought. Was this really the apartment of Gabriel, the girl who radiated saintly light? Something was definitely off. Returning to his apartment, Haruto went to bed early, deciding to check on the situation the next morning. The night passed without incident. The next morning, after washing up, Haruto went to the neighboring apartment. Ding dong. Haruto pressed the doorbell. Who is it? It's so early. A girl's annoyed voice came from inside. Haruto's forehead twitched. Gabriel, it's Haruto, your neighbor and classmate. You skipped class yesterday. Hiratsuka-sensei is worried, so she asked me to check on you. Silence followed from inside the apartment. I'll just pretend I'm not home. I really don't want to go to school. This muttered comment reached Haruto's ears. Clearly, the speaker thought that lowering her voice would make it inaudible outside. Unfortunately, Haruto's perception and hearing were far beyond human. Sighing, Haruto kicked open Gabriel's apartment door. Wah! Gabriel let out a startled cry. Chapter 83, Helping Gabriel Quit Her Gaming Addiction, Cognitive Dissonance. Haruto-kun, this is illegal intrusion. Gabriel tried to protest. Meanwhile, Haruto scanned the apartment and felt his sanity take a hit. Gabriel's apartment was now a chaotic mess. Thick curtains were tightly drawn, blocking all sunlight and plunging the room into darkness. Snack wrappers and other trash were scattered everywhere. The only source of light was the computer screen on the small desk, running a popular game. How Gabriel had turned her apartment into this hellscape in just one day was beyond comprehension. At the same time, Gabriel herself exuded a strong aura of a depressed shut-in otaku. The girl who once had a gentle smile and could emit holy light to heal people's hearts seemed to have vanished like a bubble. Now, Gabriel, with her messy blonde hair, had a few strands sticking up and swaying. Dark circles heavily weighed under her eyes, making it look like she hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. Gabriel, skipping class to play games, is that really okay? Gabriel, with her messy hair sticking up, really wanted to tell Haruto, this has nothing to do with you. But feeling Haruto's sharp gaze, Gabriel shrank her neck, completely unable to say the words out loud. She had a feeling that if she actually said it, something terrible would happen. Gabriel, go to class. Haruto said in a deep voice. Gabriel hesitated at his words. She didn't want to go to class at all, she just wanted to stay home and play games. But Haruto was terrifying. Suddenly, an idea struck Gabriel. Hey, Haruto, you see, I actually have quite a talent for esports. Standing up, Gabriel patted her chest. Unfortunately, given her flat figure, the motion caused no ripple whatsoever. Haruto narrowed his eyes. He had already guessed what Gabriel was about to say. So instead of going to class, I'd rather develop my talent and one day become a professional esports player. A complete lie. Gabriel just wanted to stay home and play games. Even if she truly had extraordinary talent, she would never actually step onto the path of professional gaming. Haruto squinted his eyes and stared at Gabriel, making her feel extremely guilty. Gabriel, I don't believe you have any so-called esports talent. Haruto stated bluntly. Gabriel's eyes flashed with cunning. Oh. So you're denying my dream, Haruto. In that case, if you can beat me in a game, I'll admit it. Gabriel pointed at the computer screen. This game, if you beat me, I'll immediately give up on gaming and obediently go to class with you, no complaints. But in return, if you can't win, then you have to acknowledge my talent and stop trying to drag me to class. As she spoke, Gabriel's lips curled up uncontrollably. Plan successful. All right. Haruto nodded. Then hurry up. Gabriel said excitedly. However, Haruto shook his head. It's not me who's going to play against you. Gabriel tilted her head in confusion. Then she saw Haruto walk out of her apartment and head to the one next door, his own apartment. Leaning against the window, Gabriel watched, feeling puzzled. Could it be that Haruto had some gaming expert at home? Then she saw Haruto walk out, carrying a white-haired loli in his arms. Gabriel. As Haruto walked into the room holding the girl, Gabriel's gaze darkened with slight annoyance. Haruto, are you seriously making this little girl play against me? Gabriel was dissatisfied. She had planned to crush a noob and get Haruto off her back. But bringing in a child, wasn't that disrespecting her gaming skills? Haruto nodded. Meanwhile, the girl in Haruto's arms, Shiro, looked half asleep, her eyes barely open. She had played until early morning, only stopping when the power was cut, forcing her to sleep. Later that night, she had sneaked into Haruto's room, wasting even more sleep time. Now, being carried out so early, her brain was still in sleep mode. Haruto placed Shiro on a cushion next to Gabriel and stuffed a game controller into her hands. All right, you can start now. Haruto announced. Gabriel. Her eyes aren't even fully open yet. Haruto, are you mocking me? Gabriel protested. Haruto shrugged. This arrangement benefits you, doesn't it? What are you complaining about? Just start the game. Gabriel shot Haruto a resentful glare, muttered. I'm an angel, you know. Don't underestimate me. I'll make you both pay for this. After all, Gabriel was an angel. She had only been playing this game for a little over a day. But with her quick reflexes and superhuman hand speed, she was already a high-level player. However, upon hearing Gabriel's muttering, Haruto suddenly frowned. Angel. The game started. Shiro, looking drowsy, barely opened her eyes, just enough to make out some information, her fingers moving purely on instinct. Take this. Take this. I, Gabriel, am super strong. Amir, wait. What the heck is this? Stop, no, don't. No suspense whatsoever. In this game, a match usually lasted about 3 minutes. Even if one player dominated the other, it would still take about a minute to finish. But Shiro, practically asleep, ended the match in 42 seconds. Gabriel, aside from moving and attacking a little at the beginning, spent the rest of the match with her hands off the keyboard, screaming in despair. To make matters worse, Shiro's half-asleep combo included a taunt emote. Weak. Now, on the game's results screen, that taunt was displayed in large letters. Brother, can I go back to sleep now? Shiro snuggled into Haruto's arms, closing her eyes, not even sparing a glance at her opponent. Gabriel sat on the floor, her eyes dull, looking utterly defeated. How could this happen? She was definitely cheating. There's no way. Shattered by the loss, Gabriel mumbled to herself. Haruto, holding Shiro, refocused. Gabriel, are you ready to keep your promise and go to class? Gabriel, still in her pale, broken state, forced a smile uglier than crying. How about, best 2 out of 3? That wasn't part of the original deal, and she was obviously stalling. But, whatever. Shiro, play one more round. Haruto whispered into her ear. Ugh, so annoying. I don't want to leave brother's arms. She muttered. Then she found a way to play without leaving Haruto's embrace. She lifted her small feet and peeled off her white silk socks, exposing her delicate, fair toes. Her white, tender feet looked like warm jade, making people want to hold them, stirring a strange temptation. With her soft little feet, she skillfully pressed the controller buttons. All right, let's begin. Shiro said. Gabriel. Her previously dim eyes reignited with determination. I'll make you regret this. Playing with her feet, if it wasn't an insult. I don't know what is. I'll make her eat those words, after all I am an ong. Weak. This time, the match lasted 30 seconds. The taunt popped up again. Game over, Gabriel cried. She cried hard. She had been utterly destroyed by a loli, using her feet. Gabriel began questioning the meaning of life, her place in the universe, and whether time was even real. Shiro, good job. Haruto praised, patting Shiro's head. She tilted her head up, smiling with sleepy eyes, enjoying the head pats. No one cared about the devastated loser in the corner. Brother, my socks. Shiro lifted her small feet. Haruto was about to refuse and tell her to put them on herself. But Shiro expertly acted cute and whined. Since Shiro was adorable, her technique was super effective. After hesitating, Haruto picked up the white silk socks, took hold of her soft little foot, and began putting them back on. As his fingers brushed against her ankle, the sensation was. All right, if I keep talking, I'll end up in jail. Carrying Shiro back to the apartment, Haruto returned and glanced at Gabriel, who looked like she was in a monochrome painting. Gabriel, we're going to be late. Let's go. Gabriel's response was lifeless. She had been forcibly cut off from her internet addiction. The two of them walked towards Sobu High School. On the way, Haruto suddenly asked. Gabriel, earlier you said, you were an angel. Gabriel, who had been in a daze, instantly trembled all over. Ah, that, ha ha ha, I was just rambling nonsense. She tried to brush it off. There were very strict rules in heaven, angels who entered the human world were not allowed to reveal their identity to humans. She had already slipped up, which was a serious violation. Gabriel, let me teach you something. In situations like this, if you just admit it openly and make some bizarre declarations, you can actually get away with it, because people will just think you have a severe case of chinibyo. But if you vaguely deny it, it'll just make them more suspicious. Haruto explained. Now he was certain, Gabriel really was an angel. This kid had absolutely no sense of scheming. However, despite Gabriel being an anomaly, the anomaly detection system hadn't even been triggered. She must have been classified as a level 0 safe anomaly. Gabriel was humanoid and didn't affect other people's perception. So whether she was contained or not didn't really matter. But compared to Gabriel herself, Haruto realized there was a bigger issue. An honor student angel had become a lazy shut-in overnight just because of video games. This plot felt oddly familiar to Haruto. It was like he had seen an anime with a similar storyline before. But for some reason, he had no memory of Gabriel. If it was an anime he had watched in his past life, why couldn't he remember Gabriel's name? If it wasn't, then why did it feel so familiar? There was a contradiction in Haruto's perception. And Haruto's perception was protected by a divine fragment. It had cognitive immunity. A/N. Someone asked about Project Phoenix, thinking that a consciousness transfer combined with a cloned body would mean the person is no longer the original. No need to overthink this. None of the heroines or important characters will be killed. Project Phoenix is just a safety net for regular Foundation personnel. Chapter 84, The Exchange Student System and Bunchan. After realizing this contradiction, Haruto started carefully digging through his memories. And then, a terrifying realization struck him. Most of his memories from before his transmigration had become blurry. It was as if something had devoured them. And the most unsettling part? Until now, Haruto hadn't even noticed. When he first transmigrated to this world, he was certain his memories had been intact. But over time, his past life's memories had been slowly disintegrating, bit by bit. The turning point had been when he obtained the divine fragment. After gaining the fragment of intellectual divinity, cognitive immunity, the collapse of his memories had stopped. But the memories that had already been lost were irretrievable. This discovery led Haruto to a hypothesis. Previously, his memories and perception had been affected by an anomaly at the level of a supreme divinity. Did that mean that his past world, also based on Earth, had anomalies as well? Did a supreme divinity level anomaly exist there, too? T/N, I don't really know what's the original SCP threat/classes level are, so I can't really edit what the OG author threat levels. Y'all gonna have to deal with that as I am not in deep to the SCP lore. Was that why his memories had collapsed? Even after acquiring the divine fragment, he had only managed to stop the collapse, not restore the memories. Should he write it down? To prevent even the memory of his suspicion from disappearing? The thought crossed Haruto's mind. But he immediately rejected it. If the anomaly affecting him was at the supreme divinity level, then certain actions might trigger an irreversible catastrophe. Writing it down was one such action. For now, the safest option was to trust himself and keep all the information stored in Haruto's cognition. Because of the divine fragment, Haruto temporarily buried this matter deep in his memory. A supreme divinity. He had no way to fight against something like that for now. Though his thoughts were racing, only an instant had passed in reality. Gabriel gave a sheepish smile and said, Haruto, can you keep this a secret from me? If my angel identity gets exposed, I'll be punished by heaven. Haruto, intrigued, asked. Oh. What kind of punishment? Gabriel pulled a miserable face. I'll be recalled to heaven, my allowance will be cut, and I won't be able to play games anymore. Haruto. For a moment, he didn't even know where to start with his retort. That's a really light punishment. I thought they'd execute you. And wait, you still haven't given up on gaming. Haruto was a little impressed by Gabriel's determination. Most people, after being completely destroyed in a game by a clueless player like Shiro, would probably never want to touch a controller again. Of course. Even though I face a mighty foe, I will never back down. One day, I will defeat that formidable opponent. Gabriel suddenly became fired up. Haruto shrugged. If she was aiming to surpass Shiro, then she probably had no hope in this lifetime. Shiro's level of genius wasn't something that could be beaten with just effort. The two of them entered the classroom. Gabriel slumped onto her desk and immediately fell asleep. She had stayed up way too late gaming last night. The heavy dark circles under her eyes were proof. Originally, Gabriel had planned to skip class again, but unfortunately, she had been dragged here by Haruto. So she just decided to sleep in class instead. Haruto didn't bother with her. He had already completed his task of bringing Gabriel to school. Whatever happened next was their teacher's problem. Arriving at his seat, Haruto looked at the cute girl sitting behind him and smiled. Morning, Megumi. Good morning, Haruto, Megumi Kato replied with a smile. You didn't forget about me. Not being forgotten made Megumi visibly happy. Haruto reached out and patted her head. You left early yesterday, Megumi said as she enjoyed the head pats. Ah. I had some urgent matters at home, so I rushed back to take care of them. By the way, Megumi, you seem really concerned about me. Haruto played the direct approach. Eriri would get alt Sundara in this situation, while Senpai and now would probably get shy. But Megumi. Of course. Because you're special, Haruto, so I care about you. Megumi fired back just as directly. At that moment, Shizuka Hiratsuka entered the classroom. Alright, quiet down. Some people need to stop messing around, and those who are sleeping, wake up. Haruto and Gabriel, on the verge of being name-dropped, could only sit up straight and listen to their teacher. Before we start class, I have 2 announcements. Pass these papers to the back, Hiratsuka said, handing out 2 stacks of documents. Once everyone had received one, she pointed at a promotional-looking flyer. Sobu High School Festival happens every year at the start of the term. It's scheduled for next week and will last for 3 days. The class immediately erupted into cheers. The school festival was a major tradition in Japan's education system. It was an annual event where the school opened to outside visitors. There was a main stage where each class could sign up to perform. Since Sobu High was one of the big 3 academies, its festival stage had a lot of prestige. If someone stood out, they might even catch the eye of talent scouts. At the same time, classrooms were transformed into booths. Most classes ran maid cafes or similar attractions. Students could also earn a little extra cash. It was a fun time. Ugh, that means a ton of people will be here. Humans are such a hassle. Might as well just destroy them all. Gabriel muttered to herself. Haruto heard her. He decided that after class, he would go over and give Gabriel a beating, warning her that if she continued making anti-humanity remarks, he would have to contain her. Alright, quiet down. Shizuka Hiratsuka called the class to attention. Those who want to apply for a performance at the school festival, fill out the application on the back and submit it to me after class. The classroom decoration also needs a theme. You guys can vote on that yourselves, I won't interfere. The second thing is about our school's exchange program. You've probably heard of it. At the mention of the exchange program, the classroom fell into complete silence. The exchange program was a special mechanism among the 3 great schools. Students from Sobu High could voluntarily apply to study for a semester at either the private Hayakao Private Academy or Shuchian Academy. Everyone had indeed heard of it. At the same time, they also knew that, for Sobu High, this program was basically non-existent. No one wanted to go to those 2 monster schools to be tormented. One was a pure aristocratic academy. If you didn't have a high-ranking official in the family or weren't from a wealthy merchant lineage, you wouldn't even be able to lift your head. The other was even worse, notorious for its gambling culture. If you stepped in there, you'd likely be devoured without a trace left. These were lessons learned in blood. Warnings passed down by Sobu High seniors. So, no one wanted to stand out. However, Haruto's eyes lit up. He had originally planned to use the exchange program to go to Hayakao Private Academy. Looks like you all understand the exchange program, so I won't waste words. The exchange will take place after the school festival, next Thursday. You can still participate in the festival as usual. If anyone wants to sign up, just raise your hand now. Application forms have also been handed out. Shizuka Hiratsuka scanned the classroom. Dead silence. Because that place was hell. Haruto was about to raise his hand when he suddenly heard Shizuka continue. Oh, right. This year is a bit special. That genius in the corner, you received 2 invitations. The class was stunned and turned to look at Haruto in shock. Invitations? Those 2 monster academies actually invited Haruto for an exchange. Invitations and applications carried completely different meanings. Since the exchange program started, almost no one from Sobu High had ever received an invitation. And receiving 2 at the same time. That was unheard of. The class was astonished, but at the same time. If it was Haruto, it somehow made sense. Haruto himself was a bit puzzled. Shuchian's invitation was understandable. Shinomiya Kaguya seemed to be quite interested in him, so it was likely she had pushed for this. But even Hayakao Private Academy invited him. Well, this worked out even better. Sensei, I'll go to Hayakao Private Academy. Please respond for me. Haruto's voice echoed through the classroom. The students were left dumbfounded. Someone was actually volunteering to go to a monster academy as an exchange student. His seatmate, Yukino, nudged Haruto with her elbow. That academy is infamous for gambling. Be careful, or you might get eaten alive. Haruto chuckled at her words. I'm touched that Yukinoshita-san is worried about me. Yukino was momentarily speechless. She didn't even know why she had bothered to warn him. But I don't think anyone can eat me. Haruto said casually. Yukino then remembered. The guy next to her was a monster. Her worries were unnecessary. She should be more concerned about the people at Hayakao Private Academy instead. Because a monster was heading to their school to devour them. Shizuka Hiratsuka gave Haruto a long, meaningful look before nodding. If it was this genius, he should be fine. After that, the class resumed as usual. After class, Shizuka dragged Gabriel away by the ear. After all, she had slept through the entire lesson. The class grew lively again. Before long, a girl ran up to Haruto. "Haruto-kun, we have a drama project planned, we're performing Titanic. Would you like to join us?" Haruto looked up to see Yui Yokohama inviting him. Her playful pink hair was tied up in a bun, and she wore a short skirt, looking like a stylish gyro, though her behavior was adorably airhead. "It's Bun-chan," Haruto responded casually. "Bun-chan." Yui tilted her head in confusion and instinctively touched her bun. "Yeah, Bun-chan suits you, doesn't it?" Haruto smiled. Yui blinked, then nodded belatedly. She did love her bun hairstyle. However, the bun in Haruto's mind wasn't as innocent as she imagined. "Haruto-kun even remembers my name and gave me a nickname, wow." Yui's eyes sparkled. Chapter 85, The School Festival Invitation, a huge battlefield is coming. Watching Yui's unexpectedly happy expression, Yukino shook her head in silence. In her eyes, this Yokohama girl was completely fooled by Haruto's attractive appearance. Underneath that handsome face lay an extremely nasty monster. Getting close to him would only end badly. "Because Yui-chan is cute, of course I remember your name, Bun-chan," Haruto said with a smile. Yukino rolled her eyes. "Ha. Shameless. Scumbag. Hee, really. Thanks, Haruto-kun." Yui shyly played with her hair. "Want to exchange line IDs?" Haruto suggested. Yes. Yui eagerly took out her phone. They exchanged contacts. "Bun-chan, message me anytime." Haruto waved. Yui nodded happily, putting away her phone and preparing to leave. Wait, did she forget something? When she returned to her seat and saw her classmates looking at her expectantly, she suddenly remembered. She was supposed to invite Haruto to act in the play. How did she end up just adding his line and walking away? "Haruto-kun, are you always this mischievous?" Kato Megumi, seated behind him, asked curiously. Meanwhile, Yukino rolled her eyes. See? This man's true nature. Haruto chuckled and shrugged. Not really. It's just that Bun-chan is so naturally airhead, it would be a waste not to tease her a little. I'm not airhead just for you to tease. Yui, who had just returned, overheard him and puffed up her cheeks angrily. Now she looked even more like a bun. Sorry. Haruto put his hands together in a sincere apology. Alright, since Haruto-kun is so sincere, I forgives you. Yui put her hands on her hips, looking very magnanimous. Yui-san, don't forget your original task. Yukino couldn't stand watching anymore. If this continued, Yui would just be tricked again. Oh, right. Haruto-kun, do you want to join the play? Yui finally remembered and asked. Haruto immediately shook his head. Sorry, Bun-chan, I have to prepare for the exchange program, so I don't have time to perform. Yui looked a bit disappointed. But since he had a valid reason, she couldn't complain. Alright. Bun-chan lowered her head and went back to report. Although I can't go, I can recommend 2 people to you. Haruto suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Yui Yokohama immediately brightened up. A recommendation from Haruto. Who is it? Under Yui's eager questioning, Haruto pointed to Yukino and Megumi beside him. Yukino. Megumi. With these 2 beautiful girls participating, along with you, the play is bound to be a huge success. Haruto exaggerated. That makes sense. Yui was convinced. Yukino shot Haruto a cold glare. However, Haruto merely shrugged. They had already signed the contract, what could she do about it? Megumi also looked helpless. Megumi, go for it. The more you appear in public, the better your chances of overcoming your low presence issues. Haruto encouraged her. And just like that, he sold the 2 of them out. Yui happily pulled the 2 girls over to her seat to discuss the play. Haruto lay down on his desk, enjoying a moment of peace. But just as he put his head down, bang. The classroom door was slammed open. The room instantly fell silent as everyone turned toward the entrance. There, a stunning beauty with long, flowing black hair strode in with powerful steps and directly dragged Haruto out. Another bang. The door was shut. Everyone was dumbfounded. It took a while before they reacted. Was that Haruto's girlfriend? She looks like a senior from 3rd year. Whoa, she seems really fierce, but she's also really beautiful. No wonder she could land Haruto. Are you sure she's his girlfriend? Maybe she's just an acquaintance or something. Come on, don't kid yourself. That level of closeness, that disregard for other people's gazes, if she's not his girlfriend, then what is she? The classroom buzzed with discussions. Meanwhile, outside, Haruto stood in confusion, staring at Yutaha. "Senpai, what's going on?" Yutaha seemed incredibly excited, her eyes slightly red. This is your doing, isn't it?" She pulled out a manga. It was last week's issue of Shonen Jump. She flipped to the first page, revealing a statement. "Apologies to our readers, Titan will be on a short break this week as the author, Izumi-sensei, is out gathering materials. Izumi-sensei, taking a break for research. See you next week, moi. Izumi-sensei, by the way, I'm super into a romance light novel lately, Love Metronome. Check it out if you have time." It was the hiatus announcement Haruto had written last week. Not only did he delay an update, but he also used it to sneak in a personal recommendation. "Ah, so Senpai saw it." Haruto remained unfazed. "How could I not?" Yutaha's voice trembled slightly. The sales exploded. She had already been preparing herself to give up on her debut novel. After all, Love Metronome had dismal sales, with no hope of a reprint. After Haruto's advice, she realized she needed to make some compromises to reach a wider audience. And lately, she had even started to find those cliché romance tropes kind of enjoyable. But then, out of nowhere, her editor called to tell her the sales had skyrocketed. The initial print run of 100,000 copies had been completely sold out. Yutaha was stunned when she heard the news. Upon further inquiry, she found out that it was all because of Haruto's plug in his manga's hiatus notice. Given how wildly popular Aodi was right now, a slight push was all it took for a work to enter the mainstream spotlight. And that's exactly what happened to Love Metronome. After piecing everything together, Yutaha had barely been able to sleep last night. Literature meant the world to her. It was her dream, her greatest wish. Just as she was about to accept reality and admit that her debut work was doomed, someone had reached out and pulled her back up to the sky. So today, as soon as class ended, she had rushed over. She didn't even know what she wanted to say when she dragged Haruto out. Should she thank him? Or something else? But regardless, she had to see him, she couldn't wait any longer. Now, looking at Haruto, who simply smiled without saying a word, Yutaha finally voiced the question in her heart. "Why? Why did you do this for me?" Haruto shrugged. "Because it's a good book. It conveys real emotions through words. The low sales were just a matter of timing, not the quality of the book. And besides, I heard it was written by Senpai, so..." Before Haruto could finish, Yutaha suddenly hugged him. This was happening in the hallway of Sobu High. The two of them already drew plenty of attention with their looks alone. Now, with such a bold display of affection, the watching students erupted. Screaming. They were screaming. Even the usually ice-cold Yutaha had completely disregarded her surroundings. Her embrace was passionate and firm. Haruto froze for a moment before returning the hug, whispering, "Looks like Senpai is happy. That's good. I'm glad I didn't overstep." After a long moment, they separated. Yutaha's eyes were red, but she tried to maintain her usual icy demeanor. "You did overstep. So as punishment, you have to go on a date with me at the school festival." Haruto. "Senpai, this is betrayal." Yutaha. "You dare say that? This is an honor for you. Just try rejecting me." Yutaha was going all in. "Well, since Senpai insists, I guess I'll keep a lonely Senpai company." Haruto spread his hands. Yutaha huffed, satisfied, and left. Haruto shook his head helplessly. Thankfully, he hadn't made any plans for the festival yet. As long as nothing unexpected happened, going on a date with Senpai didn't seem like a bad idea. Just as he was thinking that, he returned to class. The moment he opened the door, he overheard. "Hey, did you hear? That idol who just debuted and blew up in popularity is coming to perform at our school festival." "Oh. You mean Hoshino AI? I love her. Her stage presence is amazing. I'll support her forever. Wow, AI is coming to Sobu High. I'm so glad I got into this school. Long live the school festival." Haruto felt a headache coming. He had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, his phone buzzed. A message from Hoshino AI. "Hoshino AI, Haruto. I'm performing at Sobu High. I heard you go there too. Hoshino AI, after the performance, let's walk around the festival together. A secret date in disguise, sounds fun, right?" Haruto, Hoshino AI, you promised to come see me, but you haven't in days. You weren't lying, right? Hoshino AI, school festival. Let's go together. Haruto, alright. Haruto was done. There was no way to refuse. It seemed that encouraging Hoshino AI to be more natural, let loose, had finally come back to bite him. Well, it was just 2 people. The festival lasted 3 days. It was totally fine. After school, he went to the Foundation site for a routine checkup, only to be ambushed by now. Big bro, a school festival. I've never been to one. Sobu High allows outsiders, right? Take me. Facing her expectant gaze, those sparkling blue eyes. Alright, let's go together. Haruto ultimately couldn't refuse. But at this point, he definitely wasn't going to jinx it by saying 3 people in 3 days is fine. Because, even if he didn't say it, he already knew that things were only going to get worse. Back home, Haruto was approached by Annie, who held up her phone displaying the promotional page for Sobu High School's cultural festival. Faced with this girl, who still hadn't fully adapted to modern life and seemed both curious and anxious, he really couldn't bring himself to refuse her. I'll take you around and introduce you, Haruto said. Annie beamed with joy. Ding dong. As the doorbell rang, Haruto's mood completely collapsed. Standing outside was the golden-haired, loser heroine, Eriri. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. With no one opening the door, Eriri mercilessly unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of doorbell rings. The door finally opened. Haruto, I heard Sobu High is hosting a cultural festival, so I... Hey, Haruto, what's wrong? Halfway through her sentence, Eriri noticed the dreadful expression on Haruto's face. Haruto waved his hand dismissively. You want to go to the cultural festival together, right? Hearing this, Eriri averted her gaze with a slightly embarrassed expression. Well, since you're inviting me, I guess spending a little time with you wouldn't be too bad. At this moment, her tsundere act was just the right amount, not annoying, but instead quite charming. Unfortunately, Haruto was in no mood to appreciate it. A love triangle. Battlefield was unfolding right before his eyes. Chapter 86, a play that deviates from the script and Megumi's plea for help. T/N, that's it. Only 3 chapters this day as I have something to do later today. Happy Valentine's you fucks. There was still about a week left before the cultural festival. Yet, Haruto had already received 5 invitations. Should he just invite everyone together? That thought was quickly dismissed. Among the 5 invitations, both his senpai and Annie preferred one-on-one interactions, so grouping them together wouldn't be good for anyone. As for the other 3, they might accept going as a group, but it would undoubtedly dampen the mood. 3 days, 5 invitations. It was a happy dilemma. Meanwhile, Haruto's class was also busy preparing their event. A stage play. A fairly common choice for the festival's performances. If a class didn't have students particularly skilled in singing, dancing, or forming a band, they usually opted for a play or a group recital as a safe bet. And when it came to classic love dramas, Titanic was the classic choice. Yui excitedly dragged Yukinoshita into practice. Yukinoshita looked completely lifeless. Why was she being subjected to this suffering? Meanwhile, sitting off to the side, Megumi looked even more resigned. She had once again been completely ignored by everyone. At first, when Haruto mentioned her, Yui still paid some attention to her. But as soon as Haruto stepped out, Megumi was forgotten. Her assigned role in the play was a completely insignificant background character. All she had to do was gasp dramatically during moments of crisis to help create tension. Still, watching rehearsals was at least entertaining. So, Megumi sat quietly and observed the rehearsal. After 2 or 3 days of practice. On this particular afternoon, after classes ended, most students left, and the classroom was locked for a full run-through rehearsal. They were going to go through the entire play as if it were the real performance. The first scene began. However, as the actors entered and spoke their lines, the performance completely deviated from the script of Titanic. Sitting below the stage, Megumi tilted her head in confusion. Words like kingdom, rebellion, and monarch kept popping up on stage. Titanic was a Western love tragedy about the protagonists fighting against obstacles to pursue love. Where the hell did a king come from? Megumi watched the play, puzzled. Had they changed the script last minute without telling her? That was possible. After all, Megumi was used to being overlooked. Forgetting to inform her about a script change would be nothing new. So, she continued watching. Then, one of the actors walked onto the makeshift stage wielding a steel blade. Megumi. The blade struck the walls and desks, sending wood chips flying. Clearly, it was sharp and real. But the real question was, why was there a real sword in a stage play? Moreover, Megumi didn't recall anyone bringing such a weapon to school. It was way too conspicuous to go unnoticed. A sense of unease crept over her. Something was wrong. Yukinoshita-san, is that steel blade a prop? Why is the scene completely different from the script? Megumi reached out and shook Yukino forcefully, trying to get an answer. Though Megumi was usually ignored, shaking someone so aggressively was bound to get a reaction. Yukino turned to look at her, only to realize she had completely forgotten Megumi's name. She only vaguely recalled that this was a classmate of hers. Yukino responded, a little awkwardly. The scene is perfectly fine. That steel blade is a prop, and the performance is exactly as written in the script. Saying that, she even pulled out a copy of the Titanic script. Megumi took it and saw that the script was exactly the same as before. Her back broke out in a cold sweat. The script hadn't changed, but Yukino was claiming the play was identical to it. No, this is completely different, Megumi insisted, trying to make Yukino realize something was off. However, Yukino simply turned to Yugahama beside her. Yugahama-san, the play is exactly as written, right? Yugahama nodded enthusiastically. Yeah. It's a perfect performance. Everyone practiced so hard. Megumi's eyes widened. The performance on stage had nothing to do with their rehearsals. A growing fear gnawed at her as she sought reassurance from other classmates. But every single person gave the same response. They all insisted that the play was an exact performance of the script. Megumi felt lost. Just then, the first act reached its climax. And then, in the corner of the makeshift stage, a figure appeared out of nowhere. A tall man in ancient royal attire, wearing a crown. His face was obscured, and he clutched a scepter, adorned with gems and treasures, radiating an aura of a true king. He had simply appeared out of thin air, yet no one reacted. It was as if Megumi was the only one who could see him. She instinctively tried to grab Yukino again. But seeing the calm expressions on Yukino and Yugahama's faces, Megumi realized they couldn't see the king. Or worse, they saw him but believed he was supposed to be there. Just like how they saw nothing wrong with the bizarre performance. Megumi wanted to run. Flee from this eerie place. But these were still her classmates. Even if they ignored her, even if they weren't close, Megumi couldn't abandon them. Yet, what could she do alone? No one would believe her. They would probably just ignore her again. In her moment of helplessness, a familiar figure flashed through her mind. That's right. If it's him, he would understand. Megumi remembered the boy who had promised never to forget her. Haruto's battle. Holding onto her last hope, Megumi took out her phone and dialed Haruto's number. The call was quickly connected. Megumi, what's wrong? The boy's voice was as clear as a mountain spring, inexplicably calming Megumi. Haruto, I don't know how to explain this to you. Everyone in class is acting really strange. Haruto, are you okay? Megumi carefully chose her words while listening to the sound of the wind and crashing noises on the other end, her concern growing. I'm fine. Just say whatever you need to. No matter how strange it sounds, I'll believe you. Haruto's calm response reassured Megumi, helping her settle her anxious thoughts. Meanwhile, Haruto put down his phone and smacked the creature beneath him with a heavy punch. You really think you're a werewolf, huh? Do you even know how much you've messed up my plans? Trying to run. Go ahead, try it again, I dare you. At this moment, Haruto wasn't in Japan but in the city of Rome. His system's anomaly detection had flagged an irregularity here. Initially, Haruto had planned to let the local Foundation personnel investigate. But within 2 days, the number of anomalies had started spreading. Realizing the urgency, Haruto rushed to the city of Rome himself, and discovered that this anomaly was none other than a legendary werewolf. Just as Haruto was making a call, the werewolf, which had been playing dead, slightly opened its eyes. Noticing that Haruto wasn't looking, it attempted to sneak away. It had learned its lesson, this human was not to be messed with. However, just as it got up and was about to take a step, a silver-white blade pierced through its paw in an instant. The werewolf turned its head and met Haruto's ice-cold gaze. His expression seemed to say, "Run. I dare you." The werewolf had no choice but to remain motionless and continue playing dead. Chapter 87, The Hanged King's Tragedy and Megumi's Resolve. T/N, aw shit, I overslept. Sorry. Following Haruto's instructions, Megumi temporarily left the classroom, leaving the door open so she could observe from the hallway. Thankfully, school was already over. Most teachers and students had left. Those who stayed behind were mostly in the activity rooms behind the main school building, participating in club activities. Gripping her phone tightly, Megumi nervously watched the eerie play that continued inside the classroom. The faceless king who had suddenly appeared stood quietly in the corner of the stage, completely motionless. As if he, too, was watching the performance. At this point, the play had reached the middle of the third act. Most plays consisted of 5 acts. If nothing unexpected happened, this eerie performance was already halfway through. As Megumi anxiously observed, a series of rapid, synchronized footsteps echoed through the hallway. She turned toward the sound and saw several teams of people quickly approaching. They were clearly well-trained and armed with firearms. Megumi's eyes widened. Were these the people Haruto had mentioned? As an ordinary high school girl, Megumi had never seen such a scene before. The squad stopped outside the classroom and scanned their surroundings. Realizing they were looking for her, Megumi quickly stepped forward. "Excuse me, are you the people Haruto mentioned? The ones here to handle this incident?" The squad captain, startled by the sudden voice, nearly raised his gun. However, he had been briefed in advance about Megumi's involvement. Quickly regaining composure, he replied. "Yes, we're professionals sent to deal with this anomaly." "Is this the location of the outbreak?" Megumi nodded and pointed toward the eerie play continuing inside the classroom. Then, she hesitantly glanced at the armed personnel. She had no idea how they planned to handle something so supernatural. They wouldn't just start shooting, right? Bring in the D-class personnel and have them make initial contact with the anomaly. The captain issued the command. This was standard procedure for the Foundation. Megumi tilted her head in confusion. D-class personnel? Were they some kind of special operatives trained to handle paranormal events? Her curiosity quickly turned into shock. 5 individuals wearing bright orange uniforms, each marked with an identification number, were brought forward. They wore strange collars around their necks that occasionally flashed red. Megumi blinked. Why do those uniforms look like prison jumpsuits? D-181, take the lead and enter the anomaly site. Begin initial containment procedures. The captain ordered. D-181 looked like she was on the verge of tears. This was her 3rd anomaly mission this month. Even death row inmates weren't treated this badly. In reality, most death row prisoners weren't used this way. Because very few D-class personnel survived long enough for a 3rd mission. Typically, deploying D-class meant a total loss. Still, she had no right to refuse. D-181 could only put on a miserable expression and step into the classroom. The 5 D-class personnel cautiously entered, their eyes scanning the stage. Report your status, D-181. The captain's voice came through the communicator. This is D-181. Currently executing containment procedures. So far, all I see is a strange play being performed. Reporting in, D-181 does not see any faceless individual in the corner of the stage, as described in the briefing. Megumi's eyes widened in shock. What? They couldn't see him. The faceless man was standing right there. Proceed with the containment protocol. Attempt to remove the civilians from the anomaly zone. The captain issued an order. D-181, attempt extraction. The loud report gradually fell silent. Before their very eyes, the 5 D-class personnel in the classroom stood motionless at the podium, watching the play unfold. D-181. Execute the mission immediately, or you will be terminated. The captain's cold voice echoed. However, there was no response. D-341, D-469. The captain called out 2 more D-class designations. As expected, there was still no response. The captain's expression immediately turned grim. Preliminary assessment, this anomaly possesses cognito-hazardous properties, capable of affecting the perception of individuals within a small area. D-181 has a cognition level of 4, ranking in the top 10% of all human cognitive abilities. This anomaly exhibits a strong cognito-hazard effect. At that moment, the play reached the 5th act. The faceless king, who had been ignored by everyone until now, stepped onto the stage. As part of the performance, he played the role of the king. And in this act, the play depicted the rebels assassinating the king. Thus, he suspended himself in midair. Blood gushed from his neck and face, spilling onto the surrounding area. Simultaneously, all the students in the classroom, along with the 5 D-class personnel who had entered, began slaughtering each other. The student playing the rebel, wielding a steel blade, cut down anyone in his path without mercy. Requesting authorization from the Director of Operations to neutralize all cognito-hazard-affected personnel. The captain made his decision immediately. If even someone with a cognition level of 4 was compromised, and the anomaly posed a fatal threat, it had to be contained immediately. At that moment, Megumi Kato stood helplessly, watching the bloodbath unfold before her. In a panic, she called Haruto. The call was answered immediately. Haruto. Megumi hastily explained the situation. After hearing her report, Haruto pondered for a moment. Truthfully, Haruto agreed with the captain's judgment. A highly potent cognito-hazard anomaly. Anyone who enters is immediately affected. The Foundation had not yet developed effective countermeasures or drugs against cognito-hazards. Using extreme measures to prevent a larger outbreak was reasonable. If Haruto were there, it would be easy, he was immune to cognito hazards. He could simply walk through it. But the problem was, he was in the city of Rome right now. Even if he took the fastest flight back, it would still take time. Neutralization and containment were the only options. Then, Haruto thought of Megumi. Why was she the only one unaffected by the cognito hazard? Recalling Megumi's abnormal ability to be ignored, could it be that Megumi was some kind of anti-meme? Memes and cognito hazards often had resistances against each other. Haruto spoke in a serious tone. Megumi, listen to me. Right now, you're the only one who can save everyone. Megumi's eyes widened in shock. If you're brave enough, hand your phone to the nearest armed personnel. They will give you a crowbar. You need to take the crowbar and enter the classroom. Gently tap the back of each performer's head. You don't need to use much force. You just have to complete the action. But this is dangerous. Megumi, you must decide for yourself. Hearing his words, Megumi's hesitation disappeared. Her eyes filled with determination. Without hesitation, she handed her phone to the captain beside her. The captain was momentarily stunned but quickly understood and took the call. Soon after, an amnesiac crowbar was placed in Megumi's hands. Looking at the chaotic, blood-soaked classroom, Megumi gripped the crowbar tightly. Her fingers turned white. Her arms trembled. Even though she was terrified, she still charged into the classroom without hesitation. As always, no one noticed her presence. In the midst of the carnage, Megumi was ignored. For the first time, Megumi felt that her low presence was a blessing. Holding the crowbar, Megumi approached Yui Yokohama and Yukinoshita. She lightly tapped the back of their heads. Without exerting any force, both of them immediately collapsed, unconscious. Seeing this, Megumi sped up her pace, moving towards the other students. Within seconds, Megumi had knocked out half of the performers. On the stage, the faceless hanged king, suspended in midair and bleeding profusely, began to fade. The only difficult one left was the student wielding the steel blade. He swung it around wildly, without skill. But because of that, it was hard to approach him. After suffering a cut to her arm, Megumi successfully knocked him out. The moment the last performer collapsed, the hanged king vanished completely. The classroom fell into complete silence. Of the 5 D-class personnel, 4 were dead. The sole survivor lay unconscious on the floor. Even though they had been driven mad, they were not mindless killers. They still fought using basic instincts and logic, but their only goal was to kill each other. Students had no combat ability, they could only throw wild punches. But D-class personnel were different. Some were murderers. Even the ones who weren't had been in prison long enough to learn how to kill. When turned against each other, they died quickly. After the situation stabilized, the captain immediately sent in another team of D-class personnel. Upon confirming that no further cognitive contamination occurred, the armed unit cautiously entered the classroom. Incident contained. The Ghoul 3 solution was administered to injured individuals in an attempt to treat them. Unfortunately, 3 students could not be saved. They had been brutally dismembered by the blade-wielding performer. The solution's regenerative properties were limited, it could save someone as long as their organs weren't completely destroyed. But reassembling a person was simply impossible. As for the D-class personnel, their lives didn't count. Their bodies were simply disposed of. Chapter 88, The Perfect Wife. During the cleanup, the armed unit found a blood-stained script. Its title was barely legible. The Hanged King's Tragedy. Further analysis revealed that this had originally been a script for Titanic. However, during the anomalous outbreak, reality was altered. The script and the steel blade were taken into containment. Anomaly, The Hanged King's Tragedy, SCP-701. Anomaly Level 4, Destruction. A 5-act play that compels readers to perform it. The performance deviates into a scripted massacre. An incorporeal king manifests and is ignored until the climax. By Act 5, he is hanged, triggering mass violence. Affects all individuals with a cognitive level of 4 or lower. By the time Haruto returned, the Hanged King's Tragedy had already been contained. The script was locked in a black-sealed containment chamber, restricted to Level 4 clearance and above. Incident Report. The anomaly originated from a student reading an old anthology that contained the Hanged King's Tragedy. The student inadvertently triggered the anomaly on the day of the performance. The anthology was secured, but no other copies were found to contain the Hanged King's Tragedy. All affected individuals underwent Class A amnestic treatment. The deaths of 3 students were covered up as withdrawals, with their families compensated. The Foundation will monitor online sources to prevent further spread of the anomaly. Megumi sat in a Foundation safe house, burying her face in her hands. She looked dejected. The door creaked open. Haruto sighed helplessly as he looked at her. Haruto sat down beside Megumi Kato. I could have saved them. Megumi didn't lift her head, she knew it was Haruto who had come. No, you've already done more than enough. If not for someone named Megumi Kato stepping in, everyone in that classroom would be dead. Haruto stated this as a fact. Given that no one else had the ability to resist cognitive contamination. By the time Haruto returned, at least 2 hours had passed. 2 hours, and by then, the corpses would have long gone cold. Moreover, Megumi had intervened decisively and acted swiftly. Despite lacking critical information, she had done everything she could. Everyone who survived this anomaly outbreak owed their lives to Megumi. Megumi lifted her head and looked at Haruto. Her eyes were red, and tear stains marred her cheeks. Haruto reached out, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes before pulling her into his embrace. No words could comfort someone in such a state. A warm embrace was far more effective. Leaning against Haruto, feeling his warmth, Megumi could no longer hold back as she burst into tears. Fear of the unknown, lingering terror from her injuries, guilt for those who had died. All of it, at this moment, erupted uncontrollably. As she sobbed her heart out, only one thought filled her mind. That she had Haruto. That in this world, Haruto existed. Because otherwise, in such a vast world, there would be no place for Megumi Kato to release these emotions. Megumi had always been slow in perceiving emotions. But being slow didn't mean she lacked them, instead, emotions built up more easily inside her. If Haruto weren't here, Megumi might have lost her mind. Her tears soaked through Haruto's shirt. Her sobs refused to subside. Haruto gently patted her back, soothing her, helping her breathe more easily. Seeing Megumi cry her heart out actually made Haruto feel relieved. When someone experiences a major crisis or setback and doesn't break down like this, that's when it's truly concerning. Because if they don't let it all out, they might just collapse. After a long while, Megumi finally lifted her head slightly, peeking at Haruto's expression. Even for her, showing herself like this was a little embarrassing. But all she saw was his usual, gentle smile. Megumi felt reassured. So, what exactly was that? And what is this place? Now that her emotions had settled, she became curious about the Foundation. Haruto didn't hold back, he told her everything about the anomalies and the Foundation. He had a feeling that he wouldn't need to use memory-erasing techniques on Megumi. This soft-spoken yet strong-willed girl might make an unexpected decision. When he finished, Megumi covered her mouth in shock. So, Haruto-kun is actually the leader of a supernatural organization. That sounds like something out of a chunny fantasy. Haruto chuckled helplessly and ruffled Megumi's hair, leaving it messy. After a brief moment of playful banter, Megumi suddenly sighed. Wow, I really feel like Haruto-kun and I aren't from the same world at all. Haruto shook his head. That's not true. The Foundation exists to protect our peaceful everyday lives. The me you see, the one you've always known, is real. So how could we not be from the same world? Hearing this, Megumi smiled warmly. Is that so? You're right. Haruto-kun has always been like a hero. After musing aloud, Megumi pointed to herself. Can I join? Haruto didn't say yes or no, he simply replied. It's very dangerous. The Foundation fights against anomalies every day, and sacrifices are common. You've seen it for yourself. Megumi nodded. Yeah, I saw it. But that's exactly why I want to join. My low presence, it seems like an asset for the Foundation. She smiled. For the first time, I feel like it's a good thing. Haruto embraced Megumi again, his touch full of tenderness. Then, he took out the Absolute Covenant Codex. The golden pages flipped open, stopping at a blank space following a long list of names. Megumi signed her name. Welcome, Megumi Kato. From now on, let's fight together for humanity's future, and for our peaceful everyday lives. Haruto spoke with conviction. Megumi nodded. For humanity's future, and for Haruto-kun. Haruto was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Megumi Kato, SCP Foundation, A-Class Personnel, Head of the Special Department for Memetic Strategies, Level 4 Security Clearance. In matters regarding memetic anomalies, she held decision-making priority equal to that of an O5 Council member. Thank you, Kato-san, really, thank you. Yukino bowed deeply to Megumi. She was the only person affected by this containment event whose memory wasn't entirely erased. Haruto had only removed her recollection of the Hanged King's tragic opera script. Everything else remained untouched. Including the memory of how, after succumbing to self-destructive violence, Megumi had knocked her unconscious. Although D-class memory wiping techniques and Megumi's natural antimemetic properties played a role, for Haruto, restoring these memories had been easy. So when Yukino woke up, the first thing she did was seek out Megumi to thank her. Haruto, standing off to the side, scowled. Why is it that Megumi gets gratitude, but when it comes to me, you just glare daggers? Logically speaking, I saved you twice, you know. Twice. Yukinoshita. He was referring to the incidents with the ghouls and the peanut. Indeed, if not for Haruto's intervention, Yukino, who had just happened to be near both anomalies, would likely have died twice already. However, she simply rolled her eyes at him. For this insufferable president, she had no words. Megumi waved her hands. It's fine, it's fine. But I didn't expect Yukino-san to be part of the Foundation too. Yukino nodded, about to say that she had been forced into it by Haruto. But then she noticed Megumi's phrasing. Wait. Megumi Kato joined the Foundation too? Yukino asked with concern. The Foundation wasn't exactly a safe place. Haruto, meanwhile, sneered from the side. Unlike you, Megumi volunteered. She's an A-class personnel now. You two aren't even on the same level. Her fists clenched. Yukinoshita was thoroughly provoked. But given the difference in power, she could only fume in silence. Speaking of which, even though Yukino had been caught in this anomaly outbreak, she hadn't been seriously injured. That was thanks to her frail body, and Bunchan's abysmal combat skills. Both of them were completely unfit for physical activity. Their hand-to-hand combat ability was practically negative. Coincidentally, when the Hanging King's tragic opera outbreak occurred, they had been closest to each other, so they got tangled up in a completely ineffective scuffle. By the time they were knocked unconscious, neither had managed to land a proper hit. Bunchan had already been sent home to sleep it off. Yukino scoffed and left. As for Megumi, she smiled gently at Haruto before turning to leave as well. Watching her figure disappear into the distance, Haruto couldn't help but smile. Megumi Kato, not only was she the best wife candidate in an everyday world, even in this anomalous world, her kindness and resilience shone just as brightly. But just as Haruto was lost in thought, Megumi suddenly turned back. Haruto-kun, do you have time for the school festival? Haruto. In that instant, heart fluttering turned into near cardiac arrest. But this was an invitation from Megumi. Of course, for Megumi, I'll always have time. Haruto smiled and swallowed his tears. Chapter 89, The Lucky One, D-Class Promotion. Speaking of which, you're still alive, huh? Haruto stroked his chin as he examined the brown-haired girl in front of him. The girl felt a little uneasy under his gaze. President, is there a mission you need me to carry out? She asked cautiously. Rather than being stared at by the president, she would prefer to be sent on a mission. What's your name? Haruto asked curiously, still staring at the girl. D-181, the brown-haired girl replied, looking a little confused. Did the president come here specifically to conduct a D-class personnel obedience test? Was he really that bored? Haruto shook his head. Not your number, your name. The girl was momentarily dazed by the question. Her name. Ever since she joined the Foundation, she had been constantly indoctrinated with the idea that she had no name, only a number. This was part of the obedience training for D-class personnel. Moreover, every month, D-class personnel had an execution list. Those selected would be sent to participate in high-risk containment experiments. The lucky ones who survived would have their memories erased before returning. It was a cycle that seemed to offer hope but, in reality, led only to a dark and uncertain future. Technically speaking, she shouldn't even know this. However, after the last mission involving an encounter with Cthulhu's minions, Haruto had removed her from that month's execution list. Because of that, she had retained her memories and learned a bit of the truth. After a brief moment of recollection, she managed to dig up her name from the depths of her memory. My name is Kanako Hatama, President. Haruto nodded at her response. Well then, Kanako Hatama, may I ask what crime led you to be imprisoned as a death row inmate? Kanako really wanted to say, doesn't the Foundation already have my records? In fact, it did. All death row inmates taken in by the Foundation had complete life files, including their criminal records. Right now, Haruto was holding a tablet displaying Kanako Hatama's criminal record. She had been sued by the Tokyo Gambling Commission for forging winning lottery tickets and defrauding a public institution. Due to the enormous amount of money involved, she was ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment. After being incarcerated, she committed multiple severe infractions, which led to an escalation of her sentence to the death penalty. As for Kanako herself, this was how she explained it. To be honest, I don't even know how I ended up in prison. I won a few lottery tickets, and then suddenly, I got sued. I didn't even have time to hire a lawyer. That guy in the fake wig banged his gavel, and the next thing I knew, I was in jail. A few days later, they changed my sentence to death. I don't even know why, and I was too scared to ask. She looked completely innocent as she spoke. Haruto sighed and rubbed his forehead. Kanako, forging winning lottery tickets is outright fraud. Don't make yourself sound so innocent. Kanako quickly shook her head. No, I didn't forge anything. Those were real tickets that I bought, completely legal and legitimate. Haruto glanced at the data again and then said. Kanako, are you aware that out of the 4 lottery draws you supposedly won, 3 of them didn't even have a first-place winner? Kanako. Haruto continued, and the only draw that did have a first-place prize. That particular ticket wasn't available for public purchase, it was transferred internally to a gambling official. Kanako, I fucking knew it. As she gritted her teeth in anger, Haruto put down the tablet. Looks like you really didn't know. But if you had thought about it, you would have realized gambling institutions. Haruto shrugged, his meaning crystal clear. Kanako felt utterly defeated. If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have bought those damn tickets. First, she got thrown into prison for no reason. Then, she ended up in the Foundation out of nowhere. Kanako Hatama, do you want to escape your status as a D-class personnel? The sudden question made Kanako's eyes widen. D-class personnel can be promoted. She looked at him in disbelief. Haruto nodded. The authority to promote a D-class individual rests solely with a level 5 personnel. As it happens, I am level 5. Hope flickered in Kanako's eyes. Then. President, what do I have to do? Under her expectant gaze, Haruto pulled out a coin and 2 dice. Let's play a game. If you can roll 6 50 times in a row and flip heads 30 times in a row, you're free. Kanako. Her hope was instantly shattered. With a miserable expression, she protested. President, this is just cruel. Giving someone hope only to destroy it right after, that's way too cruel. I may be a D-class, but we have human rights too, you know. Haruto shook his head. Nope. D-class personnel don't have human rights. Kanako. So, do you want to try? Haruto asked. Kanako took the dice and the coin in a daze. It was impossible, but she had to at least try. So, she casually rolled the dice onto the table. The dice spun rapidly before settling. A bright red 6 faced upward. Kanako. She kept rolling. An unbelievable sight unfolded. 6 after 6 after 6. At Haruto's request, she even changed her rolling technique several times. Yet the results remained the same, always 6. The hope that had just been shattered began burning brightly once again. Until the 50th roll landed. Still a 6. Wow. Kanako cheered in delight. Haruto picked up one of the dice and examined it closely. Then, applying slight pressure with his fingers, he crushed it. It was a standard industrial product, with no modifications. Even accounting for slight manufacturing imperfections, which could cause tiny biases of 0.01% to 0.1%, the dice should have been largely fair. President. I did it. 50 times. Kanako was so excited she could barely form a proper sentence. Haruto pointed at the coin in her hand. Finish flipping the coin first. Kanako obeyed and started flipping the coin. And then. 30 consecutive heads. A probability so minuscule it should have been nearly impossible, yet it happened effortlessly. Kanako's eyes sparkled as she turned to Haruto, awaiting his verdict. Well done, Kanako Hatama. You will be removed from the D-class personnel list. Kanako, hell yeah. Throws hands up in celebration. However, just as she lifted her arms, about to cheer. You've been contained, Haruto said coldly, staring at her. Kanako. Frozen in shock. Contained object, the lucky one, SCP-181, containment level, safe. Object properties, an individual who is exceptionally lucky. Any probability-based event initiated by the contained subject will always result in a favorable outcome, for example, rolling 50 consecutive 6s or flipping 30 consecutive heads. This containment object has minor reality warping properties, is highly intelligent, and it is recommended to adopt non-coercive containment measures. Reading the report, Kanako rolled her eyes in frustration. President, what do you mean by highly intelligent? I'm human, okay. Haruto shook his head. No, you are a containment object. I'm human. Kanako bared her sharp canine teeth, making a playful, I'll bite you expression. At this point, she had completely let go of her inhibitions. Worst case. Death. So what if he's the president? In that case, I'll put you back on the D-class personnel list and revoke the special recruitment benefits for containment objects. Haruto stated casually. I'm highly intelligent. Please have mercy, President. Kanako immediately pounced and clung to Haruto's leg. Compared to being D-class personnel, being classified as a highly intelligent containment object was much better. Although neither had human rights, the latter at least didn't have to live in the D-class quarters, could choose meals instead of eating cheap food, and even received a monthly salary. With that salary, she could buy games, manga, and light novels. For these benefits, highly intelligent was fine by her. Haruto picked her up off the ground and placed her on a chair. Then, he took out the Absolute Contract Codex, placed it on the table, and signaled her to sign. Kanako obediently signed her name. With that, she was officially removed from the D-Class personnel list and became a containment object. Her peculiar trait wasn't discovered by chance. As a D-Class personnel, she had participated in 3 anomalous interaction missions. In each of these missions, she came into contact with extremely dangerous containment objects. And yet, she survived every time. That was absurd. Haruto had watched the footage of her encounters with Cthulhu and the Hanged King's tragedy. Every time, all other assigned D-Class personnel died except her. The 3rd mission was similar. Although the recordings showed nothing unusual, the sheer improbability of it all made Haruto suspicious. Thinking back, Kanako was imprisoned because she actually won the lottery. The lottery company hadn't printed any jackpot tickets. But due to an extremely rare machine error, it mistakenly printed 3 first-prize lottery tickets. Even more absurdly, a non-circulating ticket was accidentally added to the prize pool and ended up being purchased by her. 4 consecutive lottery wins. The Tokyo Gambling Syndicate lost its patience and sent people to arrest her. That very night, they increased her sentence and sentenced her to death. Clearly, they were pissed. Given this, Kanako shouldn't have been classified as a death row inmate in the first place. Removing her from the D-Class personnel list made perfect sense. Haruto glanced at the still excited girl. Could her trait be affecting him as well, leading him to notice her anomaly? After all, investigating her and removing her from the D-Class list was itself a highly improbable event. D-Class personnel being promoted was rarer than winning the lottery. Feeling like he was being used, Haruto grew more annoyed. He suddenly grabbed Kanako by the neck and pulled her closer, then opened the lottery draw interface. He wanted to see if he could use this girl's ridiculous luck for himself. Chapter 90, another red light reward and the date begins. President. Are we doing this? Right here. Kanako blurted out something completely inappropriate. Haruto knocked her on the head. This girl had spent some time in a high-security female prison. Although she was still innocent in some ways, her thinking had clearly been influenced by her environment. Holding her close, Haruto pressed the lottery draw button. Previously, he had earned a level 4 lottery draw for containing the Hanged King. As the button was pressed, a brilliant light flashed across the system interface. Haruto's eyes widened. No way. He looked at the system panel, then at the girl in his arms, feeling a surge of excitement. Originally, he just wanted to test if her luck could be used. But unexpectedly, red light. A dazzling red glow streaked across the system interface and landed with a resounding impact. Reward obtained, Divine Enlightenment Fragment. Kanako, you currently don't have a romantic partner or any intention to get married, correct? Haruto asked in a serious tone. Kanako was dumbfounded. I don't think so. She was telling the truth but still felt nervous. Haruto nodded. Good. That means I don't have to alter your memories. Kanako. For the future of humanity, I must make you my personal possession. With that, Haruto declared something outrageous. But looking at the experimental results, if Kanako could influence lottery odds, then getting red light rewards every time. No matter what, he had to make her his exclusive property. For the future of humanity. Actually, if it's you, President, I don't mind. Kanako stopped thinking altogether. Her image of the mysterious and powerful president shattered. But that was fine, she was a sucker for good looks. If it was Haruto, a ridiculously handsome guy, she had no complaints. After leaving the Foundation, Haruto returned to his apartment and carefully examined the red light reward. Divine Enlightenment Fragment, a metaphysical concept, not of this world's gifts. It is the supreme enlightenment, unobservable, indescribable, and unrecordable in its essence. Its origin of fragmentation is unknown, but even a single fragment contains incomprehensible power. Using the Divine Enlightenment Fragment allows an individual to elevate the concept of one of their traits, with a probability of transforming it into supreme divinity. Due to its fragmented state, it retains partial abilities, enabling conceptual elevation of a trait. Note, the final enhancement result depends on the strength of the chosen trait. Traits that are closer to supreme divinity have a higher chance of reaching metaphysical conceptual power. Haruto pondered over the system's explanation. Choosing a trait for conceptual elevation. Since stronger traits had a higher chance of reaching supreme divinity, he had to pick from his golden tier traits. As for enhancing his divine intelligence fragment, Haruto had considered it. But after trying, the system informed him that it couldn't be elevated to supreme divinity. Clearly, even as a fragment, divine intelligence was already considered supreme divinity. So, his choice came down to 3 options. Blacklight virus, evolution. Kamui Mangekyo, space and mind. The world, time. Kamui Mangekyo was the first to be eliminated as it was far weaker than the other 2. That left Blacklight virus, evolution, and the world, time. Haruto hesitated between the 2. Ultimately, he decided to wait and see. Blacklight virus still had room to evolve. He would absorb more powerful genes and refine it further before making a decision. Then came the joyful yet exhausting school festival. The Hanged King's incident barely caused a ripple at Sobu High. The 3 deceased students were officially withdrawn from school. The reason? Completely legitimate. Aside from Megumi Kato and Yukinoshita, everyone else had their memories erased. The theater play had to replace 3 actors at the last minute, but it managed to continue. With the pressure of 6 invitations, Haruto meticulously planned out his schedule. A true master of time management. However, plans never keep up with change. First day of the school festival, Haruto was completely absent. The reason? The so-called City of Rome was once again dealing with vampires. Similar to the previous werewolf incident, it was another case of a highly contagious anomaly. Through the first embrace, vampires could convert normal people into their kind, though the turned individuals couldn't further infect others. It was something the mobile task force could handle, but air travel was too slow, risking further spread. So Haruto had to personally fly there with his wings. Thus, his school festival plans were reduced to just 2 days. After utterly annihilating the vampire progenitor and venting his frustration, Haruto returned to his apartment, looking dazed. There was no escaping the incoming battlefield of romance. Lying on his back, Haruto stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Before long, he heard the sound of a doorknob turning. Without even looking up, he knew it was Shiro. Ever since Shiro had maxed out her lockpicking skills, Haruto had simply stopped locking his door. It was pointless. Shiro found Haruto lying there, his expression blank as he stared at the ceiling. Curious, she climbed onto the bed, snuggled up to him, and blocked his view to meet his gaze. Onii-chan, not happy? Haruto smiled helplessly. Not exactly unhappy, just a bit exhausted. Shiro tilted her head in confusion. Shiro will help Onii-chan. Even though she didn't understand what he needed help with, Shiro spoke earnestly. Haruto was about to tell her that she couldn't help. A battlefield of romance was something she'd only make worse if she were old enough to participate. But then, Haruto suddenly realized, with Shiro's abilities. Sitting up, he pulled out his tablet. Through the Foundation's systems, he effortlessly connected to all the surveillance cameras inside Sobu High. Splitting the numerous feeds across the screen, he pointed at them. Shiro, Onii-chan is about to play a game. You're the only one I can rely on. Can you help me clear it? Hearing this, Shiro nodded immediately, her crimson pupils glowing brightly with excitement. Haruto then pulled up 6 photos. Portraits of Megumi Kato and the others. Onii-chan needs to accompany these 6 people in the areas shown on screen, but there are rules. Haruto pointed at the display. Shiro blinked. Why did this game feel so unpleasant? Still, since it was a request from Onii-chan, she listened carefully. Game rules: over the next 2 days, I must accompany each of these 6 people for at least 4 hours in total. Each time, I can only be with one of them, while the other 5 will move randomly across the school grounds. Additionally, these people here are their friends. They don't pay much attention to me, but if they see me, they might inform the 6 about my whereabouts. If, while with one person, any of the other 5 spot me, I lose. If I don't reach the required time with each, I also lose. Shiro nodded absent-mindedly. Super easy stealth game. No problem. Haruto chuckled and ruffled her hair. Shiro really was his precious little lifesaver. And so, the next day, the Operation Date Warfare began. Chapter 91, Now Tamori and Eriri's Date Special. Early morning, Haruto arrived outside Sobu High's main gate. The festival's second day was even more crowded than the opening day. The gates were wide open, with students setting up food stalls even near the entrance. Haruto took in the lively scene, his expression grave, like a soldier preparing for battle. He adjusted the hidden earpiece in his ear. From this point on, Shiro would provide real-time surveillance and guidance. Meanwhile, Shiro sat at her computer desk, hugging her knees as her sharp gaze processed the multiple feeds displayed on her monitors. To a normal person, handling this much visual data would be overwhelming. But for Shiro, a single glance was enough for all the necessary information to be processed and analyzed. However, something about this is making me unhappy, but since it's Onii-chan's request. The adorable yet highly intelligent Shiro lacked emotional awareness. She didn't yet understand what jealousy was. Target 1 has arrived. Shiro's voice came through the earpiece. Big bro. You didn't wait too long, did you? Now suddenly jumped out from nowhere and landed beside Haruto. Today, she wore a pink long-sleeve top paired with a short skirt, giving off a youthful and adorable vibe. She held a handheld video camera, already recording Haruto's expression. You look super cute today, now. Haruto gave his signature refreshing smile, like a cool summer breeze. Ah. My heart skipped a beat. Now pressed the camera against her face, squealing in excitement. Haruto reached out and ruffled her hair. Don't hide behind the camera. I can't see you. Oh, right. Hee hee hee. The two walked into Sobuhai together. Wow, it's so lively. Now excitedly pulled Haruto along, her camera constantly capturing footage. They hadn't walked far before something caught her eye, a candy apple stand. Big bro, do you want one? I'll buy it for you. She patted her pocket, looking confident and generous. As an A-rank Foundation agent, Nao's salary was quite high. If you want one, I'll buy it for you. But just one is enough. Haruto sighed. Big bro, even if you can read a girl's mind, sometimes it's better to pretend you don't. Nao pouted playfully. Haruto walked over to the stall and bought a candy apple, handing it to her. You're not having one? Nao asked. Haruto glanced at the apple. If things go as expected, I will. Candy apples, whole apples, cored and coated in syrup. Bright red, they were incredibly tempting. But apples were big, making them hard to finish. It wasn't that the people of Japan were particularly honest. Fuji apples were simply cheap and easy to make into candy, which was why they were popular. A bit like sugar-coated hawthorn sticks, but apple version. As Haruto predicted. After eating half, Nao couldn't finish the rest. She didn't want to waste it, but holding onto it was a hassle. She was stuck in a dilemma. Haruto casually reached out and took the half-eaten apple from her. Nao scratched her head awkwardly. Hee hee. Are you sure you can't predict the future? Haruto took a big bite of the remaining apple and flicked her forehead. This isn't foresight. I just know you well. Hearing that, Nao smiled even more brightly. She suddenly flipped the camera, pulled Haruto down, and took a bite from the same candy apple. Their faces were incredibly close, only separated by the apple. The atmosphere turned undeniably intimate. And this moment was captured on camera. Turning the camera back around. The two of them looked at the photo and exchanged a smile. Oni-chan, target number 2 is approaching 300 meters ahead. Move to the left to evade. Shiro's voice suddenly came through the earpiece. Haruto glanced to the left and quickly locked onto a stall. Now, look over there. Haruto pointed to the left. Following his direction, Nao looked over and saw a booth resembling a punching machine. That looks fun. Big bro, let's go check it out. Nao tugged on Haruto and moved toward the booth. Not long after they left, Eriri walked over from the front. She looked around in confusion. Something felt off. Had she just missed something important? A/N. To be honest, when I was organizing the date order, I completely forgot who the 6th person was. I had to check the previous chapters to realize I left Eriri out. Is this the fate of the blonde-haired loser heroine? Even the author gets influenced by it. What kind of supreme divinity is this? T/N. As all of you had noticed, authors really dissing at Eriri pretty dang hard. Had to filter out some of them cause it was too mean XD. Hey there, young man. Want to give it a try? If you score 100 points, you can win a plush toy. The stall owner greeted them enthusiastically as they approached. To the left stood a small punching bag connected to a machine. It was the common type where you punch it, and the machine measures your strength to give you a score. The stall's business model was simple, pay to punch, and if you scored high enough, you got a plush toy. The main targets were obviously couples. Which boyfriend wouldn't want to show off his strength in front of his girlfriend? And most girls tended to like plush toys. Let's play, let's play. Big bro. Nao shook Haruto's arm eagerly. All right. Haruto paid the fee and stepped up to the machine. At that moment, he had the feeling of a super scion testing his strength at a martial arts tournament. T/N, I'm looking at you, short prince. If he wasn't careful, he'd end up breaking the machine. Fortunately, Haruto had precise control over his strength. Using a bit more force than the average adult male, he punched the machine's sensor. A dull thud rang out, and the score began rising rapidly. 30, 50, 90. Finally stopping at 98. Wow, young man, you're pretty strong. Just a little short, though. The stall owner chuckled awkwardly. Haruto glanced at the man. This guy was pretty greedy. The machine was probably set so that the first 80 to 90 points were easy to get. But once you hit 95, each additional point required a massive increase in power. To score a perfect 100, you'd probably need the strength of a professional boxer. The setup was designed to give boys a little glimmer of hope while ensuring the stall owner didn't have to give out too many prizes, maybe even tricking them into trying again. So, young man, want to go again? The stall owner grinned slyly. Big bro, let me try. Now raised her hand excitedly. Haruto looked at her, about to warn her. But before he could, the stall owner spoke up. Since your girlfriend wants to play, why not let her have a go? Haruto, all right, you bastard. Well played. Haruto paid for another round and took Nao's camera for safekeeping. The stall owner grinned as he counted the money. In his mind, she was just a small girl, how much strength could she possibly have? A loud, earth-shaking bang echoed through the air. The stall owner froze and looked up at his machine. The entire thing had been pushed back over a meter. The punching bag's sensor had been completely smashed through, with sand pouring out of it. On the screen, the score skyrocketed. 100, 200. 3,786. Haruto quickly walked over and placed a hand on Nao's head. Now, secrecy protocol. Humph, he was being sneaky. He deserved a little lesson. Nao stuck out her tongue playfully. As a high-ranking member of the Foundation, Nao had undergone enhancements with no side effects. With the addition of Mihari, their biological research had advanced rapidly. The development of things like the Crimson, 1 Armor and Ghoul 3 solution had progressed significantly. Even RC cell transplantation and cultivation had long been successful. At this point, all high-ranking members of the Foundation had physical capabilities beyond human limits. Ah, this. The stall owner looked like he was about to cry. What the hell? Was this girl the reincarnation of Hojo Masako? Was this the Baki universe? Could she unlock the demon back or something? As agreed, 37 plush toys. Haruto turned to the stall owner with a smile. Even though he scolded Nao for breaking protocol, what was done was done. Ah, that's a bit much. How about? The stall owner tried to negotiate. No worries. You can cash it out. I'll take 70% of the market price. Haruto kept smiling, leaving no room for negotiation. This was so buhai. If he tried to weasel out, he'd be reported to the school and face consequences. In the end, the stall owner had to pay up, while Nao happily left with 2 of her favorite plush toys. The stall owner, meanwhile, collapsed in despair. Between laughter and playful teasing, time flew by. Brother, target number 2's meeting time has arrived. Wrap things up and leave. Shiro's voice came through the earpiece again. Haruto stopped in his tracks. Nao turned to him in confusion. Big bro, what's wrong? Haruto spoke seriously. Something unusual is happening. I need to go handle it. Hearing this, Nao immediately became serious as well. I'll go to the Foundation command. Haruto shook his head. It's not a physical entity. I can handle it myself. Now, just enjoy the festival. Suspicion flashed in Nao's eyes, but in the end, she nodded. Okay. Haruto suddenly leaned in, took her hand, and placed a light kiss on her forehead. Have fun. With that, he turned and walked away. Nao stood frozen for a moment before her face turned bright red. Damn it. I didn't get a photo. She held her camera in frustration. As Haruto moved through the crowd, Shiro's voice continued in his earpiece. You didn't shake them. They're still tailing you. Just focus on escaping for now. Haruto had already noticed it. Nao must have used her ability to become invisible to his sight and was following him. For now, he had no choice but to leave Sobuhai. Seeing him leave, Nao sighed and returned to the festival. Haruto, you're late. Eriri pouted, puffing up her cheeks in frustration. Haruto smiled. Eriri, you look really cute today. This outfit suits you well. At home, Eriri was usually dressed in a green tracksuit, a total otaku attire. Which made sense, considering she was an eroge artist. But today, she wore a long sweater and a short skirt in dark tones, which perfectly highlighted her curves. If only she weren't so tsundere, then she'd be flawless. Hearing Haruto's compliment, Eriri instantly turned red. Well. At least you have good taste. Humph. And just like that, his lateness was forgotten. It was almost mealtime. Even though the cafeteria remained open during the school festival. Who would go to the cafeteria while enjoying the festival? Want to go to a family restaurant? Eriri pointed to a family restaurant not far away. Although she wasn't particularly fond of family restaurants, since this was their first date, she decided to play it safe. Haruto was about to agree when he heard Shiro's voice through his earpiece. Negative. Target 4 is inside the restaurant. Haruto immediately stopped in his tracks and pointed in another direction. How about trying some Mexican food instead? Eriri looked over, her eyes lighting up slightly. She hadn't been to a Mexican restaurant before. Since you're asking, I suppose I can reluctantly agree. Eriri let out a small tsundere huff. The two of them headed toward the restaurant. Welcome. A cold and indifferent greeting came from inside. Haruto frowned and looked at the staff member who had spoken. Ah, it was Gabriel. Their eyes met. Gabriel gave him a dead-fish stare. She had only taken this job to fund her gacha addiction. She never expected to run into Haruto here. Haruto also felt rather helpless about the situation. After the two sat down, Gabriel walked over. Hey, what do you want to eat? Gabriel asked lazily. Hey. What kind of attitude is that? Eriri immediately protested. I'm a foreigner. My Japanese is no good. Gabriel shamelessly made up an excuse without changing her expression. Hearing that, Eriri felt like she had been too rash and awkwardly looked away. Haruto sighed helplessly. As expected, a schemer trumps a tsundere. Gabriel, please don't deceive others so casually. Haruto exposed her lie. TCH. Hey. Not only are you lying, but your attitude is the worst. Eriri almost charged at Gabriel to fight her. Haruto had to hold her back, managing to calm the feisty tsundere down. They placed their orders. Soon, their food was brought out. However, it wasn't Gabriel serving them this time, it was the restaurant owner. I take great pride in my Mexican cuisine, the middle-aged owner said with a smile. Chapter 92, Annie's turn. I take great pride in my Mexican cuisine. The middle-aged owner confidently set down his dish, practically raising a flag. Eriri picked up a spoonful of menudo and put it in her mouth. Menudo was a famous Mexican dish for its spiciness. She had eaten it many times before. But this time. Yua. It's so spicy. What the hell? This isn't authentic at all. The spiciness hit her so hard that tears welled up in her eyes. Hearing that, the middle-aged owner looked like he had just taken an arrow to the knee, utterly devastated. He had specifically traveled to Mexico to learn authentic Mexican cuisine, hoping to return and showcase his skills. Haruto picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and then flicked Eriri on the forehead. Don't talk nonsense. This dish is excellently made, the flavor and heat are just right. Eriri looked at him with teary eyes. But it's way too spicy. It's not as good as the one you make, Haruto. Haruto shook his head. I always adjust the spice level when I cook for you. Authentic Mexican cuisine is meant to be spicy, the heat enhances the flavor. Hearing that, Eriri finally understood. Meanwhile, the middle-aged owner looked like he was about to cry from joy. This was the first time since opening his restaurant that someone truly appreciated his cooking and gave such an encouraging review. Previously, he had let Gabriel try his food. She had completely trashed it with harsh words. As a result, he was close to developing PTSD from serving young customers. You, young man. Are you also a cooking expert? The middle-aged owner asked excitedly. Haruto shook his head. I wouldn't call myself an expert, but I've dabbled some dishes like this before, so I'm more familiar with spicy cuisines. Eriri suddenly spoke up. Then, Haruto, why don't you make a dish? I really can't eat this, it's too spicy. Haruto facepalmed. Wasn't this supposed to be a date? How did she end up sending him to the kitchen? The middle-aged owner was clearly on board with the idea and eagerly looked at Haruto. Haruto gave Eriri a look. Eriri, I'm only doing this for you. Normally, who the hell goes to a restaurant and ends up cooking their own food? Hearing that, Eriri felt a wave of sweetness in her heart. Hee, Haruto is doing this for me. For once, the golden-haired defeat dog didn't act tsundere and instead showed a genuinely happy smile. With no other choice, Haruto headed into the kitchen. He picked up a wok with practiced ease and began to stir-fry. Boss, Japanese cuisine tends to have a lighter flavor. Their tolerance for spice is quite low. If you want spicy foods to sell here, you'll need to adjust the spice level by a lot. As he flipped the ingredients in the pan, Haruto shared his advice with the owner. The owner hesitated. But if I do that, it won't have the soul of Mexican cuisine anymore. Haruto sighed. Rather than soul, adapting to the local palate is more important. Otherwise, you won't survive in the market. Before long, a milder version of menudo was ready. The owner took a taste and had a look of realization. Thank you. Young man, leave me your contact information. If you ever need catering or a banquet, you can come here, I'll make it free for you. The owner made this generous offer. Haruto smiled, agreed, and carried the dish back to the table. Eriri eagerly took a bite and immediately showed a satisfied expression. As expected, Haruto's cooking is the best. Haruto smiled helplessly and ate the original spicy dish himself. To be honest, it was rare to find such authentic foreign foods in Japan. After finishing their meal, they wandered around the school festival for a bit longer. Then, it was time for Eriri to leave. Eriri, my homeroom teacher just messaged me, asking me to submit my thesis. I need to go. Haruto said this, ruffled her hair, and then bolted. Eriri. Completely dumbfounded, Eriri just stared and blinked in confusion. She really wanted to ask, weren't they just first years in high school? Why would he need to submit a thesis? But on second thought, maybe the requirements were just stricter at an elite school like Sobu High. Sobu High, don't call me out on this. Target number 3 has arrived at the main gate, proceed to meet them as soon as possible. Shiro instructed through the earpiece. Haruto quickly made his way to the front gate of Sobu High School. At a glance, he immediately spotted Annie, standing in the corner wearing a hoodie. Walking over swiftly, Haruto directly took Annie's hand. Annie looks really cute today, but why are you still wearing a hoodie? This was already the third time today that Haruto had called her cute. Even he felt like he was being a bit too much. But he distinctly remembered buying Annie a dress, yet he had never seen her wear it. Hearing his words, Annie hesitated for a moment before asking. Is this not good? Before heading out, she had struggled with whether to wear the dress Haruto had bought her. But, since she had never tried it before, and because she always felt that dresses, light and fluttery as they were, didn't suit her. So in the end, she didn't have the courage to change and stuck to her usual hoodie. Was this outfit not really fitting for a date? Annie felt a bit nervous. Haruto chuckled and shook his head. It's not that it's bad, I'm just really curious about how you'd look in a dress. You'd probably be very. Annie let out a small sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt a little shy. Was he really that eager to see her in a dress? The two of them strolled into the academy. Compared to the lively and noisy Now and Eriri, Annie was much quieter. Letting Haruto hold her hand, she walked through the academy grounds, occasionally glancing around, but more often than not, her eyes settled on him. And Haruto, just as he always did, chattered on about everything around them. Do you want to try a candy apple? They're pretty sweet, but they can be tough on your teeth. Haruto asked with a smile. Annie shook her head. Seeing this, Haruto looked a little confused. What's wrong? You don't seem to be in a good mood. Annie glanced at the bright red candy apples before speaking softly. It's just, I feel a little lost. You know, originally, I wasn't someone who had a future, so I never thought about what I wanted to do in the future. She was referring to the curse of the Titan's power. Those who inherited the power of the intelligent Titans only had 13 years to live from the moment of inheritance. Without Haruto. Well, Annie had always thought she would die young, either on the battlefield or simply as a consequence of her fate. Haruto didn't respond. Instead, he grabbed Annie's hand and led her forward. Annie was puzzled but followed him without question. Soon, they had left the festival streets of Sobu High. Haruto led Annie into a school building that was closed off for the festival. They climbed the stairs, eventually reaching the rooftop. At this moment, the sun was setting. Darkness was slowly enveloping the academy. Look, Haruto pointed to the streets below. From here, they had a perfect view of the scene below. In the darkness, people moved about endlessly. Annie looked down, confused about what Haruto wanted her to see. And then, click. A crisp electrical sound. Right on time, the nighttime festival lights turned on. In an instant, the dark streets were illuminated with colorful lights. Each stall lit up their neon signs, adding even more color to the streets. As the lights flickered on, it was as if they also illuminated Annie's eyes. Suddenly, she understood what Haruto was trying to say. Look at this, Annie. The future isn't just darkness. Haruto pointed down, smiling. Besides, didn't I already promise you? No matter what happens, you'll always have a place by my side. Being lost for a moment is fine. The future, we can figure it out slowly. There's no rush. Annie nodded firmly. Yeah, there's no rush. A smile appeared on her face as she pointed to a stall in the distance. I want to eat that. Haruto picked Annie up without hesitation, scanned the area to make sure there were no surveillance cameras. Then, with a leap, the two of them soared through the night sky toward the stall in the corner of the street. Whoa. Feeling the strong wind against her face and watching the festival lights blur past below, Annie let out an excited cheer. Down in the streets, Eriri, who was wandering around, looked up in confusion. Did she just miss something again? Weird. Under the night sky, the festival seemed even more lively under the glow of the lights. With her hesitation completely gone, Annie started pulling Haruto along, running around excitedly. Is that pie? Annie pointed at a nearby stall selling pastries, curious. Haruto nodded. Want one? Mid-sentence, Haruto suddenly remembered something from the original story. Annie, after emerging from her crystallized state, crazily devouring pies. For a moment, he couldn't hold back his laughter. Annie really was destined to have a deep connection with pies, huh? Seeing him laugh, Annie looked confused. The story of Attack on Titan hadn't reached that late stage yet. And in all the information Haruto had shared with her, he had, of course, left out the part about her pie obsession. Anyway, let's buy one. Haruto said. This is unexpectedly good. Annie took a bite, speaking with her mouth half full. Watching Annie chew, Haruto suddenly understood why Now always carried a camera around. Scenes like this were worth recording. So, he took out his phone and snapped a photo of this rare moment. Annie! Exclamation point. Delete it. Nope. As their playful argument continued, the night deepened. The festival wasn't an all-night event, and today's festivities were about to come to an end. Let's go home, Haruto said with a smile. However, Annie suddenly stopped. Haruto, puzzled, turned back to look at her. He saw Annie with her head lowered, her face flushed red, as if struggling with something. Just as Haruto was about to ask, Annie spoke softly. And no. I'm not going back to the apartment. Haruto! Exclamation point. That one sentence sent Haruto's mind racing with all sorts of thoughts. But, to be sure, he cautiously asked. When you say, not going back to the apartment, you mean? Annie took out a special ID card from her hoodie pocket. Issued by the Foundation. Haruto. Clearing his throat, Haruto discreetly removed his hidden earpiece and powered it off. Shiro? Sitting at the computer, Shiro was bewildered. Is my bro not coming back tonight? Where's he going? Confused.jpg. Come to think of it, the Foundation doesn't have a hotel business yet. I should remind them to buy one later. Haruto remarked seriously. Chapter 93, A Night with Annie, Surprise. Chapter 94, Time Management Master. Instant knife scene. The next morning. Haruto declined the room service from the presidential suite. Instead, he requested some ingredients from the hotel and made breakfast himself. Red date, white fungus, and glutinous rice porridge. A light breakfast, beneficial for physical recovery. Haruto figured that after almost an entire sleepless night, Annie probably wouldn't want to eat anything too greasy. She might not even have much of an appetite. So, a light porridge was just right. He placed the prepared breakfast on the small table and took measures to keep it warm. Then, he walked over to the bed, pulled up the scattered blanket over Annie, and gently kissed her forehead. Annie let out a soft, dreamlike hum before turning over. Seeing this, Haruto chuckled softly. After changing his clothes and leaving the room, Haruto turned his earpiece back on and placed it in his ear. As soon as the connection was made, Shiro's resentful voice came through. Brother didn't come home last night. Hearing this, Haruto inexplicably felt guilty. I had some things to take care of. Hearing this, Shiro was a bit skeptical. She was still curious about what Haruto had been up to yesterday. Because of Shiro's age, Haruto had locked all our 18 content sources on her computer. A kind of youth mode. But it didn't restrict games or anything else. The computer itself had top-tier specs, even for personal use. That 680 lock wasn't difficult to crack, just a piece of cake for Shiro. However, once the lock system was broken, it would send an alert to Haruto. So, for now, Shiro's understanding was appropriate for her age. She hadn't been exposed to anything weird too early. Target 4, can't be found. Shiro entered game mode, her eyes scanning the screen as she spoke hesitantly. Haruto thought for a moment. Target 4 should be Megumi Kato. Shiro must have overlooked Megumi. It's fine, I'll contact her myself. At this moment, Haruto was feeling rather confident. Yesterday's date progressed halfway, and there was no disaster at all. What love triangle drama? It simply didn't exist, okay. I am a master of time management. Rock solid, never getting caught. As Haruto was mentally patting himself on the back, he arrived at the gates of Sobu High. The third day of the school festival was also the most lively. Today, the main stage of the festival would be open. Located in the Sobu High Gymnasium, the enormous venue could accommodate 30,000 spectators at once. On today's stage, Sobu High students would showcase their performances. And for the grand finale, the school had spent a fortune to invite several top-tier industry celebrities. Hoshino AI would also appear as part of the final act. At this point, Hoshino AI was already a rising idol, her debut promoted everywhere. Just standing there, she naturally attracted people's attention. Furthermore, after some vocal training, her singing and dancing talents had been discovered. She was practically an instant star from the moment she debuted. Many students at Sobu High were her fans. Back to the present. When Haruto arrived at the school gate, he immediately noticed Megumi Kato standing alone in the corner. He quickly walked up and smiled. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Megumi." Megumi looked up at him and shook her head with a smile. "I just got here myself." However, as she said that, 2 white pigeons were perched on her shoulder. Haruto waved his hand to shoo the pigeons away, wondering if he had gotten the meeting time wrong. He shouldn't have been late as he had arrived 20 minutes early. Today, Megumi was wearing a white dress, paired with a red jacket that suited her perfectly. She also wore a white beret on her head. Haruto felt that the hat alone added at least 3,000 points to her cuteness. "What do you think? Does it suit me?" Megumi asked softly, spinning around in front of him. Haruto nodded. "Rather than just suiting you, it's as if it was made just for you." Haruto's words made the girl blush slightly. Walking side by side, the two entered the school grounds. As they walked, their hands occasionally brushed against each other. Haruto tentatively extended his finger and hooked it around Megumi's hand. She didn't resist or pull away. That soft little hand just trembled slightly and then let him hold it. So, Haruto took her hand completely, their fingers interlocking. Megumi was the quiet type. So, Haruto took on the role of keeping the conversation going. Looking at the bustling festival streets around them, Haruto smiled and said, "It's really lively. Too bad I was busy the past 2 days, but at least I get to spend the last day with you." Hearing this, Megumi glanced at him, tilting her head slightly. "Didn't you attend the festival yesterday, Haruto?" Haruto. In his earpiece, he could hear the sound of Shiro frantically typing on her keyboard. Haruto's mouth twitched. What happened to not getting caught? Wasn't he supposed to be a time management master? Had he just jinxed himself? "Ah. Megumi, you saw me?" Haruto asked, nearly in tears. Megumi Kato nodded naturally. "I ran into you by chance." Haruto let out a helpless sigh. No way, Megumi had an antimemetic presence, so people would usually overlook her unless they were specifically aware of her. Yesterday, even though Shiro had been monitoring the cameras, she must have been affected by Megumi's antimemetic trait. Yesterday, that was. Haruto still tried to salvage the situation. "First, you were with a silver-haired girl, then 2 blonde girls." Megumi counted on her fingers. "Wait, Megumi, you call that by chance?" Haruto was dumbfounded. Megumi nodded. "I ran into you 3 times. By chance." Her tone was calm, but the impact was devastating. Haruto lowered his head obediently. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I toyed with your feelings. I deserve to die. When you stab me, please make it quick and painless." Megumi stopped walking and looked at him for a long moment before sighing helplessly. "Even I would feel a little hurt if the person I like was this much of a flirt." At this moment, Haruto felt like a prisoner on the eve of his execution. He was done for. As for using his trait to alter Megumi's memory and perception. If he did that, Haruto felt he would truly lose his qualification as a human being. "So, as compensation, at least be fully devoted to me right now." Megumi said this. Haruto raised his head in disbelief. Was Megumi really letting him off this easily? Seeing Haruto's surprised expression, Megumi showed a helpless look. After all, even before joining the Foundation, I already knew that Haruto was a flirt. Haruto's head immediately sprouted an exclamation mark. She knew all along. Haruto suddenly recalled his 3 years in middle school. If there had always been an unnoticed Megumi around him. Oh, then his true nature had been exposed long ago. In other words, Megumi, you knew. Haruto stopped mid-sentence. Saying any more would be impolite. But still, Megumi is the best. After that, Haruto wholeheartedly accompanied Megumi to enjoy the school festival. After wandering around, the two eventually arrived at the performance hall. They bought 2 tickets and walked inside. Actually, I think I didn't need to buy a ticket. Megumi pointed at herself. Haruto couldn't help but chuckle. Please, don't use your anti-memetic trait for something like sneaking into a show, okay? Of course, Megumi was only joking. In the past, even when movie ticket sellers ignored her, she would still pay for a ticket before walking in. At this moment, the performance hall was already packed with people. Haruto reached out and held Megumi close to him, half embracing her to prevent her from getting pushed around by the crowd. The two found seats near the front and sat down. One performance after another followed the schedule. They watched silently, occasionally whispering to each other or exchanging glances before smiling softly. In fact, more than the performances, they both enjoyed each other's company the most. Yui and Yukino's play also arrived as scheduled. It was titanic, and this time, nothing unexpected happened. Watching the performance, Haruto commented, "Wow, Yukino's acting is so stiff. If she weren't at least good-looking, she might have gotten pelted with rotten tomatoes." Megumi couldn't help but laugh. Although she shouldn't be laughing at her classmates, it was really funny. Hearing Megumi's laughter, Haruto suddenly realized something. "Wait, Megumi, weren't you supposed to be in the play too? Why are you sitting here so calmly?" Haruto asked curiously. Megumi pointed at a human-shaped cardboard cutout in the corner of the stage. "I made that to replace my character. I didn't have any lines anyway." Haruto looked at the cutout and facepalmed. It even looked pretty similar to her. The performances passed quickly, and just as Haruto and Megumi were chatting happily. "And now, please welcome the popular idol, Hoshino AI." The moment the announcement was made, the hall erupted in a wave of cheers as loud as an avalanche. All the lights in the hall suddenly went out. In the audience, countless pink glow sticks lit up, and in some areas, they even moved in rhythm to cheer. Watching this scene, Haruto couldn't help but feel amazed. How long had it been? That kid had already become this famous. So the booths at the entrance were selling glow sticks. Megumi realized belatedly. Earlier, they had seen a few empty booths at the entrance and wondered about them. Now it seemed the glow sticks had sold out long ago. "Do you want a glow stick?" "I think I have one," Haruto asked. Megumi blinked. She didn't remember Haruto buying one. Also, looking at his clothes, there didn't seem to be a place to hide one. Naturally, her gaze shifted downward. "Even though the lights are off, people can still see, you know. Even I would get embarrassed." Megumi said this. Haruto. What kind of suggestive words were those? Chapter 95, Hoshino AI solo concert, suddenly invited on stage. Haruto reached out and tapped Megumi's forehead. This girl, where was she looking? Then, like performing magic, Haruto produced a glow stick out of nowhere. It was a white reward from a previous lottery draw. An ever-glowing glow stick. Megumi took it, curiously examining the glow stick. It was really bright. And it could change colors according to one's thoughts. A containment object? Megumi asked curiously. Haruto nodded. Something like that. A glow stick that never goes out and can change colors at will. Megumi's mouth formed an O shape. So, the world even had containment objects like this. At that moment, a spotlight suddenly lit up on the stage. Standing within the beam of light was a girl in a dazzling long dress. She made no movement, didn't even lift her head. But the moment she appeared, the crowd erupted into a sound wave. AI. 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 The cheering echoed throughout the hall. Music started playing, and Hoshino AI slowly lifted her head. Those starry eyes, even from a distance, shone like precious gems, making it impossible to look away. Idol. The perfect and deceitful you. The genius idol-sama. Hoshino AI's voice was both aggressive and irresistibly sweet. Listening to Idol, Haruto thought. This song's lyrics really suit her. As she sang, Hoshino AI danced on stage, making it impossible to take one's eyes off her. That overly extravagant dress initially seemed like it might steal the spotlight. But the moment the girl started moving, no matter how extravagant the dress was, it became merely a backdrop for her. Under the stage's spotlight, nothing could shine brighter than this girl. When the song ended, the cheers in the hall reached their peak, as if they would blow the roof off. She's amazing. Megumi sighed, watching the girl on stage. Megumi is just as cute. Why not debut as an idol? Haruto noticed Megumi's expression. This girl, always ignored, must have wondered how it felt to be adored by countless fans. Megumi shook her head quickly. No way, being an idol doesn't suit me at all. Some things are best just imagined. Her gaze fell on Haruto. For me, just having your attention is enough. Hearing this, Haruto reached out and gave her a head pat. As they played around. The performance on stage wasn't over yet. The host stepped forward. Next, we have an interactive session. The lighting team will randomly select a lucky audience member to perform alongside AI. As the host explained, Hoshino AI's eyes remained locked onto a specific direction. As the performance unfolded, she had already noticed it. That seat. It had to be. There was no way she would mistake it. So, in a moment when the audience wasn't paying attention, Hoshino AI spoke through her earpiece. Aunt Miyako, the 7th seat in the 4th row. Shine the spotlight there. From backstage, Miyako Saito responded immediately, call me sister. Not aunt. Then, she glanced at the monitor to check the seat in question. Unfortunately, the venue was dimly lit, making it impossible for her to see who was sitting there. However, since Hoshino AI had specifically pointed it out, Miyako went ahead and informed the lighting crew. After all, ever since her debut, Hoshino AI had never made unreasonable requests. Such a small favor was nothing. So, after a brief moment of chaotic light movements, the spotlight locked onto that seat. With the bright light shining down, Miyako finally got a clear view of the person sitting there through the screen. It was the utterly bewildered president. Miyako was instantly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in the venue, Haruto suddenly found himself under the glare of the spotlight, looking completely lost. Turning toward the big screen on stage, he saw his own face displayed for everyone. Just moments ago, he had been chatting and laughing with Megumi, paying no attention to what the host had been saying. Would the lucky audience member please come up on stage? The host announced through the microphone. Haruto pointed at himself in confusion. His bewildered expression, now broadcasted on the big screen, made the entire venue struggle to hold back laughter. Even Hoshino AI covered her face, giggling. And just like that, Haruto was ushered onto the stage, still utterly confused. "How are you feeling right now, lucky audience member?" the host asked with a smile. Haruto glanced at the mischievously grinning Hoshino AI standing beside him. No need to think, this had to be her doing. "Hey, pretty alright, I guess." Haruto took the microphone and responded nonchalantly. The host felt a bit awkward. This lucky audience member didn't seem all that happy. "Well then. You have 3 choices. You can ask AI to sing a song for you, or you can sing a duet with her. Of course, you can also choose to perform a song by yourself." This segment was meant to bring idols and fans closer together. Usually, audience members would request a song from the idol and enjoy it from the stage, highlighting the friendly bond between idols and their fans. Some bolder or more musically talented attendees would sometimes opt for a duet, which could turn out quite well. However, Haruto was inclined to choose one of the first 2 options. But he had never listened to any of Hoshino AI's songs. Until now, the only song he had heard was the one she just performed. Was he supposed to request the same song again? Normally, admitting something like that would just make the idol a little embarrassed. It wouldn't turn into a disaster. But if he outright said he had never listened to AI's songs before. Haruto glanced at Hoshino AI. Yeah. That would definitely lead to trouble later. So, I'll sing my own song. His choice left the entire audience stunned. The host's lips twitched. Who actually chooses to sing on their own? Hoshino AI's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Haruto, full of anticipation. Even Megumi blinked curiously from the audience. She had only come to watch a performance, who would have thought she'd get such an unexpected bonus? Quietly, she pulled out her phone and started recording. "Well then, which song will you be performing?" "I'll have the backstage prepare the music," the host asked helplessly. Haruto thought for a moment before deciding. "I'll perform an original song. I just need to borrow a guitar from the backstage." With that, he turned and walked off, leaving behind a completely stunned audience. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd started murmuring among themselves. Did they just randomly pick an audience member, only for him to start showing off? They came here to see Hoshino AI. At that moment, Hoshino AI picked up the microphone. "Everyone." The chatter immediately ceased. "Let's all look forward to it together, okay?" She smiled. With those words, the atmosphere in the venue quickly calmed down. Meanwhile, backstage. "President, I had no idea it was you in that seat. I'm so sorry for the trouble." Miyako frantically apologized. Haruto waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. Just lend me a guitar. It's no big deal, I'll just get through this somehow." Miyako's eyes widened. Their president was actually going to sing. Hastily, she ran off to borrow a guitar from the band, carefully handing it over to Haruto. With the guitar in hand, Haruto returned to the stage. Seeing the now-come audience, he was a little surprised. No one was making a fuss. Turning his head slightly, he saw Hoshino AI smiling at him. He understood instantly, she had settled the crowd. Adjusting the guitar strap, Haruto stood before the microphone. "Alright, has anyone here watched Attack on Titan?" The audience looked confused. Why was he asking about manga before a performance? Still, some people responded that they had. After all, Attack on Titan was one of the most popular shounen manga at the moment. Given how prominent the anime and light novel industry was in Japan, most people were familiar with it. Haruto nodded. "Well then, here's Giren no Yumiya." He strummed the guitar strings. The iconic melody of Attack on Titan's most legendary song began to echo through the venue. "Sayasindazessen und wir sind die Jäger." They are the prey, and we are the hunters. A nameless flower is trampled underfoot. A fallen bird anxiously waits for the wind to rise. Music has the power to convey emotion. The world of Attack on Titan was undeniably cruel. Haruto had witnessed it firsthand. Yet every character within it struggled, refusing to bow to fate. The song Guren no Yumiya encapsulated that unyielding spirit perfectly. The moment Haruto began singing, countless audience members felt a chill run down their spines. Especially those who had read Attack on Titan, they were immediately reminded of the vivid characters and their fierce resistance. With flames piercing the twilight. Crimson bow and arrow. As the song came to an end, the venue was left in complete silence, the lingering notes still hanging in the air. It wasn't until Haruto casually walked off the stage that the audience snapped back to reality. They felt as if something deep inside them had been awakened, a burning passion, a desire to fight, to struggle. Then, somewhere in the crowd, a single round of applause started. And in an instant, thunderous clapping roared throughout the entire venue. The applause continued for a long time. Hoshino AI stood dazed, staring towards the backstage, her eyes shining with an unprecedented light. Meanwhile, Haruto returned the guitar backstage, waved his hand, and prepared to leave. Miyako was also stunned by the performance. Suddenly snapping back to reality, she grabbed Haruto's arm. President, debut as an idol. If it's you, you could definitely reach the pinnacle of the industry. Hearing this, Haruto couldn't help but sigh, pressing his fingers against his forehead. If I become an idol, what will happen to humanity? Only then did Miyako remember her president's true identity. Just now, she had been too excited to think straight. Haruto didn't take it to heart, simply waving his hand as he prepared to leave. Just as he was about to step out of the backstage area, however, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him. That gaze was like a venomous snake, cold and malicious. Haruto frowned and looked back. The person quickly averted their gaze, but Haruto had already spotted them. It was a young boy, not very old. It was hard to imagine that someone of his age could have such a sinister look in his eyes. Haruto furrowed his brows. This person was unfamiliar, he had never seen him before. That gaze. Was it the hostile glare of a competitor in the idol industry? A wariness toward newcomers? If that was the case, then this person was truly disgusting. Chapter 96, The Reincarnator, Kamiki Hikaru. Just trash. Haruto took note of the boy for a moment, then he simply turned and left. Well, he wasn't the type to hold petty grudges. It was just a single glare, after all. Still, if he remembered later, he might have Miyako look into this guy's background and have him blacklisted. Haruto didn't consider himself a devil. Leaving the backstage and exiting the venue, Haruto soon spotted Megumi waiting for him outside. Did you like it? Haruto asked with a smile. Megumi nodded seriously. It was amazing. Even though I'm not the passionate type, I still loved it. Is that so? Then next time, I'll sing something sweeter for you. Haruto chuckled. As a transmigrator, aside from plagiarizing literature, he hadn't really made use of his advantages yet. Now, borrowing a few songs to flirt with girls didn't seem like much of a problem. Okay. Megumi replied happily. Before, no one had ever sung just for her as no one had even really noticed her. To Megumi, Haruto was truly someone special. Let's go, we still have more of the school festival to explore. Haruto smiled and reached out his hand. This time, however, Megumi shook her head. According to the schedule, a certain light novel protagonist should be off to meet another girl now, right? Megumi said mischievously. Haruto twitched slightly. She wasn't wrong. His date with Hoshino AI was scheduled right after her performance, during the time she'd sneak away in disguise. Seeing Haruto's awkward expression, Megumi smirked and waved her hand. It's fine. Rather than being abandoned, it's better to say it myself. Besides, I've already had a great time today. Haruto still felt a little guilty. Megumi was just too kind. However, before he could say anything, Megumi suddenly leaned in. Standing on her tiptoes, she closed the height gap between them. Her soft, warm lips pressed against his. And just like that, Haruto couldn't say anything at all. He gently wrapped his arms around Megumi's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace, deepening the kiss. After a long moment, they finally parted. I'm going now. Lowering her head, Megumi hurried away. Even the ever-calm Saint Megumi was shy after making such a bold move. Watching her retreating figure, Haruto couldn't help but smile. Truly, Megumi was the best. What are you thinking about, Haruto? A mischievous voice sounded beside him. Haruto turned his head to see Hoshino AI, dressed casually with a baseball cap pulled low over her head, sneaking out from backstage. That disguise is way too obvious. There are tons of your fans at the festival. Haruto commented dryly. Hoshino AI tilted her head. Eh? Really? But in manga and anime, just wearing a cap is enough to fool everyone, right? Haruto sighed. Don't base your understanding of reality on manga logic. Hoshino AI stuck out her tongue playfully. But I don't have any other disguise with me. Haruto thought for a moment before taking off his scarf and wrapping it around Hoshino AI's neck. He pulled it up a little higher, covering the lower half of her face. With the cap and the scarf combined, it should work. Probably. Feeling the warmth lingering on the scarf, Hoshino AI's hidden lips curled into a bright smile. By the way, Haruto, your song was super amazing. It felt like it pierced straight through my heart. Hoshino AI pressed her hands to her chest, pretending to be struck. I could never sing like that. My performances are just lies, fake emotions to deceive outsiders. Haruto shook his head. When you're on stage, AI, you shine brighter than anyone else. It's not about lies. You truly deserve to be loved by your fans. Hoshino AI's eyes sparkled with an indescribable light. Every time Haruto encouraged her, she felt like the emptiness inside her was being filled. The atmosphere between them was perfect. However, a voice suddenly interrupted their moment. Hoshino AI-san. Immediately, Hoshino AI tensed and hid behind Haruto. It was something Haruto had taught her, to always be wary of strangers approaching her. Being an idol was a dangerous job. Haruto turned toward the source of the voice and frowned. It was that same boy with the cold, venomous gaze. Hoshino AI recognized him too, though she forced a polite smile. But to someone as familiar with her as Haruto, it was obvious. Her eyes were filled with disgust. Someone you know? Haruto asked. Hoshino AI shook her head. Not really. We've worked together twice. His name is Kamiki Hikaru, he's a really popular celebrity. Hikaru gave a sheepish smile. Hoshino AI-san, that's so cold. We've worked together twice already. Shouldn't we at least be friends? Hoshino AI shook her head again. We don't have that kind of relationship. Before, she would have smiled and played along, maintaining good relations with everyone. But ever since Haruto had taken her in, he had instilled a new belief in her. She was important. She was worthy of love. She didn't need to cater to others just to survive. On stage, she still played her role. But in private, she no longer let just anyone into her life. As long as she had Haruto, that was enough. Haruto wouldn't hurt her. He wouldn't abandon her. She didn't know if he loved her. But she believed that he would always be by her side. Being so bluntly rejected, Hikaru's eyes darkened with a flash of malice. That's quite harsh. Actually, I came to talk to you about Wanting to Love You. A fictional hit romance drama. Haruto scoffed. This guy. He was playing quite the deep game. That level of acting and deception even surpassed Hoshino AI. If it weren't for Haruto's keen observation skills, no one would have noticed the deep malice hidden within this person. Moreover, after failing to strike up a conversation, he resorted to using resources to attract the female idol. This kind of tactic was not something a mere teenager should be capable of. You can discuss it with Aunt Miyako, Hoshino AI refused once again. Hikaru smiled, a smile that sent chills down one's spine. I see. That drama is quite a rare opportunity. By the way, Hoshino AI, is this your boyfriend? He shifted his target to Haruto, subtly implying that he had access to major hit scripts while Haruto, just an unknown nobody, had nothing to offer. In fact, if Haruto weren't so overwhelmingly handsome and hadn't just showcased his immense talent with that song, Hikaru would have surely found a way to put him down through comparisons in appearance and ability. Haruto just found it amusing. Competing over resources. Do you even know who I am and what status I hold? Regarding the script, Umbrella will secure it for Hoshino AI. As for me, I'm the one sponsoring Hoshino AI. Haruto stated calmly. Hiding behind Haruto, about to respond, Hoshino AI's small mouth formed an O shape. Meanwhile, Hikaru momentarily froze. You're the owner of Umbrella? He asked, somewhat skeptical. He truly found Umbrella to be a headache. That company was full of madmen, an anomaly in the idol industry. It threw investments around as if money was meaningless. The kind of resources that normally required female idols to network and socialize for. Umbrella simply paid for them outright. Or even more absurdly, they directly used the immense power backing them. It was completely irrational. What company wasn't in it for profit? Umbrella invested like crazy, yet there was no way they were making money. If not for this outlier of a company, he would have long since ensnared Hoshino AI. Yes, I'm a primary investor in Umbrella. I have full authority over the company. Any problem with that? Haruto sneered. Hikaru's eyes turned cold as he stared at Haruto. Before he could speak, Haruto suddenly raised his hand and slapped Hikaru across the face. Blood splattered. Hikaru staggered from the impact, looking at Haruto in utter disbelief. He was Hikaru, a top-tier celebrity. How dare someone lay a hand on him? Was he not afraid that the internet would tear him apart within minutes? Yet, when he met Haruto's indifferent gaze, for the first time in his life, Kamiki Hikaru felt fear. Get lost. Don't make me repeat myself, Haruto said coldly. Under the weight of fear, Hikaru could only flee in disgrace. After he was gone, Hoshino AI finally stepped out from behind Haruto, exaggeratedly patting her chest. This girl had quite the mature development for her age. So when she did this action, it was especially eye-catching. Wow, Haruto, that was so dominant. Is this what they call a tyrannical CEO? Hoshino AI giggled. Haruto ruffled her hair before his expression turned serious. Don't interact with that person anymore. Hoshino AI's eyes sparkled. Could it be? Haruto, are you jealous? Haruto looked in the direction Hikaru had fled, speaking in a low voice. Do you remember what I told you? That this world contains countless anomalies. Hoshino AI froze for a moment but then nodded. That guy is an anomaly. And the kind that's anti-human. Haruto took out his phone and made a call to the Foundation. Deploy Mobile Task Force, Wings of Freedom. Have them monitor an entertainer named Kamiki Hikaru and conduct a full investigation into his background. I want to know which hospital he was born in, the exact time his mother gave birth, and all surveillance footage from his childhood. If he exhibits any abnormal behavior or poses a threat to others, execute him on the spot. Listening to Haruto issue these orders one after another, Hoshino AI was stunned. After he hung up, she couldn't help but ask curiously. That guy is an anomaly. Haruto nodded. He's a reincarnator. He's been reborn many times. The worst part is, he's a repulsive piece of trash. That slap just now wasn't just about venting anger. This guy's level of maturity and scheming was completely out of place for his supposed age. Haruto did it to obtain his blood and read his memories. Chapter 97, a piece of trash obsessed with destroying valuable girls. When Haruto struck, the flying blood discreetly seeped into his palm. The memories of Hikaru were laid bare before him. This was a man who had reincarnated multiple times, retaining his past life memories every time he was reborn into childhood. A reincarnator? What does he gain from approaching me? Hoshino AI asked curiously. Haruto poked her cheek. There are always twisted people in the world. Take Kamiki Hikaru, someone like him, reincarnating multiple times, only results in one outcome. He accumulates knowledge, skills, and experience far beyond his years, while also developing a warped perception of life. In his last few lifetimes, he became obsessed with the entertainment industry. He enjoys personally destroying talented young girls. By ruining the lives of promising actresses and idols, he gives himself a twisted sense of importance. His methods include luring them in, manipulating them, sleeping with them, emotionally abusing them, and then exposing their private lives post-breakup, inciting stalker fans to attack them. Haruto's words filled Hoshino AI with a chilling sense of malice, as if she had fallen into an ice-cold abyss. She was undoubtedly talented and full of potential. Her rapid rise to fame wasn't just due to company promotion, her natural talent for captivating people played a crucial role. That was why Hikaru had immediately targeted her. Unfortunately for him, Umbrella wasn't an ordinary company. His usual tricks in the entertainment industry were completely useless here. Because Umbrella was never about making money in the first place. Hoshino AI felt a lingering fear. Seeing her unsettled expression, Haruto cupped her cheeks with both hands. There's no need to be scared. With me around, that guy won't get the chance to approach you. And very soon, that man would disappear from this world. If Hikaru himself were the true reincarnation anomaly, he would have already been forcefully contained. For now, they were only holding back to draw out the real culprit behind these reincarnations. As Hoshino AI's face was gently cradled, her cheeks gradually flushed. Alright, don't let garbage ruin our mood. Weren't we going to enjoy the school festival? Haruto released her. Hoshino AI buried her face into her scarf, her cheeks still warm. Clinging to Haruto's arm, she truly put Hikaru out of her mind and eagerly dragged him around. Several times, they nearly got recognized by fans. They had to make a quick escape each time. AI, you're too careless. If someone recognizes you, your idol career might take a major hit. Haruto sighed. Well, if I can't be an idol. Haruto, you said you'd sponsor me, so it's fine. Hoshino AI stuck out her tongue. Haruto was momentarily speechless. That was just a line to provoke Hikaru. But if she was serious, it wasn't entirely impossible either. Haruto quickly shook off that thought. She was still young. Once she gained more knowledge and matured, if she still understood what she was choosing, then they could discuss it. Whoa, it's a bonfire night. Hoshino AI pointed excitedly at the burning flames. Sobu High School's cultural festival had even set up a bonfire arranged in a tic-tac-toe formation. Once ignited, the blazing flames stood out far more than the neon lights scattered along the streets. Many young men and women danced around the bonfire. Of course, most of them were rather unskilled. After all, they were just students. Sobu High wasn't a noble academy, so those proficient in formal ballroom dancing were few and far between. In Hoshino AI's starry eyes, the flickering flames were reflected. Haruto, let's dance too. Hoshino AI suddenly suggested. Haruto was slightly intrigued. Do you know ballroom dancing? Does idol training actually include that? The dance performed by idols for their performances was vastly different from formal ballroom dancing. Hoshino AI grinned and nodded. But that was a lie. After receiving Haruto's agreement to go on a date, she carefully studied the cultural festival's schedule and noticed the bonfire dance event. So, she asked Miyako to find her a ballroom dance instructor. She had gone through quite a bit of hardship just to master one dance. If you don't know how, just follow my lead. I'll teach you. Hoshino AI flashed a sly smile. Haruto didn't say much, simply taking the girl's hand as they stepped towards the bonfire. Even though there was no music, the two of them started dancing in unison. Their movements were seamlessly synchronized, as if they had been long-time dance partners. Under the glow of the fire, their intertwined figures complemented each other perfectly. As they twirled to the rhythm of their steps, Hoshino AI, for the first time, found dancing to be genuinely enjoyable. She had always thought of it as nothing more than a professional act for fan service. But every moment spent with Haruto seemed to subtly change her perspective. The walls she had built up due to past wounds were slowly crumbling. The dance came to an end. They stopped in an embrace. Beads of sweat glistened on Hoshino AI's forehead, and her breathing became heavier. Dancing with full focus was exhausting. Yet, her smile was brighter than ever before. Their eyes met. The flames flickered, casting their profiles in alternating light and shadow. In such an atmosphere, it would be a shame not to do something. So, Hoshino AI wrapped her arms around Haruto's neck and kissed him. Before the bonfire, this scene became an unforgettable sight. A long time passed before they finally separated. At that moment, applause erupted around them. Only then did they realize that somehow, they were the only ones still dancing around the bonfire. Their performance had drawn the attention of the entire crowd, who had silently stepped back and become spectators. And now, the applause ringing through the air was undoubtedly sincere. Hearing the applause, Hoshino AI was overjoyed and instinctively prepared to put on her idol persona. Haruto knocked her lightly on the head, then swiftly lifted her up in a princess carry and bolted from the scene. Miss Idol, mind the occasion. What exactly were you planning just now? Carrying Hoshino AI as he ran, Haruto couldn't help but complain. Hoshino AI playfully tapped her own head in an oops gesture. I forgot. Haruto sighed in exasperation. Wasn't this top idol a little too careless? He was genuinely worried that in a future interview, she might accidentally blurt out something like having a sugar daddy or how much she liked her first kiss. Just then, Shiro's voice came through his earpiece. Brother, your appointment with Target 6 is about to start. The target is already waiting. You need to make your exit now. Cute little Shiro was feeling a bit down. She had actually caused her brother to fail his game. Hearing Shiro's voice, Haruto started thinking about how to gracefully make his escape. Haruto, are you heading off to meet your next date now? Hoshino AI suddenly asked. Haruto. Seeing Haruto's shocked expression, Hoshino AI grinned mischievously. Love is the master of lies, and the key to lying isn't acting, it's observing people's hearts. Haruto was completely thrown off. He had thought himself a master of time management. Yet, today, both of his dates had seen through everything. Jumping out of Haruto's arms, Hoshino AI imitated his earlier movement, cupping his cheeks in her hands. It's okay. If it's you, Haruto, I can accept it. Haruto was utterly stunned. Don't say something like that with such a serious face. Are you encouraging me to be a scumbag? Their date for the day concluded with Hoshino AI stealing another kiss. Haruto, make sure to come watch me. I have a performance at the Dome next month. After saying that, Hoshino AI waved her hand and ran off into the night. Watching her retreating figure, Haruto felt a mix of emotions. Then he hurried toward the gates of Tsubohai. Kasumigakaka Yutaha was already waiting. Senpai, sorry for making you wait. Haruto spoke with a hint of apology. Yutaha gave him a suspicious look. I've been meaning to ask. The cultural festival lasts 3 days, so why did you specifically set our date for the last night? And now you show up all dressed up and running late. Kohai, you're looking pretty suspicious. Yutaha's words made Haruto's heart skip a beat. Stroking her chin, Yutaha speculated. Could it be one of those typical rom-com scenarios where the protagonist juggles multiple dates with different heroines? Haruto let out an awkward laugh. Something like that would never happen in real life. You never know, Yutaha said, staring him down. If it's you, it actually makes perfect sense. Haruto was left speechless. Luckily, Yutaha didn't press further. Well, judging by the time, if this really was a multi-date scenario, I'd be the last one. I probably won't find any obvious clues, so I'll just let it slide. But you'd better focus now. Haruto nodded fervently. The two of them stepped into the night, beginning their final grand date. Even though there were still plenty of activities left on the final day of the festival. The main events, like the grand stage performances and the bonfire dance, had already passed. At this point, things felt a little anticlimactic. Still, Yutaha strolled around with interest. Haruto walked alongside her, weaving through the crowd, sharing laughter and conversation. At one point, Yutaha looked up at the night sky. This is quite a rare experience. Now I'll have more realistic material when writing about cultural festivals. Haruto was curious. Senpai, have you never participated in a cultural festival before? Leaving middle school aside, Yutaha was already a third year at Sobu High. Had she really never attended the festival in her previous years? Yutaha nodded. If you're alone or just with girlfriends, there's no point in coming, is there? School festivals are meant for moments like the protagonist confessing their feelings under the fireworks, only for their words to be drowned out by an explosion. Haruto twitched at that. Senpai's taste was truly unique. But, fireworks, huh? Chapter 98, Senpai's Taste and Enrollment at Hayakao Private Academy. Senpai, let's go. Yutaha was pulled along towards the dimly lit sports field. There aren't any festival stalls or activities over there. Are you planning something indecent, Kohai? Yutaha teased. If Senpai is up for it, I'd be happy to oblige. Haruto replied casually. Yutaha was momentarily choked up, her face unconsciously turning red in the dim light. You completely lack the restraint of a typical light novel protagonist. There's no satisfaction in teasing you at all, she muttered softly. The two gradually disappeared into the night. During the day, the sports field at Sobu High occasionally hosted small events and games. But at night, due to insufficient lighting, it was simply closed off. At this moment, the vast sports field had only two people, Haruto and Yutaha. Kohai, do you enjoy this kind of secluded atmosphere in the dark? Yutaha asked with a smile. This ambience was indeed quite heart-stirring. Haruto simply smiled without responding. After strolling for a while, he suddenly stopped. Yutaha also halted, looking at him curiously. This kind of private atmosphere, could it be? Scenes of youthful romance flashed through her mind. Confession. Or perhaps something even more R18. Just as she was speculating, Haruto pointed upward. She looked up and saw only the silent night sky, a full moon hanging high, and countless stars scattered across the vast expanse. While she was still puzzled. Boom. Suddenly, a brilliant firework exploded in the sky, igniting vibrant colors. Yutaha. Boom. 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 A series of fireworks bloomed across the sky, turning the once quiet night into a dazzling spectacle. The colorful lights cascaded down from above. Fleeting, yet so magnificent that they left an eternal impression on the heart. Yutaha gazed up at the grand fireworks display, unconsciously letting out an awe-filled wow. It took her a while to snap back to reality. There wasn't supposed to be a fireworks show in the school festival schedule. Kohai, was this your doing? She asked in surprise, raising her voice over the noise of the fireworks. Haruto, of course, heard her. With his level of hearing, fireworks were hardly an obstacle. However. Senpai, what did you say? Haruto responded loudly, pretending not to hear. Seeing this, Yutaha suddenly laughed. Even if he didn't answer, she already knew the truth. She had mentioned fireworks just earlier. Yet, after that, Haruto had been with her the entire time, he had no opportunity to set anything up. And yet, he knew the fireworks would happen at this moment and had brought her here in advance. That meant, he had arranged everything beforehand. Yutaha sighed, so hearts in sync really did exist in reality. When the spectacular fireworks display finally ended. Kohai, now that it's quiet, listen carefully. She spoke seriously. For the rest of my life, can I invite you to be the protagonist until the story reaches its final chapter? It was a somewhat awkward confession, but it was Yutaha's most sincere invitation. Looking at her serious expression, Haruto really wanted to accept immediately. However. Senpai, can you accept a protagonist who's just a little bit unfaithful? Haruto asked cautiously. Although keeping a harem a secret from Yutaha forever was doable, he felt that her heartfelt confession, made with such courage, shouldn't be met with a lie. T/N, I'll beat your ass if you do that. A harem where the heroines don't know that they're part of a harem, simply doesn't know that they share one man, isn't a harem, it's fucking called infidelity. As he expected, Yutaha got angry. That kind of statement, you're not even a lowly insect, no, even a microorganism is overestimating you. You're nothing but plankton. Her long dormant sharp tongue suddenly resurfaced. Before, Haruto had seemed almost perfect in her eyes. Unparalleled good looks, an unbelievably noble dream of protecting all humanity, a delicate yet gentle personality, and a way of caring for her so meticulous it felt like mind-reading. Because of that, when she was with him, she not only refrained from using her sharp tongue but also made an effort to restrain herself. When faced with someone perfect, she wanted to appear perfect as well. But tonight, that perfect image was completely shattered. Shattered beyond repair. Haruto shrank his neck, prepared to endure her scolding. He had already resolved himself that no matter how angry Yutaha got, no matter how she vented her frustration, he would accept everything. And afterward, he would do everything in his power to win her back. However, after a brief outburst, she didn't leave in a fit of rage as he had expected. "Senpai, if you're still angry, you can hit me a couple of times," Haruto weakly offered. Yutaha rolled her eyes. "Forget it. Letting out some pent-up sharp remarks cheered me up, so I'll let you off this time." Haruto's eyes widened. "That easy? Don't give me that easy, look. I'm actually super petty. If I catch you with another girl, I'll throw a fit." Yutaha huffed. "Alright, no matter how much Senpai makes a fuss, I'll take responsibility and bring you back to my side." Haruto chuckled and made his promise. "Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Then I'll reluctantly accept you as my protagonist." Haruto took off his headset. Haruto turned off his mic. Shiro, having been ignored for the second time, shut off her computer in a fit of rage and stormed out of her apartment. She was the one who arranged the fireworks, after all. So infuriating. With a loud bang, she slammed her apartment door shut. Then she stood outside the neighboring apartment, expertly picking the lock with a hairpin. Shortly after, a miserable scream echoed from inside. The next morning. Don't ask why we skipped straight to morning. Some things about Senpai are simply not meant for outsiders to know. T/N, I ain't writing steamy sex scene cause we just did it some earlier chapter ago. Also the story's focus ain't smut, so deal with that. At dawn's first light, Haruto arrived at a new location. Hayakao Private Academy. Today was his first day as an exchange student at this elite academy of high-stakes gambling. The school gates were even grander and more luxurious than those of Sobu High. However, this wasn't mere flaunting of wealth, it was simply because the materials used were truly that rare and precious. The academy's uniform jackets were a vivid crimson, as striking as fresh blood. As students poured in, the countless red silhouettes were impossible to ignore. The color red, capable of stirring one's deepest desires. Haruto, however, wasn't wearing a uniform. He had come in casual clothes. After all, he didn't have a Hayakao uniform yet, he'd receive one after reporting in. Just as he was about to step into the academy. "Excuse me, are you a new student at Hayakao?" A pleasant and polite voice called out from behind him. Haruto turned around. The speaker was a stunning black-haired girl. Her long, jet-black hair reached below her short skirt. Her crimson eyes matched the academy's uniform perfectly. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings, highlighting a figure that could only be described as flawless. Now that he thought about it, Haruto had always wanted to point this out. Were the skirts at Hayakao a little too short? Most JK uniforms had skirts between 42 and 56 centimeters in length. But here, they were probably around 37 centimeters. Not that he was complaining about the view. "I'm an exchange student. Today is my first day reporting in." Haruto responded with a friendly smile. For polite and friendly conversations, he had no interest in responding with hostility, he was a very easygoing person. "I thought so. I guessed correctly." The girl beamed with excitement. "My name is Jabami Yumiko. I'm also transferring in today." Haruto was slightly surprised. T/N, one more thing. Is Kakagurui good? Chapter 99, Gamble into the Abyss. It's that female protagonist. I never expected that on my first day transferring to this school, I'd run into this person, Jabami Yumiko. "My name is Haruto, Jabami-san. It's a pleasure to meet you." "The pleasure is mine, Haruto-kun. Let's get along well." The two conversed amicably. In her normal state, Jabami Yumiko was a friendly, kind, and slightly airhead girl. A completely obedient and well-mannered. As long as gambling wasn't involved, she was the very definition of a proper young lady. So, Jabami-san transferred to Hayakao Private Academy from another school. That's quite impressive, Haruto casually remarked. For students outside the 3 prestigious academies, transferring into one of them was extremely difficult. Sobu Academy required exceptional academic achievements and outstanding competition results. Shuchiin Academy demanded a prestigious family background and immense political influence. And Hayakao likely required an astronomical amount of money. Yumiko nodded. Yes, I made a huge donation to the academy. It couldn't be helped if I wanted to enroll. Haruto glanced at Yumiko. It seems like you really love gambling, Jabami-san. After all, this academy is famous for it. Yumiko paused for a moment at his words, but then her expression dramatically shifted. Her face flushed red, her expression exaggerated, almost as if she were experiencing something euphoric. Yes. I'm absolutely obsessed. The thrill of enormous amounts of money changing hands in an instant. That feeling of wagering your very life on a probability, where one misstep leads to utter ruin. The rush of soaring to heaven or plummeting to hell in a heartbeat, it's simply irresistible. Haruto sighed, rubbing his forehead. He had seen this coming. Jabami Yumiko was the definition of a contradiction. An obedient, well-mannered girl in daily life, but a complete lunatic when gambling was involved. Haruto-kun, you must love gambling too, right? Yumiko retracted her exaggerated expression and asked him directly. Haruto shook his head. Unfortunately, I'm the type who enjoys peaceful, ordinary days. The thrill of life or death bets is exciting, but I'm afraid it's not for me. Yumiko nodded in understanding. I see. Well, everyone has their own preferences. Haruto-kun, which class are you in? Yumiko asked curiously. Haruto took out his transfer papers, which contained his class information. However, before heading to class, he had to report to the student council first. Yumiko leaned over and beamed. Wow. You're in class 1, Hana. What a coincidence. So am I. Indeed, Haruto responded perfunctorily. I need to check in with the student council first. See you later. Yumiko cheerfully waved him off as they parted ways. Following the academy's internal map, Haruto found the student council room. It was an extravagant, private chamber. When it came to the 3 prestigious academies, only Sobu had a balanced power structure. At both Hayakao and Shuchiin, the student council wielded greater authority than the school itself. It was absurd. He knocked on the door. Come in. A slightly immature-sounding female voice answered from inside. Haruto frowned slightly. That voice didn't sound like it belonged to a high schooler. He pushed open the student council room's door and stepped inside. There were only 2 people in the room, or rather, 2 people and a large monitor. Haruto raised an eyebrow at the sight. Yo. You must be the exchange student from Sobu. The president specifically told us to greet you. Oh, right. My name is Runa Yamazuki, a student council member. Nice to meet you. A petite girl with a playful appearance spoke while munching on snacks. Runa Yamazuki looked about the same age as Shiro. She wore a cute animal hoodie with little ears on the hood, along with black and white striped thigh-high socks, giving her a mischievous vibe. Aside from snacks, she also held a gaming console, barely looking away from it as she spoke. The other girl stood silently, wearing a white mask over her face and possessing pure white hair. At that moment, the screen lit up, displaying the image of a young woman with neatly tied white hair and light makeup. Momobami Kirari. The student council president of Hayakao Academy. The current leader of the Momobami clan. And Haruto's target for this mission. Haruto had assumed that after reporting in, his role as an exchange student would be complete. All he needed to do was meet Kirari. Then, the blacklight virus could infect her without a trace, transforming her into his puppet. It wasn't exactly ethical. But for the sake of the Foundation's expansion, the 4 major financial clans had to be brought under his control. However, Haruto hadn't expected their first meeting to unfold this way. Welcome, Haruto-kun. I'm delighted you accepted the invitation to Hayakao Academy. Momobami Kirari spoke pleasantly from the screen. Haruto remained silent, locking eyes with her through the monitor. At first, he hadn't understood why she invited him here. Now, he had a good idea. It seemed that this financial titan had caught wind of something. The existence of the Foundation was no longer a complete secret. Those who wielded immense power and influence had likely heard rumors about it. That was inevitable. Even with strict confidentiality protocols, a behemoth like the Foundation would inevitably cast a shadow over the world. And Haruto, as an O5 council member and one of the Foundation's highest authorities, had comparatively lower secrecy measures. A/N, a deliberate move to attract enemy forces. For those trying to investigate the Foundation, targeting Haruto was the most logical approach. Haruto-kun, you don't seem pleased with this meeting, Kurori observed. Haruto nodded. There was no need to hide it. The greed in your eyes toward me is practically overflowing, Kurori chuckled. Good thing I trusted my instincts and arranged our first meeting this way. Haruto casually responded, just an inconvenience. Since he was already here, he would simply take his time. Eventually, Momobami Kurori would be his. Oh my, how dangerous, Kurori continued smiling. But there's no need to be so impatient, Haruto-kun. I'll meet you in person. Haruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. If she sensed the threat he posed, why would she willingly meet him? I invited you here because I wanted to meet you, and to gamble against you. If we had met normally, the game would have ended before a single gamble could take place. After all, the rumors about you are terrifying, Haruto-kun. But that's what makes this so exciting. Kurori's words made Haruto narrow his eyes slightly. She was insane. Even if it sounded self-important, from a normal person's perspective, he was essentially a god. Yet, she had invited him here, ready to stake everything, even her own life, just to experience the thrill of gambling against him. If that wasn't madness, what was? And worse, this lunatic held one of the 4 major financial clans in her grasp. She had the power to indulge in her insanity however she pleased. Haruto smirked. Challenging me is foolish. T/N, challenging a god is incredibly foolish. Author making the MC have a god complex now. Gambling isn't about strategy either, Kurori grinned. But I just want to experience it. Haruto nodded, accepting the bet. Since she was going this far, he might as well entertain her. Consider it a preemptive reward for his future employee. I'm glad you agreed, Haruto-kun. Now, listen to the rules of this game. From now on. No borrowing money. No external funds. Using only the 1 million yen provided by the student council, he must gamble his way to 10 billion. At that time, he would be able to play a game with Kurori. Of course, for Haruto, as long as he could meet Kurori, the outcome of the game was irrelevant. Although, there was no way he would lose. The conditions Kurori proposed were as difficult as reaching the heavens. 1 million to 1 billion, such an exaggerated gap. For ordinary people, it was impossible. But for Haruto, it was simply effortless. All right, I accept. Haruto said with a smile. Then, he turned to the petite girl beside him, Runa Yamazuki. Runa-san, let's gamble. Haruto's pupils, at some unknown time, had turned blood red, with 3 black blade-like patterns slowly rotating within them. Haruto-kun, please, take it easy. If it ends too quickly, it won't be any fun. Just treat it as experiencing Hayakao Academy, okay? On the screen, Kurori Momobami spoke helplessly, with a hint of coquettishness. Hearing this, Haruto sighed. His eyes returned to normal, and then he left the student council room. A while later, Runa seemed to wake from a nightmare. Her body collapsed into the chair, and cold sweat poured down her forehead and back. This guy is a monster. President, if you bring in a monster like him, everyone will be devoured, right? Runa muttered with some resentment. Previously, when she heard Haruto and the president talking, she had been somewhat disdainful. A god. How could this guy boast so much? T/N, yeah, fuck. I don't know what to substitute. I'll probably leave it as it is. Until she met his gaze just now. If the president hadn't spoken up in time, she would most likely have started gambling and lost 10 billion to Haruto. Hearing this, Kurori smiled. That's exactly why I want to bet everything and play a game with him. After leaving the student council, Haruto sighed helplessly. Aside from her insane personality, Kurori also had an intuition beyond ordinary people. There was no way her intelligence network could grasp Haruto's true abilities, not even the tip of the iceberg. At most, she might know that Haruto belonged to a mysterious organization and possessed some unknown power. Everything else was purely her instinct. Because of that, Haruto would have to play at Hayakao Academy for a few more days before he could claim the 100 devouring families. But that wasn't so bad. A few days were nothing compared to the reward. Besides, Kurori herself, Haruto was starting to want her as well. When he arrived at the first-year class Hana, Haruto saw a large group of people gathered. At the center sat 2 girls. One of them was Yumiko Jabami. The 2 seemed to be gambling. Haruto recalled that this was likely the opening act of Kakagurui. The class gambling queen was displeased with the new transfer student, Yumiko Jabami. So she set up a trap, preparing to scam Yumiko. Only to be utterly humiliated. Well, it was quite amusing. Haruto joined the crowd with a spectator's mindset. The game they were playing was called the rock-paper-scissors game. Classmates would draw rock, paper, or scissors on cards and place them in a box. The 2 gamblers would then draw 3 cards and play against each other. It sounded like normal rock paper scissors. But in reality, it was a test of control over the class. If someone could command more than half the class to draw a specific symbol, then knowing in advance that one type of card made up the majority would provide a massive advantage. Clearly, the class gambling queen, Mary Sayatome, was using this method. And she was completely unaware that Yumiko had already noticed. Oh my, how lucky, I won again. Mary was still smiling, completely unaware of the danger. Then, for the next round, let's bet 10 million. Yumiko's crimson eyes flashed with a dangerous light. As she spoke, she opened her school bag and poured a large pile of money onto the table. The sheer amount of cash created a powerful visual impact. Mary was dumbfounded. You carry this much cash with you? And for a simple game of rock paper scissors, you want to bet 10 million? You're insane, absolutely insane. Saying that, she prepared to take her winnings and leave the table. Ultimately, gambling is about entrusting one's entire fortune and life to probability. It's inherently irrational. But that's exactly what makes it so beautiful. The essence of gambling is madness. Now, let's gamble our way into the abyss. Yumiko Jabami revealed her signature insane expression. Seeing this classic scene, Haruto took out his phone and pressed the capture button. Chapter 100, Yumiko Jabami loses her life to Haruto. Mary-san, are you perhaps afraid? Yumiko sneered. That taunt successfully pulled Mary, who had been about to back out, back to the table. That crazy woman dares to look down on me. Mary gritted her teeth in anger. So far in this game, she had been winning overwhelmingly. Even if this crazy woman bet an enormous amount of money, so what? She had absolute control over this rock-paper-scissors game. 2/3 of the class owed her money and had no choice but to obey her. Under these conditions, there was no way she could lose. All right, let's begin. Mary announced the start of the game and discreetly made a hand signal. She instructed her controlled classmates to draw an overwhelming number of rock symbols and a few papers. With this setup, the box would be filled almost entirely with rocks, with only a few papers, and possibly no scissors at all. Knowing this in advance, all she had to do was draw a paper and play it, securing a guaranteed win. The voting began. Haruto, intrigued, took a blank card. He glanced at Yumiko's glowing red eyes. Well, might as well help her out. If a legendary scene gets ruined by bad luck, that'd be too boring. With that thought, Haruto drew a symbol and placed it in the box. Voting ended. Each player drew 3 cards. The moment Mary saw her hand, she nearly laughed maniacally. 2 papers. Luck was completely on her side. With these cards, there was no way she could lose. Actually, the whole class is helping Mary-san, aren't they? Yumiko mused as she examined her cards. Huh? What proof do you have? Don't make baseless accusations. Are you trying to weasel out of the game? Mary, exposed, remained unfazed and responded forcefully. After all, there was no evidence. Of course not. This delightful moment mustn't go to waste. Now, let's begin. The game resumed, and both sides played a card. Despite feeling uneasy from Yumiko's words, Mary confidently played her paper. And Yumiko's card was scissors. Gasps filled the room. 10 million vanished in an instant. Mary's eyes widened. Even after deducting her previous winnings, she still owed 8.8 million. A sum she absolutely couldn't afford. Impossible. There's no way I lost. Mary muttered in disbelief. At that moment, Yumiko turned to Haruto. Thank you, Haruto-kun. Oh my, I was actually worried about my luck, but in the end, you provided the final missing piece. Hearing this, the entire class, including Mary, turned their gaze toward the unfamiliar boy. Haruto shrugged. I found it interesting, so I gave it a little push. Mary's eyes widened in shock. You cheated. No, how did you do it? Yumiko picked up the pair of scissors and waved them in front of Mary's eyes. At first, Mary didn't notice anything unusual, but after taking a closer look, she realized that a strand of hair was wrapped around the scissors. These scissors were in Haruto's hands just moments ago. Mary felt completely incredulous. A single strand of hair, no ordinary person would ever notice something like that while drawing cards. And yet, how did that new boy know about her cheating method? Yumiko had only exposed her tricks after the game had already started. It had taken Yumiko several rounds at the table to analyze and figure it out. How did you know my technique and secret signals? Mary's mind was spinning, no longer able to think clearly. Haruto sighed. Sayatome-san, has anyone ever told you that you're not very smart? The moment he said that, Mary gritted her teeth in anger. Not very smart. She had ruled this classroom at one point. I wasn't even at the table. Once I knew you were cheating, I just looked at how everyone else was voting. Haruto revealed the truth. Hearing this, Mary felt so frustrated she could almost cough up blood. She had overlooked something so simple. I don't have that much money on hand. Can you give me a few days? In the end, Mary painfully lowered her head and pleaded to Yumiko. However, Yumiko's attention had already completely shifted. Haruto-kun is amazing. The moment I saw you, I just knew it. Hey. Wanna gamble with me? Betting against you would definitely be thrilling. Yumiko completely ignored Mary, her eager gaze fixed on Haruto. Haruto sighed. Why was he always attracting crazy women? But sure. After all, he needed to gamble. No, he needed to take money from others. He had to gather 10 billion, then go grab the student council president and leave this academy as soon as possible. Might as well entertain Yumiko a little. Yay. Yumiko beamed with joy. Meanwhile, Sayatome. She was completely ignored. The students pushed her to the corner of the classroom like trash, and no one cared about her anymore. That was how this academy worked. Your worth was measured by gambling and money. If you lost both, you had no value. What should we play? As he sat down at the gambling table, Yumiko asked with a smile. Haruto thought for a moment. Let's play the rock-paper-scissors card game. We'll mix all the used cards together and continue from there. Haruto suggested. Yumiko nodded. Mary and Yumiko had already played over 10 rounds of rock-paper-scissors. Now that all the cards were shuffled together, the balance between the three types of cards was roughly even. The two of them began drawing cards. As they played, they continued to chat casually, as if they weren't even taking the game seriously. Haruto-kun, how much are we betting? Let's start at 1 million. The student council only gave me that much credit. I see, that makes it even more fun. I was worried you'd have too much money for us to play on equal terms. Amid their light-hearted conversation, Yumiko lost 2 rounds. Haruto bet the maximum amount each time, so Yumiko had already lost 3 million. The spectators watching them felt chills run down their spines. These two. They didn't even see money as money. I feel like Haruto-kun can see right through me. No matter how I try to mislead or counterattack, it's useless. After losing 2 more rounds, Yumiko pouted her cheeks in adorable frustration. Haruto nodded. With his observational skills, every tiny movement Yumiko made was clear as day to him. As skilled as she was, there were still subtle bodily reactions that couldn't be consciously controlled. So, to him, her thoughts were completely exposed. At this point, Yumiko had lost 15 million. She was completely out of cash. I'm broke. But I really want to play one more round. Yumiko's eyes glowed with excitement. Haruto gathered up the chips on the table. He already had 16 million. At this rate, getting 10 billion would be easy. Seeing this, Mary curled up in the corner, trembling. They were both monsters. Why had she provoked them? Now she was saddled with debt. At this academy, having debt meant becoming a house pet, a subhuman existence. Just as Haruto finished collecting his winnings and was about to leave. Haruto-kun, let's play one more round. I'll bet myself. Yumiko grabbed Haruto's hand and pleaded. Haruto sighed. You really throw everything away for the thrill, huh? Yumiko giggled, tacitly admitting to his words. She was the type to risk everything for excitement. Haruto sat back down. Thus, a gamble with Yumiko herself as the stake began. If Haruto won, he could do whatever he wanted with this beautiful girl. Not a bad deal, so he accepted. They both drew 3 cards from the deck. This time, Yumiko didn't even look at them and placed them directly on the table. Blind play. That meant Haruto couldn't read her intentions through her expressions. This is pure gambling now. Haruto muttered. Yumiko playfully stuck out her tongue. I can't help it. Haruto-kun is way too unfairly strong. I had no chance of winning otherwise, so I might as well take a gamble. Haruto picked a card from his hand and placed it on the table. At this moment, the outcome of the match truly depended on luck. Any normal person would never have the guts to push Haruto this far. Unfortunately, Haruto despised luck-based games. He demanded absolute control. He didn't care about excitement. So, Zawarudo. The power of the world activated. The surroundings turned gray and time froze. Everything in the world came to a standstill. Haruto reached out and flipped over Yumiko's card. A scissor. The card he had just placed was paper. Haruto shook his head with a wry smile. Was this what they called a gambler's lucky streak? Too bad. Not against him. He swapped his paper for a rock and reset the table. 9 seconds passed. The gray world regained its colors, and time began flowing again. Both of them revealed their cards at the same time. I lost. Ah, this feeling. The thrill is making me tremble. Haha. Losing my entire life over a single bet, this kind of rush is absolutely irresistible. Yumiko stared at her losing hand, still displaying her signature crazed expression of pleasure. And just like that, Yumiko lost herself to Haruto in a gamble. Though, legally speaking, Japan wouldn't recognize such a bet. However, Hayakao Academy's system allowed it. Besides, even without an official system, Yumiko was the type who would absolutely honor her gambling agreements. Then, Master, please take care of me from now on. Yumiko stood up and revealed an absolutely submissive and adorable expression toward Haruto. Monster. This title quickly spread from the first-year class Hana. Yumiko and Haruto soon became figures of strange rumors within the academy. And the two of them simply skipped class and headed to a luxury hotel outside. Haruto was no saint. Since Chibami Yumiko had willingly bet herself and lost, he had no reason to refuse. After a session of indulgence. The details could not be described explicitly, but the taste of this long-haired black beauty was completely different from anyone else. That absolute sense of submission. Although it lacked a woman's natural shyness, everything else was perfect. I see. This kind of experience is a first for me. It feels pretty good, though it's still far less exciting than gambling. Yumiko curled up under the blanket and spoke casually. Haruto reached out and gently ruffled her black hair. What kind of weird victory speech is that? Your rationality and madness are way too distinct. Hearing this, Yumiko pondered for a moment before responding. Understood, Master. I'll try to be a bit crazier in those moments. Please continue to use me as much as you like. Of course, if we could play another round or two in the future, that would be ideal. To this, Haruto was left speechless.